Welcome into whoever joined here. It's going to be a long 24 hours. Hopefully everybody can hear me on the computer. I'm sitting here just waiting for the race to start. So I'm going to have two streams for anybody watching here. This is just going to be a camera on me just to make sure I'm still awake. Then I also have another stream that I'm about to hit and I'll go live on now. All I'm waiting for on the other channel, which is streaming directly through my PlayStation, is going to be the race itself. Unfortunately, I didn't have a PS5 camera to do everything on one big screen. That would be useful. Still looking for them, waiting for them to get them, I guess, back in stock. So if you want to just sit here and watch me and talk to me here, great. I'll be looking at this chat. And when I go live here on PlayStation, you're going to see another video open up that will show the actual race on my TV screen. I'm just watching the TV broadcast on Peacock here up to my left to actually try to sync it up where I go green as close as I can hit the button to go green here. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do a live race. Obviously, with the Manufacturers Cup going on Gran Turismo 7 right now. Plus, the fact is I don't think too many people want to dedicate themselves to 24-hour race. I just did a custom race here for 24 hours and set up the same exact guidelines as I did have for the live race. It's just, it'll be me and the AI for the next 24 hours, which being my first stream out there, first time obviously doing 24 hours, I didn't think this was a bad way to start. So like I said, I hope you guys come and check me out throughout the evening and into tomorrow. I'm hoping that I can. I'm waiting for the fireworks already tonight at 10 o'clock here my time. I am in Dallas-Fort Worth. I am doing this race on behalf of the DFW dog community. This is my purpose for doing this race, just to kind of start building a community to bridge those two gaps between racing online here and having our dogs and everybody laying right here next to us. And you will probably throughout my stream hear Sheldon squeaking his toys. You'll see him coming, jumping up behind me here, even probably right up in here in my lap, just coming to check on me and say hi. So just be ready for that. If you do hear that squeaky toy, that's the dogs here hanging out with me. And they're probably just going to come in and out of the room here as my race does go on. I do hope to and plan to run the full 24 hours. I've got a fridge full of monsters sitting over here. I've got one already over here ready to go. But if it just gets to a point that I just cannot keep my eyes open or whatever the case may be, I will shut it down. Also, in the state of Texas here, if you're in the South and anywhere else down through here, you know that we got snow. Well, not snow yet, a bunch of ice. Luckily, internet has been working fine. Lights are still on, as we can see. But obviously, we are expecting more precipitation here overnight tonight. Can that change things? Yes. So if I all of a sudden just go off, that is probably what just happened. And we'll just call it a night at that point, because then I'll have to worry about the other stuff around my house and making sure that we keep everything as warm or cold as we can, so that the pipes don't burst or whatever the case is. Because, down here in Texas, we're not prepared for this. The houses aren't built for it. Pipes aren't built for it. We're used to 110, not -4. So if that's what happens tonight, it is what it is. I do plan on doing all the endurance races to my ability. I know coming up in February or March, I have to really look at the schedule, is the 12-hour at Sebring. Gran Turismo doesn't do 12 hours at Sebring. So I'm going to have to come up with another race to take its place, because I do want to keep that schedule going and then replace another race with race something else if I can. But here we go, guys. I think I got that pretty good started off. It was pretty close. Almost got caught. And as the race goes on here today, guys, I will say that, and when I'm not in traffic, I'd like to show you the car, just kind of talk about the people I'm representing. And again, this is all on my own. I do not have any official affiliation with any company except for my wife's. Obviously, just because I do want to help and support her with her ambitions, especially in the dog community itself. But then also just come in here, kick back, sign up on the chat, get in here. We'll just have some fun this evening until it's just not fun anymore, which I think will by 12:40 tomorrow. That will be the case. But I'm ready to crash out pretty hard here. But come online, come say hi, hang out for a while. I know that if you're in Texas, you don't have anything else better to do, so except go outside and throw some ice balls at each other, I guess. But yeah, come say hi throughout the stream. I'll be looking forward to you guys. Okay, well, I can't help yellow flags in real life, already coming off them. Debris already. What are you going to do? One thing about it, the time ticks. Oh, that's a big wreck. That's incident number one. This is incident number two involving one of the BMW GTP cars. He gets turned there. Oh, no, that dropped the wheel. Yeah, he dropped the wheel, I think, coming through turn two there. And Gang tires on completely up to temperature. The new Michelin tire here, the Vision tire, comes up to stand a little bit quicker. Look at that all by himself. He sent a tank slapper there through the chicane. There's the new Michelin tires, he said, it comes in a little bit quicker, but maybe not all the way ready. As we ride on board the 31, it'll happen just in front of you. Thanks, Vancouver sat on the pole there last year for BMW on debut. So just for the settings in the race here, because if you've played the game in the simulator, you know that the pit line penalties are sometimes just complete crap. So I turned those off here since, so much of the pit exit is, automated anyway. But I do have heavy car damage set on. I do have the shortcut penalty on. Wall collision, I think you're getting penalized enough for hitting the wall. So I didn't turn that one off as well. Everything else, if it has a real option, it is set to real. I am doing times one on both tires and fuel. I think I set it for 6 to 7 liters on fill up. As far as settings are concerned, there is no BOP setup. So these are running, these are not set at equal. I just am racing straight up, whatever you bring kind of thing. But again, this is AI. This is not a live race like I wanted to do. Unfortunately, due to the manufacturer's cup that's happening on the actual game, there's a qualifying race today. So I could not. One, I couldn't get anybody to want to commit to 24 hours. But I bet a lot of the traffic was heading that direction anyhow today. So I had to, for my first stream, it's okay again. Racing the AI, I do plan on, as I was sitting before I saw the green flag, I plan on following the schedule completely for the longer endurance races. If Gran Turismo does not have the track on it, then what I'll end up doing is replacing it with another track, but running for the same time frame. I'm thinking I'm leaning more towards, for Sebring, 12 hours. I'm thinking about either doing Nürburgring for 12 hours or maybe one of the others. That's the one I've started to lean on first. I don't know because I completely hate that track. It comes about halfway through that track and it starts becoming demolition derby for me. I just seem to overdrive it way too fast, and then by the time I get back around again, I kind of forgot. Oh yeah, here's that part again, and bouncing all over the walls. So um, it gets a little tough here. And probably here by hour 3 will be my favorite part of this whole night because it'll take us all the way through. But this is when it starts to get dark, even in the game. And we'll do night racing, which is my favorite part, especially in the GT3, the GT class cars, because of the yellow headlights. I can't tell you why I love that so much, except for the fact is at night when they're showing it on TV, it just looks so cool to see those yellow lights popping up. So, um, and so that's why I decided to go with the GT3 for this race alone. I will race. I've gotten 2 or 3 other cars. The livery's done up. Um, just trying to decide which class I want to race on that given. I'm thinking at Imola for 6 hours. We're gonna jump it up to the GR1 class, um, and have some fun on the little faster races. For that 12 hours, I may bring my Porsche out, and I've already got that kind of set up for endurance as well, playing with it over the last week or so. The longest stint I had even practicing here for the 24 hours was about a 6-hour practice time. I did not stream it. I was just got on real quick, and then just to see, I was testing more fuel economy, playing with different settings, different gear ratios. But then I was also just trying to get seat time because this chair right here is going to be my best friend here until tomorrow at 12:40. So um, we're gonna see how this goes. But y'all come in, say hi, light that chat up because, like I said, I think the last time I did a longer race, my buddy Doug, he came in and as we were having conversations and messing around, watching the race and whatnot, which I do have again off to the left here. I'm watching the real thing as it goes. Man, I think I'm about 10 seconds behind the clock there on the real. I got really close. That's pretty cool. It actually just kind of made that time go pass. So, like I said, I get it. I don't expect many of you to be up at 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning with me. I think that's going to be that's the witching hour for me. I think by 3, 4 o'clock in the morning here, that is going to be where, if I can get through that time frame, I'll make it the rest of the way. I just think that's going to be where my breaking point would come, is around that time. Because once 5 a.m. comes around, it'll be like, okay, I'm just delusional at that point, and I'll just fight through it. But I think 3 or 4 o'clock, we're going to know whether I made it or not. So if you happen to wake up or get checked before you go to bed and the stream's on, I'm more than likely going to try to fight through it. Like I said, I'm not going to try to kill my kidneys too much with Monster. Did get a good night's sleep last night, so hopefully that'll be enough to carry us until tomorrow afternoon. Wrong button. Sorry about that.
Hey, Dan, talk about a few. Steve and I have it for the 64th running of Rolex 24. Great to be with you again. You know, Steve, this is what it's all about. That Rolex Daytona, one of the most coveted trophies in all of motorsports across the world, and there's only one way to get it.
Well, I think that adds to the mystique of this event. Is there are many magical trophies, but very few you can put on your wrist and wear around, proving to everybody your accomplishments. It's quite a timepiece. I'm not sure I want to give this one back. I might just try to hold on to it here.
Yeah, sure. Hey, it's sitting here right now. So the crew chief who's won the Great American Race, the Daytona 500 with Dale Earnhardt Jr. What impresses you most about the challenge of 24 hours of racing, even just from the human aspect?
Well, you have to manage all of your power, tires, fuel, equipment, but humans. And I think that's the biggest thing. We will sit here, we will talk to so many drivers, so many team principals, but these crew members will have to be up for 24 hours, servicing their car every 40 or 45 minutes. So even if you close your eyes, do you really rest and remember the trophy, the watch? It gets handed out 24 hours from now. When it's the most important, that's when the decision matters the most.
So let's give the folks at home some perspective. How far can 24 hours of racing get us if we start here at Daytona?
Well, if you're going to figure it out and do it correctly, you better basically go coast to coast. We're going to start here in Daytona. Hour one, we're heading towards the jet, so hang a left. We're about the whole panhandle. We're still in the day. The sun hasn't set. We're about the Alabama border. The sun starts to set. You're in Texas forever. If anybody's ever driven across the country, they know how they get Texas last. But remember, about time the sun will rise again here in Daytona, this road trip will make itself all the way to Phoenix. And it's that magical time when the sun is up and everything is time to go, because the trophy will be handed out when these guys would race their way into Los Angeles.
You know, that path in California, that's where things get really serious and very interesting. You know, there's really cool moments throughout this 24-hour race here at Daytona. What's your favorite moment of the entire event?
Well, we talk about the challenge for the competitors, but 24 hours delivers just so much opportunity for the fans.
Oh.
Big issue on the track. Just what has happened here in GP.
And his day's done. God, the tire's gone. Yay for making it 13 minutes. That was a sad thing to see. Speaking of Porsche, I was looking at the entry list here and I saw the team that I was hoping to see. The Iron Dames are no more. Was reading on it. Apparently, Porsche or the team itself, their ownership, cut the funding for them, and so they're no longer racing the endurance races. And that was sad to see. It's like, you know, I thought they always held their own. I mean, were they ever really fighting for the lead? No, but they were always up there, top 5 in the class. I mean, they were good at racing. They always, you know, made it to the end, but I know they just weren't ever fighting for those wins. And it was sad to see that they didn't make the one. They weren't in the this year's Rolex 24, but then also the fact that they're just not racing. It was hard to see. So that was disappointing. But good old Rexy's there. That iconic Porsche, man. I love that car. every time this is on, I love seeing Rexy. And then, ooh, that was nasty.
Tuck it to the inside, didn't really slow it down enough, a lot of steering and loses the tail, and that's the end result.
Now, GTE cars do have anti-lock braking systems, but it won't prevent you totally from getting loose as you see in real time.
I think that's where the experience comes in. You don't let inside line, you just try to give that car on the outside too much room. Consequently, you try to lay too much speed or a really tight radius.
The hardest thing to do as a driver, as he gets out, luckily, but is walking gingerly with the AMR safety team. But good to see him up and out of the car. The hardest thing to do as a driver in that situation,
making sure you guys can actually see me and hear me, because usually I get at least something.
The last thing I want to do is get off the brakes, but that's what you have to do to take the car off the nose and have a chance to keep it spinning. You see him communicating with the safety team. I think he's pointing maybe to his lower back area as well. So they'll do a thorough job, as always, to evaluate him at Kingsfield Care Center. But that 28 Porsche GTD is done. So spinning the eventual start to this year's Rolex 24. Opening lap, and we were just starting to get into somewhat of a rhythm. And then this GT Daytona crash for the RS1 Porsche team, Eric Zipser.
Michelin is the official tire of IMSA. From the track to the street, perform on all roads with the legendary collection of Michelin Pilot Sport tires. Ready for track-inspired technology? Michelin recommends TireRack.com as your source for the Pilot Sport family of tires. Learn more at TireRack.com/pilot.
Mr. Claus. See what? Got this.
It's never too late for an unforgettable gift. We're heading to Jimmy's house. Hurry, it's the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration.
The IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship separates itself from other forms of racing with its multiple classes of cars. He's going to run racing on track at the same time and different race durations depending on the venue and event.
It's a true test of man machinery, but it's a group test of people.
There are two types of cars racing.
There's my boy Nick Tandy.
And GT vehicles.
There's Rexy. That Team Porsche is just awesome. It is my favorite car to race, even on Gran Turismo. I only chose the BMW N6 this time because of the fuel economy. I do get about 3 to 4 more laps better economy in the BMW compared to the Porsche. Also, that was the first car that I did a livery on with the dog community group, just starting to build up. And just when I first came up with the idea, it was one of those, okay, this is the car. I'm just going to do because I've seen it in endurance races. A lot of people talk about, BMW being top dog. I thought the Porsche was obviously not a bad car at all. It's like I said, it's one of my favorites. But I kind of was thinking, okay, I need good fuel economy, something that will go on big, long fuel runs, and then something that I could set up and then double stamp my tires just to stay on the track. So hopefully that works out here. Like I said, I've been getting about 38 laps, which should have me about on average of pitting once an hour here, which should be about 23 pit stops, maybe a couple more. If I decide to short pit because I want the track position, that'll all just come into my strategy as I progress through the night. Into really to more tomorrow. This first 20-ish hours, 19, 20 hours is going to be just turning laps. Obviously, I can't be pumped out of the race. The game is set up where you're not going to wreck out in DNF. You have to just quit the game itself. Even if you wreck, you got to get back. And I do have the settings of if I wreck and hit hard, it does cause heavy damage where I do got to go to the pits. Otherwise, the car will not drive straight, won't drive fast. It makes you go in there and get repaired up. So I thought that was a cool feature. Hey, what's going on? Whoever's over here on my driver chat. If you want to watch me actual race, there's another video streaming right now, also on my YouTube for the actual race itself. If you want to go check that out. Oh, never mind. That's my wife chiming in with her smart aleck remarks. This is Dapper Doggo, though, for everybody. When you come in and see her chat, she's the Dapper Doggo. I'm free labor. That's Dapper Doggo.
And we are just getting started here on the pit box. The superstars from around the world
Dang.
that are going to be here, we're going to talk to Steve Timothy Lynette.
Every series is here, whether it's NASCAR or IndyCar. We have champions, Indy 500 champions. We have some Formula One sprinkled in, and they're all going to come join us up here on the pit box.
And then for everybody watching here, Dapper Doggo, her website and company name, just if y'all want to go get bandanas and or shirts made, whatever the case may be. Especially if you want to involve it around racing when you're in here playing yourself, Gran Turismo or any of the simulator games that are out there, and you've got your four-legged pit crew sitting next to you here. Get them. Veronica can get you guys dug up with any of your race team favorites, maybe the race itself. Kind of get those creative ideas flowing. Anything you would possibly want, hit her up. It's her hashtag is at the _ dapper _ doggo _ is her page. She like I said, email her, text her, whatever the case is, and let them know your idea on what you may have in store for your dogs or cats. She can make cat sizes too. And then that way, they're just race ready as you are. So go up there and check her page out and give her a little support or even just a little shout out here. Send all the dog pictures you want of any kind. It does not matter. And she'll just enjoy that.
The wait is now over. Introducing FanDuel Picks. The easiest way to get in on the action is live now. Pick your favorite players and predict more or less for a chance to win up to 1,000 times your money. Track your picks live and stay in the action. No salary caps, no complex rules. Just pick, predict, and win. New customers, play $5, get $25 in bonus credit. Download now. FanDuel Picks. Just pick, predict, and win.
Tastes like money. To Oliver, eating here instead of buying a stadium hot dog is like putting away $20. If Oliver sees sandwiches as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo's right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking your savings is easy. Whoops. However you make money work, you can work with that.
Beautiful day here in Florida, rolling 24, and you're rejoining us, ready to go with Felipe Nasser, trying to get the hat trick of wins, 3 in a row.
Looks like they're about to go back green at Daytona.
Right behind him, and he's Porsche Penske's teammate right behind him. So let's go back to racing. Green flag flies, and let's see who's got the speed. Louis Delatraz in that black and white team.
Will you tell those dog moms and everybody to come say hi? I know they're outside busy playing in the snow here and ice here in Dallas, but if they stop by, let them know. Just come in to the chat and say hi.
Townsend, who won the last 2 races of last season. He wants to keep that momentum going. Yeah, indeed. In terms of momentum right now, I'm watching the number 6 of Kevin Estre because he has been magic on these restarts on the brakes. He's got a perfect draft working on Ranger Vanderbilt right now, and the actor up ahead. And watch this. He is closing quick. Great move, great draft. Inside. Oh, they almost touched, or maybe they did. Like 2012 all over there with AJ and McNish. I don't think that was an accident. I think Kevin Estre was trying to send a message to Ranger Vanderbilt.
Yeah, it looks like my counter compared to the race counter is about 10 to 11 seconds off. That's not bad for the real thing. So I'm going to finish about 10 seconds before they do. And that's obviously depending on if they're in the middle of a lap or whatever the case is. But 10 seconds is from my counter to theirs. So that actually worked out really well for the start of the race. So, which means I will end up being done at 12:40 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. Whoever's come in and enjoying this chat here, thank you so much for coming by, at least stopping in, saying hi. If you're
Only 2 teams have ever won 3 in a row: Wayne Taylor Racing and Chip Ganassi Racing. So Porsche Penske Motorsport could do it. Watch this. Estre on the right, Vanderzander on top. That was close. You can see the 93 Vanderzander just gave a very gentle fade to the bend to the inside. And now this is something we talked about all last season, was where is the line with race control going to fall? It was really aggressive racing at the beginning of the year. In the midpoint of the year at Road America, race control dropped the hammer hard on the drivers. The drivers were freaking out saying, how is that a penalty? And now we think we're somewhere in the middle. And I think we saw that right there with the Acura and the Porsche going at it. Jack Mason has made his way up from the back of the TTP field, up the 7th, fighting the 6th. As he goes, working now, past Nico Pino, or Nico Pino makes it hard on it in that yellow Porsche 963. Let's go deeper inside the 31 Cadillac Racing Wheel Express team with Matt Yoakum.
And 2-time Le Mans winner Earl Bamber watching that video and his car out on track, all the argy-bargy. You've come close to winning here. Growing up a stock car fan down in New Zealand, does it make this race, this place, take on an even greater emphasis?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, for me, this is a special race. It's my first ever big endurance race back in 2014. And it's still a bit elusive on the different goal. And yeah, being a stock car fan, I don't know how I came when I was young and came over here when I was a teenager watching stock car racing with Richard Childress. So this means a lot. And it's awesome to have, I think, a new young gun with Connor in here. So hopefully he brings us this magic. He had a lot of magic here last year. I think he won the race without even driving the end. So hopefully he brings a bit of that magic. He's the only one else that has one. Let's see.
He's the only guy that's got to watch it. Rumor is that they might have changed his name to Steve. We'll follow that up a little bit.
35-year-old Kiwi Earl Bamber needs to check this one off his list. His teammate Jack Atkins doing a nice job so far.
He really is. He nicked it. He came to the race last year. One of them was trying to win the Grand Slam, a 24-hour victory globally. He got that victory. A frustrated off. He's going to try and be the second man to do it in history.
However, we're hearing the 31 has a penalty. We will tell you more about that on the other side of this race.
Hi, Scotty. You must be bored at work today. Hey, V, no, I can't hear the dogs barking at all. See, noise-canceling earphones. I'm listening to my game, not here. I can't hear any audio from the computer. Which I'm sure as the evening goes on, the dogs will find their way in here, and you guys will be able to hear squeaky toys barking, playing, all that mess.
Fix-It Fuel brings outdoor power equipment back to life. 15-to-1 premix delivers better starts, better performance, and equipment health. Our lubricants are built for extreme performance in the toughest conditions.
VP Racing small engine fuels and lubricants.
Chevy trucks are as dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. They don't need permission to get going. They all have that little extra. So, and maybe you got
And Scott, if you're still on,
together.
I hadn't taken a picture of it yet, but Panda's represented here on the wheel.
Is it the capability to throw a little mud around? That's impressive. What about putting safety first?
Okay, that's smart.
Doesn't need to be really enough for the family. I have no idea who these people are.
Just pretend.
What if it's all about anyway?
Well, it's got to be the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid.
Jansen.
Where am I going? I don't know. Where am I heading? I ain't certain. All I know is I am on my way. When will I be there? I don't know.
Thought you said, Scott, you were going to have to work hard this weekend. What the heck? You're sitting there just eating fajitas and hanging out. I don't want to hear you complain ever again.
No way this all fits.
Watch me.
We're watching, Gary. They're right. We need weather tech.
I hope they only make floor liners.
Really, Gary? Really, Gary? Who do you think makes the seat protector, side window deflectors, no throw like
And the coat foam.
and I just ordered WeatherTech mixed products. Ta-da.
Hitch Basket makes for easy loading of heavy and bulky gear and increased storage capacity with a roof basket up top.
WeatherTech for the win.
Buy American at WT.com.
Ah, that makes more sense. I started at 12:40 our time, right with the race that's on TV. My time and the TV's time is about 10 seconds apart. So, and probably a little bit off from if you watch the actual broadcast. But since everything is streaming on Peacock, I'll be finishing my side in 10 seconds before they finish it live on TV, which is pretty close. No, you may see me crying here about midnight. I have watched my water intake, and I've eaten, but it was only a light meal, but hopefully something just to hold me over until tomorrow. Nothing should pull me away outside of just me being old. Well, I see a third person joined up there on that channel. Hi to whoever. Welcome in. If you're wanting to actually watch the racing side of it, I do have a separate video that's streaming live directly through my PlayStation. So if you're wanting to catch the racing part of it more than just watching me struggle, you can go onto my page and then go to the other video that is streaming simulcasting as well. I did have just gotten underway here. I'm about 35 minutes into the race of 24 hours, which is already well, that Mustang's dirty. 35 minutes and 24 hours in a 24-hour race. So obviously we're just getting rolling here. I was not able to do a live race. Couldn't get anybody wanted to commit for 24 hours, and or obviously Gran Turismo has its Manufacturers Cup going on, qualifying going on, which in Gran Turismo world is a huge deal. There was a qualifier today, throughout the day today, and I was like, well, there it goes. Any chances of a live race. So I'm on here at Racing AI today. But I think the bigger goal is not only to quote unquote win the race, but it's just to see if I can sit in this chair for 24 hours. I think that's going to be the challenge mostly. Yes, the card link should be on my YouTube page. Scott, if you're not seeing it, let me know. You should be able to see 2 live streams going on. This one and then the one that is connected directly to my PlayStation. It says I'm live on the PlayStation. I'm just not seeing anybody pop in or out. I'm not seeing anything in the chat, so I don't know. There should be. Let me go take a look here. You're gonna make me. Let me get back out to the straight. It should be showing my car. All right, it says I'm broadcasting now here, so guys. So let me know if you really still can't see it before I continue on. The settings and everything are set up for it, so I'll pause it right quick. It stinks because now I'm going to lose that time sync, but dang it. Okay. I guess. Well, I guess I can't do 2 simulcast sessions at the same time. I guess that's part of the streaming process, especially with PlayStation. Cool. All right, well, y'all are just going to have to go give me a hard time then on the game. I'm going to cut this one down because I do really want to show the racing one more. Y'all are just going to have to believe I'm there. See, I got someone watching. So it's there somewhere. Someone has just chimed in on the gaming side. So I've got 2 streams going on live right now. One is on my computer that's showing me, but then I've also got another one chimed in for a Gran Turismo through my PlayStation directly. So let me know, guys, in the either chat that you can see one or the other.
It's never too late for an unforgettable day. We're heading to Jimmy's house. Hurry, it's the Mercedes-Benz holiday love celebration.
Understanding the visceral performance of the 2026 Acura Integra doesn't require a manual.
All right, perfect. Thank you. All right, so now both are streaming correctly. Just weren't synced up earlier. That's what I get for being a noob.
Michelin is the official tire of IMSA. From the track to the street, perform on all roads with the legendary collection of Michelin Pilot Sport tires. Ready for track-inspired technology? Michelin is TireRack.com is your source for the Pilot Sport family of tires. Learn more at TireRack.com/pilot.
The IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship separates itself from other forms of racing with its multiple classes of cars. It's going to run racing on track at the same time and different race durations depending on the venue.
No, Becca, I'm actually doing I'm at Daytona, but I'm actually doing the street course. So I do turn right sometimes, not just left hands.
Not all F words are bad. Some are great, like fast, free, fiber. Switch to optimum fiber-powered internet for as low as $25 a month. Plus, you can get 3 months free with a 5-year price line. Call or go online now. This fast, free fiber offer won't last.
Hi, Susan. Honey. Yeah. I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin honey.
The only brand with true source certified honey.
Mind if I root through your trash?
The powerful cough relief you need.
Imagine if I wasn't wearing a seatbelt. Prevention is critical. That's why I recommend Colgate Total.
Well, no, I don't necessarily get anything if I win except a long nap Sunday afternoon. Great news is that I've already got the notification that I don't have class on Monday. So I'll probably be hanging out doing a whole lot of nothing then too. No, this is for the only reason the reason I came up with the idea. And if you look and check in on the actual race, you'll see the car itself for you guys, and Becca, for you as well. This is for the dog community at DFW. This is for everybody that has joined up or interested in joining up. It's more about bringing the two communities of online racing as well as pet lovers the same, because I've seen it on the Gran Turismo page. Guy sitting there playing and hanging out, and he's got his dog sitting right off to the right of him next to his chair while he's racing around. And if you know Veronica and I, we have 5. And there's sometimes in the evenings here while I'm racing around that I'll get Jack, Odie, Maddie. They'll all get in here and spread out and lay around in here. So that's the reason I popped in, but also to help promote any of the dog moms that have small businesses. I want to be able to get that voice out a little bit more. Gran Turismo has sold over 100 million copies of this particular of the simulator itself. And it's, guys love going 200 miles an hour, their hair on fire and having fun doing this. They spend hours doing this and having a blast with it. And so I just wanted to bring me, Dog Dad, and just show off the DFW community and promote you guys up. So any of the dog moms that want to go out there and promote pages, talk about the community, your businesses themselves, post it up in the chat here. I will go back and review it and then make sure I get any of the hashtags of your Instagram pages, anything like that. And I'm going to add them into the future look of my cars in the future, just to combine it up. So the one we're getting the voice out about the DFW dog community here. And then also for the fact of helping small businesses out. And I've said it before in my welcome video and this is for everybody else at this time. yes, you can go to PetSmart, Petco, Walmart, big box stores, Amazon, and you can go find some of the products that some of these small businesses sell. There's not a doubt about that. But I'm going to tell you that each one of these dog moms and these small business owners, they're going to put more heart and soul and love into what they do than that person that works the hourly shift work and, they're just there to collect a paycheck. I know that every one of these people that I personally have met and have gotten to know over the last 2 years since Veronica started hers is they care. And that's a big plus to all of you guys. And I really wanted to find my way of expressing that. And obviously with Trey and Scott and Seth, now that we're the big dog dad group and mom jail and dog mom prison, getting together and hanging out, it just made it more. I just wanted to find my way to express it. If I have to, Becca, if I absolutely have to go to the bathroom here, I'm going to get up and go to the bathroom. I can pause this game. The goal is to not pause it 900 times in the stream so that every time anybody checks in, I'm paused. So I've watched my water intake. I'm not heavily hydrated. About 2 or 3 in the morning will probably be the challenge as I start chugging down the monsters I have in my mini fridge over here. But if I have to get up, I will get up. There was a couple of streamers. Hey Scott, remember this is YouTube. You can't show that kind of stuff on live stream, much less video, bud.
To tell you the truth, we can take or leave the extravagance. The attention.
Yeah, I got a feeling I'm on my own with any of that. But there's the car, guys. If you're chiming in here on my gaming stream, these are just a couple of the people that are on it. I overdrove the crap out of that. I was going to talk a little bit more about them as the day went on here. Honestly, I'm about to get past because I've been talking too much. And I do have several little Easter eggs on here. The car itself is one big Easter egg. Being that it is in the shade of the bluey logos, that way more dog friendly. And then I've got Trey's brand on my passenger side door for the dog dad group. So if anybody's wanting to go check him out, once I pit here in the next probably 10 laps, you'll get a better shot of the car and everything that's on it. These are just the first 3 that I did. I will add others onto this, and this is anybody that I get permission from that would allow me to do this. It's their permission, their company, their brand. They promote how they want to. I'd just be happy to be a voice to it. But you'll see that I've got several things going on in here in the car itself, including, we all know the pink spoiler, who that company belongs to. This is going to be the birthday planner. You have to ask what she does. Go to her page That's the only thing that will do her justice. It's incredible what they do. If I try to explain it, it'll sound like something more out of a movie that somebody wrote about rather than real life. But that is definitely Miss Barkday Planner herself. And then on my driver's side is going to be the Dapper Doggo at sign. Again, when I pit, you'll see it better. And then also, if you go check out my actual channel and go to the post, you'll see other cars and liveries that I've already prepared up for future races that I'm going to be doing. This is not the only one. I've got a 12-hour event. I think, I know I'm doing it, but I think it's in either late February or early March. I'm going to put my calendar up here soon and show that off. And then I'll be consistently doing that. Luckily, after the 12-hour race, I get a small break in long races until June when I will race the 24-hour at Le Mans. And for those of you that don't know that race, think of Ford versus Ferrari. You've seen that movie. That is the race and the whole setup, 24 hours long, straight up, just like the Rolex 24. It's just the race that's actually taking place today is the first race of the season. So they kind of start with the 24 and start with the race and then start with the long one. And then they go back into about 6-hour races, except for the 12 hours at Sebring that the real racing has. Unfortunately, Gran Turismo does not have Sebring loaded up on here. So I'm coming up with a good substitute race for 12 hours. Just not sure which one I want to do yet. But if any of the dog moms are coming, checking in, hanging out, like I said, if you drop your hashtag, drop your businesses on there, or anything you want me to mention out here to help the community grow, as far as for the DFW parent memberships, the dog moms themselves there and here in Dallas Fort Worth, drop me those hashtags. I'll go back in, find them all, and I will put them on each of my each of the cars moving forward, and then make sure I give you several mentions over these races. That way, hopefully, like I said, as my channel grows, it helps you guys grow a little bit too. Like I said, I know I'm not the only one that has a dog sitting right next to him as I'm racing around. I may be right now because they're playing in the ice and snow, but I know I'm not the only one all the time. And I think that we all have that man's best friend. And I want to see if I can't bridge that gap. All right. What's in there?
But the three squads, super experienced. He's got that GTD Pro Championship last year. He won the GTP Championship just 2 years prior to that, with actually express racing before moving back to GT competition. He is stoic. He's got Antonio Garcia. He's got the six-pack down there. I don't think it's over his half, but he's got 6 championships. Yeah, they can't be too much in cruise mode the Corvette, because not far behind there, Marl Engel with that number 75 Sun Energy Mercedes. That's a car and a manufacturer that's always strong here at Daytona. He goes back to GTD, where the Mercedes leads in class with Philip Ellis of Winter Racing. Enjoy this ride for a moment. Into the Le Mans chicane.
Cooper and Maisie, I did not remember adding myself, But those are not on this particular car that I'm racing here today. That is on the Porsche that I'll be racing in the future. So if we need to get more dog moms, more dogs added to that car, keep adding them, or let V know. She'll pass the word on to me, and I'll make sure I get everybody from the group, everybody added onto that car. I want every DFW dog on that car. So y'all pass them along either with me here directly or on the or with V if y'all and then I'll make sure I get it added because I will probably race the Porsche. Yeah, I know I'm racing it in the future. I'm just not sure on which ones I want to swap it out with yet. I'm thinking when I go and race Spa, the Porsche will make its debut because at the Mola in Italy, I'm going to race the a different class of car. But I've already got that one started up as well. But each of the three cars I have right now really support each segment of things that of the group itself. The BMW that I'm racing today is more about you guys, the companies, the small businesses themselves, organizations. The Porsche 911 GT3 is about the community. That's why I added all the dog names onto it. Really talk more about the DFW parent membership group and how to get signed up with that. And then the Porsche GTR, the LMP1 that's on there is going to be more about the adoption side of it with highlighting the North Texas Aussie Rescue. So that's where the three levers are each segments of the group itself and how this community comes together. And you guys will see that here in the next about 5-6 laps here. I'm probably going to go in for the pits, and you'll get a better view of the car. I kind of switch views to kind of show it to you guys. I get so bored driving the cockpit view just because there's nothing really cool to look at. And then the nose one is cool. So you'll see me driving all of them just to kind of readjust my eyes a bit, but that's
sitting in a racing, watching those two Porsches fly by, knowing that he drove one of those cars for a world victory. I don't think Nick was happy about that. But when you reflect back on that season that he and Naz had last year, they were almost unbeatable at the beginning. Won the first 3 rounds, won that first half of the year, and I've never seen a championship season unravel like it did for Nick Tandy and Felipe Nasser to eventually finish third in the championship standing.
And to see their teammates win with Matty Campbell and Matthew Gemini. This happened. This is where we were on board with Kevin Esper. Shot was like, and I feel like Kevin Esper right here got big eyes. Like, oh, I might be able to get my teammate. He squares off the exit. Look at how he backs up in the middle and squares it off to get a perfect run, like standing up a MotoGP bike at the motor exit. He's got to run, but he's got nowhere to go.
Good afternoon. Thanks for coming in and joining the page here. As you can see that I am just at the beginning stages of running the 24 hours at Daytona. While off to my left here, I'm actually watching the real race at the same time. And then also chatting up on my second live stream, which is the driver, me. Nothing much to look at there. But I just wanted to let everybody, just try to get everybody involved best I can. But then they have to show one. Unfortunately, PlayStation 5, the cameras are not available anywhere apparently in the world because I can't even get one online anywhere to make this where I can stream this all in one place right on one big screen. So I have gone ahead and had to do a double screen stream today. Hopefully by the time I get around to my next race, I'll have everything up and running, but that's all based on if I can get my hands on one of the PlayStation 5 HD cameras. But for everybody coming in, checking me out, saying hi, I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I am driving on not only for myself, but on behalf of the dog community here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. My wife and I have been part of it for the last couple of years now, and really have met some wonderful people, great community. Built a small dog dad group even out of it. The group is Dog Mom Jail, is really what we call ourselves, Dog Mom Prison. But I'm just wanting to reach out and bridge the gap between man's best friend and car racing. And I've seen it before, and I'm going to keep mentioning it throughout my stream here until tomorrow afternoon. Bridging that gap between the dog community and online racing. I've seen pictures, like I said, on the Gran Turismo Facebook page. It's a great picture of, just guys sitting there racing that evening, and they got the dog laying right next to them. And I don't know if too many things aren't better than that. So you got your best friend, and you're having a great evening after probably a long day of work, or, if you were in Dog Mom jail too and you got some yard time, you were kicking back and relaxing. So, like I said, if you are dog dad, parent, just have a buddy, you don't want to admit that you've go that deep into things, just come in and say hi, hang out for every once in a while. Come check me out. Again, this is just some low-key racing. Unfortunately, I tried to get a live stream together online this afternoon before the actual Rolex 24 kicked off. And because the manufacturers kept going on, couldn't get any interest. I guess it's also hard to say, hey, will you come join me for 24 straight hours? I don't know too many guys that will do that. So I know one, but unfortunately, PlayStation didn't arrive at the front door in time before the weekend. But I know I'll talk him into it in the future. But thanks for stopping by, guys. Like I said, if you guys want to just say hi, chat it up, bring it on. I'm not moving. I've got, let's see, 23 hours and 57 minutes and some seconds left here. So it's not like I'm going anywhere anytime soon. Oh, dang.
But they'll be coming soon. I'll bet one more lap now. We'll see these guys come a bit late, if not this lap. Energy levels represented on your screen. It is so low. Look top left. That's why they're diving the pit road. And it's so good to get this third stick out of the way as they pit Matt Jochemsen there.
And no changes on the over-the-wall guys for the 7 of Felipe Nasser. One change on the car right ahead, the 6, as Angus Connell has been promoted to the crew chief. So now Twinger moves to the front changer. And you can see.
Oh, no, not the Porsche already.
They're just going to go.
Okay.
AP Racing Fuel going to double stick those tires.
It's just a dual pit. Okay. I was like, oh, come on. My guys can't be out already. Why did they double pit the Porsches? Come on.
The heart of racing, Aston Martin, as in they finished last season very impressively on debut of this Valkyrie program. Had a chance to win at Petit Le Mans, ended up finishing second, but it's been a little bit different challenge. Remember, this is their first Rolex 24. They haven't had quite the straight line pace so far this weekend. Ian James
The team owner said, really, it's just still collecting information. We want to run all 24 hours, score as many points in the season-long championship as we can. I'm going to stay in the car. Think about the two Porsche stands, and I wonder if they orchestrated that change to the lead so that.
All right, so for those of you that were still here hanging out with me, and y'all want to get a better look at the car, again, I'm going in for fuel this time around. I'm also going to do a tire change here just to get ready for the long grind. But you'll get a great look at the car. You'll see everybody's posted up on there. All the decals added in. Like I said, right now I do have my wife, the Dapper Doggo, is on my driver's side. At DogDad _ brand is on my passenger. On the back window is the Nortex's Aussie Rescue. And then on the back fin, well, no introduction needed there. That's the Bart Day Planner. And like I said, go check each one of these pages out, especially if you're got that pup next to you. Come say hi here, hang out. Not going anywhere until 12:40 tomorrow afternoon. I will say that if I all of a sudden do just lose connection and I'm gone, that means that some reason or another, the power has gone out in here in my area. Unfortunately, as many of you know, because it's been national news, is that we got ice around here right now. Snow's not till tomorrow. But Texas is not built for this kind of stuff. So if something does happen, that's what it is, and we're just going to call it. I wanted to purely race with the real stream, which I've got on my TV, and that was the whole point of it. So, if I just straight up disappear, that's what's going on, and we're just going to call it then that was the best shot I could give it my best shot, but we'll just see what the weather outside does here as the night goes on.
Sometimes overlooked, right, is the crowd in the infield. Infield is just electric, and these cars, they're like spaceships. Like if you get up to it close, it's crazy. All the gauges and adjustments the driver has behind the wheel, they're busy. Yeah, no,
all right, time to stop playing though. Let me go get this lead.
Just seeing the double clutches, just all the stuff that goes on, and even talking to some of the team managers, how it's not when you go racing, it's not who's the fastest, how you get around the track. This is a lot of strategy. So seeing how it plays out, and different teammates and riders, it's really cool. And being here in first time at pretty much any car race, it's a lot gnarlier than I thought. I want to know your relationship with this racetrack because it is your home race. There's a love part of it. You won a couple of times here. There's also maybe the hate part of it. You had one of the worst wrecks of your entire career here. What do you think about when you raced here at Daytona yourself? I mean, Daytona's always been special because, obviously with the racetrack, it's unique. It's different than any other circuit. And when the driver, he got out, he was talking to the medical. I'm like, I know that feel. I know where she's going right now. It's a nice little fender over there, but it's always special. And coming here today, my kids are like, oh, they're going to be jumped. And I'm like, no, there's no dirt here. This is where the street part is. And again, being here and from the Supercross to here, all the fans, it just reminds me of home. It's a special place.
Always washes out.
I guess kind of what happens in these situations. That's what's the day's store. So you have to get around here. You got to go around. You got to see different parts of the track. I will tell you, the fans never been here. The amount of cars in the infield, it's like a car show out there. No, it literally is. I mean, we watch it on TV, and when you get here in real life, it's a whole different perspective. And, being here, I mean, it's always nice to see you guys on TV, and all those, but coming here to event and having fans, it's really cool. And especially to be able to share this moment with my kids and just seeing their faces. They don't get like this with Supercross, I'll tell you right now. Like, I guess it's something that they can kind of relate to with the cars. It's really cool.
Well, speaking of, I do tonight at 7, give me the little, as your brother was in that crazy wreck with Barstow right earlier a couple weeks ago. Give me the, what's your analyst say? I ain't going to put you work on like Lee said he would. So give me the heads up what's going on so far, what you expect.
Well, we had a lot of guys switch teams. Eli Tomac, which
I would say it's more the fan favorite. He's a little bit older, but this guy switched over to KTM, and I gotta say he's been the best I've ever seen him look. And the old saying, you can't keep an old.
Hey, welcome in, buddy. Whoever, glad you could join me. Thanks for coming, at least checking me out. Appreciate the view here.
So I gotta tell you, I love your style in the booth. I think it brings some comedy and levity to what Diff and Ricky are doing. Do you have any good stories for us that you can say on the air?
I mean, is this live?
Yeah, it is. Sure, yeah.
We'll wait to the commercial break. If you want to replay it, we can, but not. It's been cool. It's such a family, and Lee's really brought me under his wing and teaching me this, and just like coming here and really understanding there's so much more that goes into the car racing. It's the same thing on TV. So I got a great team. It's been fun.
T-Bell, go ahead.
It's Captain Bell up here in the booth. Great to have you here. I'm just curious watching you because on the racetrack right now, there are drivers that are known for going deep on the brakes, sending it harder into the brake zones than others. You were that guy in your supercross career. Nobody would send it harder or farther than you did, hitting a quad where nobody else would. What is it, or what was it at that time in your inner voice that gave you the confidence to go bigger and push harder than anybody else?
I still try to wonder that now. Like I watch all the old replays of the races, and I know the outcome. And I get scared watching my own self, but I don't know. There was a voice in my head. There's probably no not to do it, but we're all racers, and there's just an aspect of I just wanted to win. So I was pretty much anything goes, anything it took to get it done. That's what I try to do, and a lot of times. Like I said, I ended up in that medical center over there, but it was worth it.
Calvin, go ahead. You have a question.
Yeah, James Calvin here in the booth. Great to see you, mate. And for a race car driver competing at Daytona, winning at Daytona, so especially you've done it a couple of times on two-wheel. What did it mean to you in your career?
I mean, it was huge. The first time I came here was 2004, and I remember winning. In my celebration, at that point, I felt like I had a good chance at winning, so I wanted to do something around, NASCAR, and that's where we went.
And for everybody watching here, and this is for both screens, I've got dual streaming happening here on my channel today. Could not get a PlayStation 5 camera in. Couldn't find one anywhere before this date, so unfortunately I'm having to stream my driver view on me through my laptop, which is on one channel, and then the actual race is on through the PlayStation directly on another. I'm streaming through YouTube, as most of you are seeing now. So if you're figuring it out, I'm answering both chats whenever they pop up. So say hi, come check in. I will have both streaming throughout my entire time. As you can see, the counter at the top there, I've got 22 hours and 47 minutes and 37 seconds left in the day. My live stream did start about within 10 seconds of the regular green flag on TV, streaming the Rolex 24. I've got that on. I'm watching it just as much as I'm racing here. Lost a little time on the game stream as we were having difficulties getting both to pop up, and now I've got that all settled up. We are good to go here now for until 12:40 p.m. Central Time, where I should now be finishing up about a minute now behind the TV. So, yeah, it is what it is. But like I said, for it to be this close, that's pretty cool. So I am following along with both. Like I said, I've got the live race on over here to my left. I got my driver view to the right of me. And then I'm streaming the actual race, my race, through the PlayStation. So come say hi on any chat, hang out, kick back. If you're in the state of Texas, I know you're sitting at home, probably drinking up something that and not doing much anything. So come say hi. I know that Veronica and my wife has got probably all 5 dogs out there taking pictures, building ice balls right now. ice snowmen up, and they're having fun out there right now. So you may see throughout my on my driver's view, you're probably going to see tails coming wagging by over here on my right hand side. And as they come in and chill out, and they will as the day goes on, especially if Sheldon comes in here, you'll see him, you'll hear him more than see him, because I'm sure he'll have one of his squeaky toys, and that's all you're going to hear over me is just that dog going to town. And speak of the devil, here he comes in the room now. So like I said, you're probably going to hear him more than see him. And I'm sure he'll come in here and hang out for a nap, man. That's him right there. What? Hi, Chelly. Hey, bud. Oh, Chelly Monster. Had to come show me his giraffe. All right. Like I said, if you do hear squeaky toys or any chewing, barking, screaming, that's probably 1 or 5 of my dogs that I have here. On the car, you'll see them on the back there. Odie's our youngest. We did rescue him from the North Texas Aussie Rescue here back in, my wife will tell me I'm a liar, but May, I believe, of this year. We were going to foster him, and then because of me, we foster failed, and now he's ours. Then we also have Jack, who we got right before Christmas last year, and he's our second youngest one. We got him from Veronica and I were doing one of her vendor events for the Dapper Doggo out in Pilot Point, and a teenage kid was walking around with little Aussie pups. Yeah, he was bringing it up there because that's where the new owners and them decided to meet. Well, it caught Veronica's eye, and he started showing pictures of the rest of the litter, and I was over there with her, and I went, that one, pick that one. And even though Veronica says she wasn't expecting to bring home a dog or look for a dog, it's a magical thing. We still brought one home. And I called it earlier that morning, and somehow, some way I knew, it's like, you're getting a dog today. I called it. And sure enough, towards the end of the vendor event, they came back up and brought Jack to us. And, well, he's still wreaking havoc and being a minion outside and total chaos gremlin every once in a while. But wouldn't trade him for the world. And then the third one is going to be Luca, named after, some basketball player that played here in Dallas. I heard he was pretty good, but I wasn't sure. And by the way, I am joking. We named and he came to us out of a rescue that Veronica found. I almost believe Craigslist. High anxiety type of puppy, almost was scared of his own shadow type of thing, but he has really warmed up to me and the rest of the dogs. Really just a sweet dog. It's hard to believe that we were his third home. I can't understand it outside of, not knowing the true story of, what the other homes were like. So, and it's okay. Don't need to know. Don't matter now because he's here. So we're happy to have him. And he, like I said, who needs children when you got dogs, kind of thing, because we got 5 of them and they keep as busy as toddlers do anyway. And then then their dogs, those 3 dogs is what we've gotten with while Veronica and I have been together and married. Then it goes back to Maddie, who is my lab when Veronica and I first started dating. She was just a puppy when I got her. She and I have gone through some very dark and very stressful times together. Wouldn't trade her for anything. It was rough going there when she was a puppy, and I was really having a tough time in life itself. But me and her, we got through it, and now she's enjoying the spoils of everything here now. Getting to be a bougie puppy, sleeping in bed every night, getting fed all the pizzas she could eat. Now we've cut her back to a low-fat, non-fat diet, and that poor puppy doesn't know what's going on now. She didn't understand. And then there's old Grumpy down here himself, which he's already introduced himself by knocking my computer around. And that's old Shelly man here, Sheldon. Veronica's had him since before she and I were even dating. It's just now, since Veronica and I have been together, Shelly comes and hangs out with me all over the house. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. If I'm in here playing Gran Turismo, if we're watching the Stars game in the living room, he is always at my feet. And that's where he is right now, actually. He's got his Nerf ball hanging out. And that's probably he'll end up if he doesn't go back under my desk here tonight and go to sleep there. That's where he'll be for the whole entire part of this thing here. For the last 22 and a half hours, Sheldon will be right here on my right-hand side. So those are our 5 pups. And again, wouldn't trade any of them for the world. Veronica wouldn't let me anyway. Some days I'll trade them for a Klondike bar, I say, but at the end of the day, not a chance. But I'm glad to have you guys here supporting my page, come in here, letting the dog moms talk and support themselves up. They really do deserve it. I'm driving this 24 hours, not just to be macho and to say I did it. I did want to come in here and drive for the purpose and race with a purpose, which is what led me into wanting to bring the dog community here in Dallas-Fort Worth and online racing together. I know several guys, I've seen it. They'll in there pouring up a good glass of whiskey or a beer next to them, coming in here in the afternoon and evening and just jamming out some races and having fun, good time. I've also seen a lot of complaining about how guys will rage quit, get so uptight about their driver rankings and things of that nature. And I'll tell y'all, if you are interested in joining this group to come race online, I am not the uptight. This is not an uptight page. This is, I want to get better. I want to race. I want to come in here and have fun. That's what this page is built up around. I've got a 40-hour job. I go to school, I work. We got Dapper Doggo. I don't have time to sit here for 19 hours a day and figure out settings and to learn a track to be good enough to be racing in the world finals in Fiji or in Tokyo or wherever they take place. This is my shutdown time. Come in here, putting the game on, driving around Le Mans, Daytona, Spa, going through any of these daily races, things of that nature, kicking back and having a good time. That's what this channel is for. And also just to kind of, again, bring the dog community into this, I am scheduling it to also follow the IMSA schedule and also the WEC channel or schedule. So my next race would be in place. It'll be a 12-hour race. I am not sure as to which track yet. I haven't decided since the game does not offer Sebring. And so I'm trying to think of a good, fun track that'll be fun to have that's not already on their schedule that we have, so we can race for the 12 hours there. So if anybody that comes in hanging out today, you can think of a good, fun track that's not going to frustrate everybody out. That's not already on the two schedules. Let me know what you think. Where should we run the 12-hour Sebring race? Even though we can't do it on Gran Turismo, I thought about Nürburgring, but I know for a lot of guys that race that's a tough track. I mean, it gets its reputation from it, and I mean and I can't tell you which part of the track. It's on the second third of it. Man, I go through those S turns and whatnot, and I'm overdriving it like crazy, and it just comes out of nowhere. And it just turns into Demolition Derby. I just cannot figure that track out yet. I know that's where the Manufacturers Cup was qualifying today, so anybody that has already done it or going to do it later today, good luck to you. I know it's insane. So anybody's got suggestions for it, man, chime in. Let me know where we should run that 12 hours in place of Sebring. I just can't think of where, considering, because Amola's on the schedule. Well, that's on the game. Spa's on the game. Le Mans on the game. And so I'm racing all of those races already. So I don't want to double a track up since we're already going to be running them. So I'm trying to think of where we could go for 12 hours and run endurance races there. Obviously, today is just the big exciting one, Rolex 24. Sitting here watching it on TV and running simultaneously with here at the same time. The goal is to run for the full 24 hours. And so far, hour and a half in, I'm doing all right. I did run a couple of practice runs. One was a 4-hour one that I streamed just to get some seat time and to build myself up for sitting in one spot for 24 hours. The other one was I just did an offline 6-hour race. Just again trying to, but I never got past or didn't have time this last week to build any more endurance up for myself like I wanted to. So once we get past that 6-hour mark, it's a wild card from there on how this chair is going to start feeling. But like I said, I've been excited to do this. I was hoping my buddy Doug would get in on this, but unfortunately, due to the weather and getting it shipped up there to him, his PlayStation shipped up to him, wasn't able to participate today, but that's all right. I'm going to talk him into other races, and then we'll have some fun. Group chat will get weird later on. It's always fun. It's a blast to hang out with him. But I know he's sitting at home right now, streaming it on Peacock, watching the real one. So, and I always love this race at this time of year. Getting to see the Porsche Rexy, getting to see and watching the GT class more than the rocket cars. I know the hyper LMP1s. Those are the fast ones and interesting watching. That's what the cameras stay on. But man, I love watching the GT classes, both the pro and amateur driver side of them. It's so much fun. Really sucked that the Iron Dames funding finally dried up, and then they are not in the entry this year. So that was disappointing to see. I was hoping that was another team I like to follow. So in the Porsche. Scott, you don't have Horizon, do you? And it's got to be on PlayStation. Or I guess we can crossplay. I didn't know you did this. I think I actually had that downloaded on the system, but once I got Gran Turismo, I put that on the back burner because Gran Turismo to me was more fun. Oh, you're okay. I'm thinking of the other one that's already out. They already have another one that I needed the wheel I have now because I didn't have. I had the Thrustmaster T150 forever. Then Sheldon broke it about 2 weeks ago before. As I was coming up with this whole idea to race it, he breaks my steering wheel. And I was like, oh, no. Luckily, I was able to come in here and get the G29, and that's what I'm racing now. So now I have that. I think I have the full controls for that. If you want to play it, I'm in, buddy. I'll race with you anytime. I'll race with anybody anytime. If you just need a confidence boost, just because to win, you come find me. I'll be happy to give you that confidence boost. I can be competitive and I'll race and have fun with you guys, but I am not over serious about this. This is just because I'm a race fan. I'm here. I love doing this.
Very little downforce, it didn't start very well, but when they got the weight pulled out, got the dive planes on, it was pretty impressive. You're here, you're kind of everywhere when it comes to motorsports. You're trying to explain to the fans what this event is like. You probably could compare it everywhere because you've been everywhere. But Rolex, where does it stack up of all the great things you've been a part of? Well, the big racing is.
Looks like I'm going to have to pull out the big guns here. Not really keeping up with first and second, which is the usual AI case. Usually the top 3 cars are the faster and they're going to run away from me. But then I'll be willing to bet you anything that somehow miraculously I'll catch up to them before the end of the race. I had that happen during my practice race. I accidentally went in, changed the tires, and I put an intermediates on, not my softs that I wanted for the last stint of the race. And it didn't refuel, so I had to go make a full lap on 7/10 of a lap of fuel, come back in, made all of it happen, and then instead of being 40, 50 seconds behind, quote unquote, the AI got caught in lap traffic, and I ended up coming out of the pits 3 seconds behind, passed him, and ended up finishing the race and winning.
But also to a car that is never going to go away. Everyone loves that car. And a massive field of GT guys. It's nuts out there. It really is. There's not a moment of rest for these guys. And that's what makes this race so special. There is really no rest.
So after the 8 hours of Bahrain in November, you said, that's it. Is that ridiculous?
We'll keep an eye out, Scott. Like I said, I'll keep an eye out and see because I get all sorts of emails and updates through PlayStation all the time. So if they've got something out that's competing with Gran Turismo, I'll find out about it.
Let's go a wheel and a gear stick on that. I love that now about cars. I love this has in place, the technology that we have here in IMSA and in WEC is phenomenal. It really is. In terms of the technology that we have inside the car, you're able to do more with the steering wheel than you can in their hot car. We have traction control here. There's many other switches that we do and programming it and what have you. So it's
very busy, which is great. But I also love the old school. I love when you get in the car, there's 3 pedals and a gear stick and a steering wheel, and it's just, there's a real connection there. So I do a lot of historic racing. I've got a T-Type Jag, I've got an E-Type Jag, I've got a couple other things that I love bobbing around in. So yeah, I'm enjoying that. But yeah, I would love to do a truck race if it's possible.
So you mentioned how hard these are to drive. For the fan at home, kind of stack that up. Like, what is a GTP car? Where does it stack up as far as like grip, performance, driver required, all of those things?
Well, they look quick. They look amazingly quick, even stood still these things. It's what makes it really cool. They're such cool cars. And they all look really different, which is nice. They don't all look the same, even though they have very similar regulations. For me, they're not that quick in corners. When you go to the slow speed corners, the GT cars are almost as quick. It's the straight line speed, it's the high speed efficiency of the car that works really well. They're quite heavy. So it's like a big GT car, really. And I think that's why the likes of Estra are so good in these cars, because you have to drive it a bit aggressively. And it's so much fun, the racing. That's the bit I love the most. Whether you like the way the systems are, put that aside, the racing is so good. And that's what it's all about. I don't care what I'm driving. It doesn't matter how quick it is. If the racing's good, that's what matters.
There is something to nationality to, and I'm in the bucket of people that love that class because the lack of all the rules of this, it's the same chassis, same power plant. Line them up, put an 8 driver in, and see who can do the best for 24 hours. There's something magical about that.
There is, and I think you've got professional racing drivers racing in LMP2. You've got silvers, normally the young stars of the future, and then you have the Alps. And from what I heard, there's a guy that's 70 years old, racing in LMP2, and I love that. I mean, obviously, you need to know how much experience these guys have had before you put them in a race like this. So you're doing 200 miles an hour behind them. But I really do like that about this category. But it's funny, it's the only category in the world where I've had my spotter tell me whether the guy in front is an amp or he's a pro. So every time you go behind the guy, it's an amp in front. So now I know how to place my car, what to look out for.
You do a great job on Sky Sports for F1 coverage. I'm curious, how do you see the sport differently now that you're on the broadcasting side versus the driving side?
When I'm in the booth doing commentary, it's like the first remove from driving the car, because I am the first one commenting on what's going on, the adrenaline side, the emotion side, and I really enjoy that. It's obviously different. For me, I'm a speed freak. I love going fast. I love driving whatever I can, but I've had my time. But I love watching from the outside at the moment, seeing how competitive motorsport is and how it's adored by fans around the world. A sport that I've loved since I was 5 years old has such a big following at the moment. I think that's really good to see. And it's trickled down from F1 into every type of motorsport. We have a bigger fan base all around the world in motorsport now, I think, because of that. And it's forever going. And what is great about motorsport is there's so many different types of categories you can watch, right? You've got F1, pinnacle of motorsport, unbelievably quick. Racing, not so easy. And then you come here, and you've got all sorts of different cars. Cars that are a little like spaceships, cars that look like something you've just seen around the corner in a fast food joint. So that's what I love about motorsport. It's mixed. There's something for everyone.
The booth boys have some questions. Miguel, go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, thanks for joining us. I just wanted to tell you that at the top of the show, I circled Felipe Nasr as maybe the best driver in this field. You spent a couple of years when he was in Formula One with Sauber. What do you remember about him at that time? And is the talent that he's displayed at IMSA to win the last 2 Rolex 24s, was that evident back in the day when he was in F1?
It was a long time ago. It was a long time ago that he was in F1. A long time ago that I was in F1. He was very green.
Saw that Acura leading earlier in the race, and I think he thought he was pretty cool there until the Porsches got out of the pits. I am Team Porsche. I love it. It was sad to see Audi get out of the race. I never understood what made them shut their program down. I haven't looked and studied into it, but I would love to know why Audi's not racing anymore.
himself, have confidence in the car, and that does take a bit of time for some people. But he's learned to adapt, and he's had the mental capacity and confidence to do that. Some of us wouldn't be able to when you have a first year in the car is quite tricky. So he's obviously a great talent, but I wouldn't be able to pick for me the best driver out there. There's so many talents.
Hey, if someone's still watching here, I'm just curious, if you're watching the real Rolex 24, can someone give me the status update, or if anybody knows where Rexy's racing right now? You can see that he's not in the top 5, but I was just curious on how they're running so far.
I was wondering why my house was taking so long. Now I'm a fire victim.
Now it's got like 3 bills because we lost them all in the fire. Yeah.
I will be speaking to Jamie.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, always fun hanging out. Thanks for coming out. All right, Pat Yoakum.
Well, Marty, strolling down Gillette, I walked into the Cadillac Racing Wayne Taylor pit stall, and I bumped into one of the coolest car guys, also has the greatest job, Mark Royce, General Motors, the president of such an iconic brand. You love racing ever since you were a kid. Can you describe just the emotions of seeing this grid overflowing and just the cool vibe?
Yeah, I mean, this is my favorite race today, I gotta be honest with you. So coming down here and seeing this grow, since, some of the prices stuff.
Good afternoon. Good to see you here. Well, thanks for joining the page and at least coming and saying hi. I do appreciate any support for the channel and then also for the DFW dog community. So I do appreciate you at least stopping by and coming and checking it out.
Seeing a little bit of positivity there in terms of downforce and barrel drag. So it's an exciting time to see what the cars can do, and I just couldn't be happier to be here, Matt. So thank you.
And there's so much excitement about the brand globally. You've got so many cool things in the.
So those of you that are just joining in here and catching up here, I started this race within 10 seconds of the actual green flag with the Rolex 24. Due to technical difficulties, we had some with the stream. It's going to show that I was in and out, but we have been racing now for an hour and 42 minutes. Again, the original clock was 10 seconds originally, but due to those difficulties, I had to pause the stream and pause the game, pause it up for a second. So now I'm about a minute or so behind the regular race, which I'm so we are just getting started here. Obviously, we are in for a long one. I am just kind of setting up, cruising around right now. Nothing forced, nothing major. I was as far as a minute down earlier as I was talking to the chats. So just going to try to get caught back up here to the leaders before I have to go pit the next 11 laps. But hey, I'm here. Hit me up if you want to. Come say hi. We'll talk racing. Anything you want to do. Yeah, Scott, I'm talking on both streams. My headphones are talking to the TV, which is directly into the PlayStation. And then anything you're hearing out of my webcam is my laptop. You're just catching mic and sound from that. Stupid PS5 cameras not being in stock after Christmas. Once I get that, this will be a lot easier because then I can just do it all on one screen and have everything going on right on the TV itself. It'll look a little better too. I know that most coming in, checking out, it kind of looks funny, and it is. but I really wanted to just be able to get on here and stream this up for my canine buddies, including Panda. Oh, and have you adopted Rocket yet, Scotty? Are y'all gotten that official yet? Because it's about time.
Michelin recommends TireRack.com as your source for the Pilot Sport family of tires. Learn more at TireRack.com/pilot.
Don't go silent, Scott. I need to know an update on Rocket. Plus, V's been bugging me.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance.
I hear that Rocket's going to be in the Puppy Bowl event here on Saturday before the Super Bowl. Yeah, I know it's going to happen. You can drop the probably. I know it's going to happen. One thing about myself and the other dog dads as part of the DFW parent group here, we're in denial about a lot of things. My wife is trying to talk me into a sixth dog, and there's a couple of fosters that the other dog moms in the group are helping the North Texas Aussie Rescue out with. And she has been begging and going, I want another. And I'm like, no, we got 5, and they're all crazy as it is. But it's one of those is that I hang out with these dogs. I know how they are. I know how they react to mine. So would they be a good fit? Yes. But that is 6 dogs in a house. While both of us are very, very busy, especially when we get into the vineyard season coming up here, starting just a few weeks. I know the Dapper Doggo will be back on the road through the spring. I don't know if she will be doing, if we'll be doing the summer here in Texas. If anybody lives here, that's a big no-brainer. No, but because 110 is 110. I don't care where you live, and I don't care dry heat, Phoenix or Arizona. I don't care. It's still 110. Miserable. And that dirty little Mustang, I'll tell you what. You spun me out earlier. The AI is almost as dirty as a open lobby room anyway. So it's like really isn't much different. So, and just for the other races coming up here, if you are part of the Gran Turismo community and you're a racer and like coming in and hanging out and racing around, obviously, and you got your man's best friend puppy dog sitting next to you or your cat, doesn't really matter. Leave the pet's name in the chat. I am making a car livery, especially for that. I'm literally, it is not going to have Monster Energy or any of the normal racing stuff. I'm literally going to be making an entire livery purely on everybody's pet names. Just like I said, that's why I'm doing 24 hours today. It's not because I saw one guy do it or now a couple complete it or something like that and go, okay, well, I'm going to macho up and do it the same way. No, I want to bring the dog community and that we're part of here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and racing together. And there's no reason for us not to be able to do it. I mean, we all have, if you have a pet, they're usually probably, if they're not crawling all over you while you're racing, they're laying right next to you. And so I really would like to bring them together. And if you are, wanting, I know I've got some ideas out there for, ours is when I'm in here racing and whatnot, that I don't know, put Team Porsche bandanas on all our dogs. Or if you are an F1 fan, if you're watching this and you are a Lamborghini, Ferrari, Mustang, Corvette, if you're any type of the manufactured race teams and you want to get your dog one so that way he can have it on when you're racing or watching a race this season, as the season now progresses on after these first 24 hours here at Daytona, hit my wife up for it for sure. She just actually did a set of bandanas for NASCAR. A lady that we met while at one of these vendor events, I believe it was her son, works for 2311 Racing. And she just did up a bandana so that he can put it on his dog out there, and hopefully spread that around the race shop. They have no idea if that's going to happen. They have no expectations of it. She's a really sweet lady, really awesome. Was talking NASCAR with her, but I was like, that was a great opportunity to kind of break into the racing scene here. So we'll see what that comes out of anything. But if you're on here, you got your dog next to you, like I said, and you're thinking anything for the F1 season starting off here soon. NASCAR kicks off, obviously, here at Daytona on Valentine's Day for the Daytona 500. Anything you can think of that you would want racing related and you just got an idea, hit my wife up on her page. That's at the_dapper_doggo_. Hit her up on her page. Just kind of give her an idea, visualization of what you're thinking. And she can put something together for you and get that sent out to you. And then that way you can always start posting up pictures and showing me, sharing it up, that, being part of the community. You may not be in the DFW area, but you're more than welcome to be part of that community, especially. So, hit her up if you're interested at all.
Couple of wins that Rockets led as a team, but his fourth in the championship was a solid group. They don't have Lars Gensing, their long-term engineer. It's been many boots since we haven't seen him at the racetrack for almost 20. That's Daniel Serra in the 62, shoving his way inside the house, and he has the position at the apex. We'll see how the BMW pulls back. But you can see Serra was flashing the high beams and coming through with authority. The 41-year-old out of Sao Paulo.
And see, as I knew it, lap traffic's going to get in the way. I was a minute down to the leader when I went to go pit. And now I've gotten within 36 seconds again. I love just how this AI works in this game. It's sometimes it's just funny. But, today isn't so much about winning. Obviously, it's a custom race. I set it up to my settings. This is just about watching the clock there at the top tick down to 0. And completing this, hanging out with you guys. I don't plan on breaking out the whiskey and beer tonight, but it'll probably be Monster and then probably insomnia, exhaustion. Something will kick in where it gets a little goofy around here, tonight. If you're actually new to all of this and wanting to check out the race, it's streaming on Peacock. It's under IMSA, ISMA, under the sports tab. They'll be running it again next 24 hours. And now I haven't been paying attention to my TV much, but I haven't seen too many commercials come through Peacock. And so, limited commercials, a lot more racing. And like I said, right now, the TV stream and the broadcasters are just doing their normal broadcasting, just milking out 22 hours of racing coverage. To me, it got funnier in the last recent years as I've watched it over again and watching it live. What made me laugh was the night coverage if they use commentary, because you can tell these guys have been up, they've been getting to the track, trying to get and they just have run out of things to talk about. And sometimes, depending on who they are, it gets entertaining and funny. I will admit it. But I love nighttime racing when we get to it. It's after the fireworks go off at the track while these guys are racing, which is cool in its own right, because the racing doesn't stop, but they're blasting about a 10-minute fireworks show out from the infield of the track. And you'll see the cars sometimes, depending on if the wind's blowing or not, hitting the track, hitting the cars. It's just kind of that 10 minutes of chaos. But then the real fun racing starts, and that's the nighttime. Drivers are on their second, third stints, exhausted already after maybe a 4-hour nap, a sandwich, and prep to get back in the car and do it again. Lucky them, they get to get out of the car. But this is one of my, once it hits nighttime, it's my favorite time. The cars look really cool. They get the neon glows coming out of their cars, so the spotters on the top of the grandstand can see them still. They got the yellow headlights on the GT class, which is still my absolute favorite look. This is why I started this race today with the GT3 class, just so I could see the yellow headlights. I will race. I've got an LMP1 Porsche that I'll probably race at Imola in the future race. The 6 hours in Imola, I'm going to race that. Probably the LMP1. I've got a Porsche for Spa, the GT3 911. And then I'm deciding on which one I want to race in June for the 24-hour race at Le Mans. I thought about doing an old school GT40 and working on a setup for that one. Thought about doing the Living Legend, not the souped up Living Legend Porsche, but the old one, just like in Ford versus Ferrari. Bringing that one back in, customizing that up again for nostalgic reasons more than winning the race itself. I can't decide how I'm going to run that one, but I got time on that one. But for sure, the next couple will be the LMP1 car that I've got already in my channel here. You'll see it in the post. You see the liveries, what I've already got kind of started there. And then you'll see the Porsche GT3 in there as well. And that's the one that I've got more highlighting the community here in Dallas-Fort Worth. It's got all of the dog names that of the community on the front end of the car, the hood. And then, again, if I'm forgetting anybody, if someone needs to get added on there, or for any dogs, especially if you are here at Gran Turismo, following me on this, and you've got a pup, just send me a message. It doesn't matter if you follow the page. I would like for you to subscribe to the page, comment, but send me your dog's name. I will add it to the livery of the car. Like I said, just joining the two communities here. So, and that's the plan for this. The whole plan for my Gran Turismo channel on YouTube and racing here. The reason I'm racing the first 24-hour race, one, because, again, I'm going to say it 900 times tonight, I love the Rolex 24. Bucket list is to go and watch that race live and experience the whole 24-hour process. Once I become a millionaire and somehow have a lot of free time, then I'll worry about trying to get over to France and watching the 24-hour Le Mans. But that's probably not happening anytime anywhere in the near future or even the far future. But you'll see here as we come into the pits, I've got several Easter eggs on the car itself, and like I said, you'll see bluey on here. You'll see that it is the color of bluey. You'll see the roof of the car. A little too early possibly to get into that side. Talking about the roof, that's a pretty deep little piece I added onto it. Maybe later I'll explain that one. But the reason behind the bluey livery, and I don't have kids. Veronica and I have 5 dogs. Those are our kids. But it makes it special with bluey because the dogs can interpret the colors of each character used in the cartoon. They can actually see those. And yes, it's made for kids and all of and whatnot. It's a cartoon on Disney. But I really found that to be an amazing touch. And I did not know that fact until here recently, quote unquote. But that just kind of made them a little bit more special in regards to all of that. And so I was like, you know what? We'll really get into the community here. I'll get the car made into bluey. I'll make sure that we, get the dogs involved somehow. And like I said, you're going to see them on every single car that I have. My 5 plus any of them on the community. In my post on my channel here, you'll see the other 2 that I'm already working on. And every day it's like something else pops in my head that's dog related, or it's part of the DFW community, dog community here. Then I go, you know what? I'm going to go add that. I'm going to do that. So I'm sitting here in the evening sometimes, not even racing. I'm just messing with different designs and playing around on it. But again, anybody that's showing up and just checking it out and watching, welcome to the page. I really appreciate you guys stopping by. Just again, this is just supposed to be a fun channel, nothing high strung, and good fun, clean racing. I'm too old to get an ego about this game, and I don't remember Gran Turismo or PlayStation sending checks in the mail, so I guess I'm not that good. So not good enough to be mad. So like I said, if you're looking for a good channel that you want to come hang out, get in the party with, chat on the PlayStation here, get a nice little, maybe even a little league together and race on league nights. We can come up with an agreement. Let me know. Hit me up on, add me on PlayStation under a K9 Endurance Racer. Hit me up on YouTube and let me know if you have any interest in that. Like I said, I refuse to get mad about something I'm not getting paid to do, especially when it comes down to essentially, I know I'm going to insult people by saying it's the simulator / video game. I know I'm going to get, somebody's going to chime in and go that it's a video game. No, in retrospect, this is a open market public racing simulator. This is beyond just a video game. So again, you guys, if anybody chimes in, sees this throughout the day, comes and chimes in, wants a good chill channel, come hang out, please do. Hit me up, leave me a message. I'll be happy to add you in, get you, and we can start a party here at next race. And I believe the next one is 12 hours at Sebring, but I'm going to have to come up with another track for that race. We're going to race the 12 hours, and I believe I saw that it starts 9-10 a.m. that morning in February, whichever day. I got to go check that out and get that scheduled up. and go from there. Like I said, if you're interested, don't be shy. Hit me up.
Yep, I believe we have a full course caution. Yes, we do. How about that? That flat tire.
Yeah, Daniel Serra and the recent competizione Ferrari. What a shame. Yeah, I think that's, I'm afraid it's a lot more than just a flat tire.
Ooh, that Ferrari's toe up.
So must have been deep contact. We left seat damage just behind the driver's door there on the quarter panel. But guys, while this was happening, out of the corner of my eye from the helicopter shot, I was watching one of the Porsche Penske lap slower GTD. Watch this. Sure if that's the 7 or the 6 gallons, the 6 indeed. He's right here. There's lane to see two inches work. That was super sketchy moment. Colton, you're watching one of your competitors there lap, the slower traffic there with the GTD. I mean, how many times are you told to just take it easy and protect the equipment and end up in a situation like that?
I've enjoyed watching.
He's like, whoa, that was a little bit much.
Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to yourself, oh, it's a long race, take it easy, and then you put
Hi, guys.
kind of straight into the psychopath. Me included. Everybody has a case of that, and I guess that's why we do what we do.
If there are times of the day, 24-hour period, you're more of a psychopath than us.
At the end, yeah, in the nighttime when you think nobody's watching, nobody can see you, maybe you get a little risky, but everybody has the same goal, just to get some morning and get to the race. But when you put that helmet on, it gets tempted sometimes to go for some of those crazier moves.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. Always fun hanging out, man. You will be in Sebring, to confirm.
Yep.
In the Instacart. That's going to be great to see him there. But I think I speak for all North American motorsports, man. We're rooting for this guy to get in that F1 car someday. Hopefully get in that Cadillac.
Can't wait to see those first FP1 sessions. Hey, real quick, Colton, I've got a quick question for you. When you first came here, you won on debut for Team Rahal and Lanigan in the then GP11 category. And I remember you were only a teenager and you got the Rolex wristwatch, so it wasn't the colour design and the type that you liked. And now you're a little bit older and you've matured more. You have more appreciation for this event and the watch and what it means holistically.
After losing a lot of years, I was spoiled. I came here, I won, and I was like, man, this stuff is easy. And now
it's not.
No, it's not. No, I keep getting my butt handed to me here. So I'm trying to be back for one more win and hopefully go for all.
I think what you've done in the Cup 8 and all of the variety of cars you've raced here in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championships will equip you well to take on those wild men in the F2 series. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. So good luck.
Colton is Calvin here in the booth. You talk about being careful in traffic and you put your helmet on and everything changes. How much does the team and Wayne Taylor especially drill into you? We call him one of the keys to victory, curbing the enthusiasm through that Le Mans chicane. How much lap time can be gained? How can it affect the race car later in the going?
Yeah, I mean, look, these cars are so strong nowadays that you can get away with a lot more, even than what you could do 10 years ago, I know everybody says it, but it really is a sprint race now. You can do.
Hey, thanks you so much for stopping by. And
Curb strikes are hard hitting.
do appreciate you at least stopping and saying hi.
You don't want to, though. You want to be the fastest and the cleanest. So that's the goal. But if you do kind of make some mistakes in your run, it's not the end of the world now, where it might have been 10 years ago.
By the way, since Cal brought that up, how's the Wayne Taylor experience been only a few days in for you?
It's been great. I love driving with them. I love driving for Wayne and Cadillac. It's been a joy. My teammates have been awesome. Louis did a great job qualifying P2, and Jordan's in the car now doing a great job. I'll be in when he's done after these 2 kicks, and I'm excited for him.
All right, Dan, always fun hanging out with Colton.
You'll go get a Colton. Okay, we need to tell you more about the recent competizione Ferrari. There it is there. It's on the flat there. What a shame. You're talking about one of the most legendary teams in all of American sports car endurance racing. Giuseppe Risi's organisation. Have a look at this.
through the grass. What a wild ride for Daniel Serra.
Gotta think he was side by side with somebody through the turn 2 gig that lost that battle. There's the contact.
So it hits the Triassic Ferrari.
But that was just rejoining in turn 3, so he went for a monster ride. You saw one of the Rolex signs there displaced with the sandbags out.
Cool, coming through turn 2, it just can't get it really down. And basically ends up at the apex of speed.
I mean, that's about a 1,000-foot ride through the grass to get there. Something's going on here with the 6.
Hey, how we doing, guys? Thank you so much for stopping in, coming to check it out. You can see we're just at the beginning. Nothing too exciting yet. Obviously, won't. I got a feeling like when I first started the stream here today, I got a feeling my witching hour will be between about 4 a.m. here Central Time. I think that's where the make or break will happen for me. Because I usually stay up about that long anyways during the Rolex 24, catch a nap, and then come back and finish the morning and the end of the race out. This is the first year I've ever raced with it at the same time. So hopefully between the real race and watching here on and racing on here, maybe that'll be just enough to keep the brain busy to keep me up all night. We're going to find out because, like I said, I think about 3 or 4 o'clock. It's whether I'm going to go to bed or I'm going to make it. It's going to be one of those two options. Not really. I've been looking forward to this race for a while now, coming back around and then popping the crazy idea to even attempt this. It's one of those, I'm so amped about doing it that adrenaline alone may get me through.
We're always searching for new air to breathe.
And for any of you racers coming in, anybody that does actually play and race on Gran Turismo, I did put a live lobby out for this race, and I waited till about 12 o'clock Central Time before I had to cancel it out. I know that the Manufacturers Cup is happening today. Qualifying there, I know that was probably going to take up most of everybody's day. Plus, only crazy people want to sign up for a solid 24-hour race. So I get it. If you're interested in possibly getting in on my other races, I will be following the schedule throughout the season here. I believe the next one's the 12-hour in Sebring in March. I think I saw the 21st, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. That will, since Gran Turismo does not have Sebring in the game, I'm coming up with an idea for another option that's already not a racetrack that we would race anyways. So if you guys have a good fun track that was good to run 12 hours on in place of Sebring, post a comment in here and let me know, because I'm kind of racking my brain and I have one idea. It's not a good one because I have seen so many comments on the track, how hard it is. I've raced on it. I am not good on it. It's demolition derby for me, especially when that tight, I think it's around the second third of the track. It starts S-curving, twisty, turny. I overdrive it so hard. I've just never gotten my timing down yet there at Nürburgring. That's where I was thinking about running the equivalency to the 12 hours at Sebring. I thought about Laguna Seca, keeping it in the U.S., which I think is a good option. But I think the track itself is too short to run the 12 hours at to run the 12 hours there. So thought about Laguna Seca, thought about Nürburgring, Monza. I like that more of a sprint style race than a endurance race, so I kind of backed off on that one. So anybody that has any idea of where to race it, that Gran Turismo offers that is a good endurance 12-hour racetrack, let me know. Again, I keep bouncing ideas through my head on where to go, but I will be running the 6 hours in the Mola. I'll be running 6 hours at Spa. I will run those other races that are offered in Gran Turismo in conjunction with those races themselves. And we'll string every one of them and having fun with those on this side of things. Outside of something I can't predict at this time, that's the plan. So we're just starting off our season here today and obviously into tomorrow, running the Rolex 24, and then we'll just go on from there. Yeah, so I can understand people not wanting to race 24 hours solid, especially when there's not much quote unquote credits for it, or the driver ranking doesn't change or whatever. Those things aren't important to me on that front. I enjoy just being on here, kicking back and racing. And so if you're interested in signing up for any of those races, join my channel. Once I have a little bit of time, I will go on there, dig into the schedules from WEC and IMSA, and then load them up, as those will be future streams themselves. I do also, in between, will race online. So you need another racer to fill a grid or need whatever the case is, let me know on that too. Add me on PlayStation. I'll be happy to come in and race with anybody.
Even at the Raw, they have that Scotch Day on the Saturday. That's just massive. With being just big trains of cars trying to get to the event. There's just massive momentum in the championship right now. We're taking back to what's called the Team Lamont. We didn't make it to the broadcast. I mean, we're 50 miles away and had to have a golf cart coming.
Think of leaders in that Audi Evo. I raced one here over at practice, and he was leaving me behind. It wasn't until I went to like Fuel Map 1 medium tires that I finally was able to catch him.
Yeah, the team brought Lawrence back down. They said we need more tape on that right side. There's a pretty big gap and a big hole just in front of the right rear tire. So Lawrence is now down and away, but they spent another precious couple of minutes getting that tape back up. Also, some of the side skirt on the right side as well with that contact in the LP2 car.
Yeah, I think it's so important, Chris, to really make sure that fix is done correctly. I'll never forget, years past, we've seen Kip Ganassi racing gear ratios in the first couple of rounds of the race. They realized that the wind had the wrong gear stack in, chain rear camber shifts and things like that. You really are tuning this car, and right now it's damaged. They're trying to fine tune and make sure that fix is absolutely 100%. You don't want that gash in the body work on high speed. That'll create some drag. They know it's got to get that.
All right, Scott, sounds good, buddy. Yep, you know where I'll be.
These cars are very modular, like a Lego set in some respects, but it's very hard to change that side part.
And welcome to anybody that's joining in, checking in here today on either channel. I do have 2 streams going on. One is just this camera on my laptop, just facing me. And then the other one, there's another stream going on that you can actually see the race on PlayStation directly. Unfortunately, and I do not have and cannot find the PlayStation 5 HD camera to plug in to combine both up on one screen. That is a plan of mine in the future, as soon as they somehow find their way back to a shelf somewhere. And then that way I can just have everything on the TV screen and look at one thing, pay attention to one place, and have it all easier to watch. that is the plan. It's just unfortunately it didn't happen before today. But I do appreciate everybody stopping by and checking it out.
To tell you the truth, we can take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
For whatever comes your way, there's a weather tech.
Take a closer look at Daytona International Speedway, the World Center of Speed, located about an hour's drive north of Universal Studios down in Orlando. But this is the ultimate ride of 2.5 miles up on the high banks with just over a mile on that tricky infield section. Really fast around this place. It's actually about 205 miles an hour. It's a T machine right there. And then very tricky brake zone down into turn one. Oh, but turn one is fabulous. There's so many different ways to take this corner. You can run it tight on the inside, shorten up the distance, or you can arc that brake zone to the high side. Turn 6, I'd argue, probably the most difficult corner on the racetrack to get right. It's bumpy across the middle, bumpy as you try to lay down the power, but this is really what distinguishes Daytona. Yeah, you've really got to thread the needle there through the Porsche chicane. Tom further talked about with his current field, he can use those curves a little bit, maybe gain a little bit of extra lap time from that, but that really sets up the flying run at the start-finish line. That was the Ford Performance Track Tour. And we give you more images high above the world center of racing. You're giving a new title there, Making creative life.
I think I see my rental credit. Trademark that or something? I think I see my rental credit in code.
Yeah, mine did last year. Oh, man. So with his teammate out of the way for now, Endlauer will have a Cadillac and an Acura right behind as they come back to green. Look at this acceleration. This is awesome. The raw power of these GTP, the Premier Class prototype. Back at it. Look at that number 60. That's AJ Allmendinger. He's on there. Acura. The Dinger is back at the Rolex 24, and he's ready to play. He's up on the wheel early. Julian Andlau there aboard the number 7 car out front. Ricky Taylor getting some heat from behind the Beachley from Alex below. Both the Meyer Shank Acuras are on the move. That was big. Alex, what a talent is. Just taking no time to adapt to a different race car. But you think about these conditions right here, cold tires, restart, totally favors Alex Palou and his precision. On the top side, you'll see the 04 CrowdStrike car once again with issues. George Kirk still behind the wheel. Remember, he got hit from behind in the first corner on the first lap. I don't know how he got off here in turn 5, but it has been a tough day. They still ride a lap down from the field, and now he's at the back. We'll take a look and see how this happens. Turn 5, where's the exit looking back? And was it by himself there on the braking? You said relatively tall tires. It just gets caught out a little bit. On forward with him here. Charges in, saw the field stacking up in front of him. Probably just gave it a little bit more
brake pressure, your nose dives down a little bit just as you're turning at the same time.
Never driven a go-kart, locked up the rear axle. That's what it sounds like. The RPM goes from, say, 5,000 down to 0. If that axle locks up and George Kurtz was not able to get the brake release in time to save it, as the 123 Porsche up in smoke on the apron. Maybe a tire to the right rear. Certainly looks like it. Now Pickens is excited and Lindsay's away home. We don't need to expect to see the caution, but we'll see what plays out.
That Porsche blew up. That's a garage and go home. Unless they can rebuild that engine within a couple hours, but that's Porsche. You can't really do much with that engine, so I don't know what they do in this case. But he looked like he done.
I'm not sure if I'm smart enough to drive this. He said they had to be a 27-stage book just for the steering wheel. I was like, he said every time I go in the car, there's something new on the wheel. But he said, I like it. It's going to be fun. I'll do my best. It's a highly digital interface and experience between driver and car in the GTD category. There are so many parameters that you can adjust electronically to change the handling of the race car, how the power is delivered to the rear axle between the hybrid system and the ICE motor. And it looks like no caution for now, but now that outer tire tread fully departs the 123 Porsche, but that's out of harm's way, that's below the apron. I don't think that will bring out a caution at this point. The Lexus on the move a little bit. Looked good in terms of qualifying at an early pace, but something that 14 was starting to try and make some moves there, Townsend. Yeah, Kyle Kirkwood, unfortunately, a lap down. They've really been struggling for pace between the 12 and the 14, as you see the Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan, number 59 McLaren, unfortunately in the garage. Gary Phipps was at the wheel at this time, and there's not a whole lot of urgency there.
No, it looked pretty leisurely, like maybe game over. We'll have to wait and see. I did speak to the team about what may be the weak link in that car. They said turbo certainly has only been a bit of an issue, but they should be good if they're freshened up right before the get-go. But certainly a very promising debut. Had excellent pace here this weekend. Qualified the car ultimately second with the BMW being moved to the back post-qualifying.
On board with Kyle Kirkwood, a four-time winner in the IndyCar Series. I talked with Kyle's team owners, Jimmy Vassar and James Sully Sullivan, last night. I said, listen, I know you guys are not that quick down the straightaways, but what's the goal? And they said, listen, we're just trying to have our first finish with two cars at Daytona without any issues for the things we can control. That means drivers don't hit anything, no mistakes in the pits. Even if we're not a top 5 or even a top 10, we will be proud. It will be career best in terms of execution. They're trying to gamify what's a difficult situation and just execute as a team. So far, they're pulling it off.
Well, this is interesting because it seemed to me that he had equal speed compared to the Porsches that are up in front of him. That BMW is all over him a little bit right now. So again, this is really the litmus test when we get in race conditions to see how the BOP is working out, all of the changes. A number of these cars have had Evo kits on them in GTD as well, and GTD Pro with the Ford and the Porsche, for example, having revisions since last year, and the Ferraris for that matter.
I think the greatest, concern, straight line that I heard so far when I got here was between Porsche and Lexus. There to just find that pace. But Porsche's had, compared to when that thing first showed up, the 992, it's had quite a bit of weight added. It now runs at 1356 kilograms, and ironically, that's the exact same weight for Lexus. But Amanda Turner Motorsport 96 with that really interesting livery, leading the way in GTD with Patrick Gallagher.
That liquid violet livery, you can always tell it's Turner BMW of that 96 BMW Calvin. You were talking about how he was right on the back of that Lexus. I was talking to Will Turner. Patrick Gallagher wanted to know who was around him on this restart. Robbie Foley was reporting back during his stint that everyone is so racy out here right now. It's just been a couple hours into this race. He reported, what are they doing out there? So a lot of action already in this class. But when I talked to Will Turner about this BMW, said we are settling into a groove. We like what we see. When I asked him what he was thinking, he was like, I'm trying not to think it all, Amanda. But as we know, guys, he's always thinking about tacos.
It certainly is. They love to celebrate their big wins over the years. As he went podium last year, the team that finished second in 2024, that was certainly not what they were looking for. Finished fourth 3 times. They're knocking on the door, but they really seem to get into their stride mid-season. They're very optimistic. They've revamped their engineering squad a little bit over the off-season as well, so they come out the blocks very strong. Patrick Gallagher behind the wheel, and this is the interesting dynamic that you get into, Townsend, where you have the GTD leader going up against GTD Pro cars. How much risk versus reward do you play at this early phase of the race?
And even though they're different classes of cars, there's no requirement for anybody to do anything, one class to the next. So it is a fierce battle. If you think 21 in GTD and 15 cars in GTD Pro on the racetrack, it basically races like a 36-car field in one group.
In GTD Pro, Seth Brio leads the way for the Ford Multimatic group at the practice of Ford Mustang 1-2. Pretty good going there. Patrick Gallagher leads GTD. TJ Hyatt and then Julian Atlaw overall.
What is it that makes an SUV extraordinary?
Is it the capability to throw a little mud around?
That's a classic.
What about putting safety first?
Okay, that's smart.
Does it need to be roomy enough for the family? I have no idea who these people are.
Just pretend.
What if it's all that and more?
Well, it's got to be the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid.
Here's your answer.
Somewhere on a stretch of road in a town you've never heard of, there's a Chevy truck. And the person who drives it, well, that's a Chevy person. You probably know one. Your buddy, your sister. The ones who always show up.
Yep, let's go.
They don't need permission to get going. They're the first to rise, the last to leave. They all have that little extra sometimes. And maybe you got it too.
It all starts at the plant. Fix-It Fuel brings outdoor power equipment back to life. 50-to-1 premix delivers better starts, better performance, and equipment health. Our lubricants are built for extreme performance in the toughest conditions. When it matters most, choose VP Racing small engine fuels and lubricants.
It's the Racing on NBC Sports is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By WeatherTech. Auto One Bet. Find your bid at WeatherTech.com. And by Ford Racing. So the countdown is on in earnest right here. I think it was ready to sign the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
You think Flavor Flav sees that Rolex clock and thinks,
I could do something.
I can hang that around my neck?
Look at this savage battle going on here between both GTD Pro, designated by the red wing end plates and the red mirrors, up against GTD.
Gallagher's right in the thick of it in that Turner Motorsport BMW.
Yeah, and he's got similar issues to what he had with the Lexus now. He's got a couple of GTD Pro Porsches now in front of him. He's got to figure out a way. He can't afford to relax too much because
Rexy, there he is. There's good old Rexy. The classic Porsche Rexy. I love that thing. I knew they had to bring it up and talk about him. I'm sure they're talking about the Beamer 96 right now in that team, but I love seeing Rexy on TV anytime I get.
So smart there is his reading his race car in the brake zone. He's going to take no risk getting close to his teammate. He knows he's going to draft up on the straightaway. He's saving fuel. He's protecting his car. And that's the sign of a guy that's been doing this a very long time at a high level. Great decision from Garcia. Will he pop out here? I'll bet he'll do the same thing. He'll start to ease off a little bit. Leave his teammates some room in the brake zone. While we watch these guys go out and updating you on in GTD Pro, penalty handed down to the 75. That is the Sun Energy 75 Express. For failure to adhere to state energy requirements. Another update in GTD Pro, we go to Chris Wilner and talk about Rahal Letterman Lanigan.
Yeah, Lee, and unfortunately, you do not want to be back in the paddock this early in the race, and that's where this 59 McLaren is sitting right now. Just checked in with the team. They've got a bunch of crews with computers hooked up to it. As you look at the onboard shot top of your screen, they're trying to diagnose a power issue. That's all they were able to really develop to me. So they're still trying to look into possibly what the issue is. But this team had a lot of promise, of course, the partnership with RLL and McLaren debuting here at the Rolex with a bunch of single-seaters, even a driver like Max Esterson, who's got an iRacing background before going sports car racing. So there was a lot of promise. They qualified second, but unfortunately, McLaren sitting stagnant here back in the garage here as they continue to
Wow, that's a wild ride. That is the imaging Lamborghini. That was crazy. And that is young Graham Doyle behind the wheel. That was very similar to what happened with Jack Aitken.
Yeah, I tell you what, the team was pretty abusive in the natural ability of this young man, and that was on display right there.
Good catch, good escape, good fortune. Meanwhile, up front, there's less than 1 second between Julian Adlauer and Alex Below. And then Ricky Taylor's in third. Armending has made his way up to the fourth. Here's the replay.
I'm sure what happened there, maybe a little wide at the apex. And even at this point in the race, Cal, we're only 2.5 hours in. You can get marbles picking up on the outside of the kink, so you miss that apex of the kink, get a little wide, all of a sudden almost hard to start to walk right off the track. But great heads-up job, keeping his eyes high, his hands soft, and guiding that Lamborghini back on the track.
That's the key, not the panic, because we've seen a couple of times already in this race, just wide out, make the smart move. A lot of times we don't know when these cars are double spinning tires. We don't get that data and that information. So sometimes if you may be in the middle of a second spin on tires or just got fresh tires on one side of the race car, we talk about side bets as one of the keys to victory. That can play a factor as well.
Hey guys, welcome in. Appreciate you for coming by and stopping in to catching that glimpse right now. You can see I'm still early. Nothing exciting yet. Long way to go.
Should be flat out if things are balanced with your arrows at him. So the BMW teammates going at it there a moment ago, Sheldon Van Winger, heading, and then both the 25 and 24, they run 7th and 8th somewhat different to where they were 12 months ago. Here is the Heart of Racing Aston Martin Valkyrie. Currently running 11th and the Roman D'Angelo.
This car team. Beautiful sound, fan favorite. Spectacular looking car, but the sound is awesome.
Continue to learn this car. It's not yet 1 year old when they debuted at the Motor 1 12 hours in Silverton last year. So, first all they coming for this car. And they're quite excited to go back to the city track so they can start, learning over again when they've got some notes in the book, so to speak, on some experience. But this will be a great learning experience here.
Absolutely. Incredible season, debut season with that car. I mean, coming into this very competitive GT class. And the great thing about them was the car was immediately reliable. So they were learning constantly. They also went two cars with the World Endurance Championship. So by the end of the year, they were super competitive. On the global stage, the team were really strong under a runner-up finish. And they were fast. They were in with the shadow of the wind there that night.
Yeah, that was the story of the show in the closing hour of the race there, the darkness in Atlanta coming on strong. Speaking of darkness, just watching the glare coming off the windshields of these prototypes entering turn 5. I hope it's better in the cockpit than what we see through our cameras because it looks to be pretty difficult visibility-wise as we start to approach the early time, the early side of the sunset there. It'll be a whole different story a few hours from now when it's full darkness, but you can see all of the spent rubber. And it kicks off some of the cars on track ahead and leaves those dark black marks on the windscreen here. That was cool if you wanted to drive into this Valkyrie. You don't take a nap, middle of the night, you wake up, you don't get in the race. When I figured here up at the road, the same when I go to Jack Ryan, his V8 had a different sound and everything else. If we had several cars, you'd count them. You know what I mean? Because there's nothing left in the race. Same thing with the Lexus, normally aspirated V8, a low growl. You could absolutely hear the same thing. What I find amazing about the Aston Martin is how different the cockpit.
Whoa, where's number 6 Porsche?
Versus the ambient sound if you're a fan watching trackside or our cameras. It's a completely different pitch.
Oh, what?
Technology to the other GTP prototype.
What the heck happened to them? Put them down there at the bottom.
Right here in Daytona Beach was the 3rd annual IMSA Technology Symposium, which involved key technology partners and OEMs. Really good crowd was at every real university, just discussing why they are involved in IMSA and what does IMSA. That's the president of the university, Dr. Barry Butler, and Dr. Eric Warren, Dr. David Salters in the middle, Michelin, Bosch, all key partners, and Representative Lizzie and Maddox in the middle there from NASA, and President of IMSA, John Doonan.
I'm going to catch him. Maybe, as long as I can get. And there's the fueling. It was close. I made up some time on him. Not a lot. Nothing I'm not going to give right back to him in 6 laps. Unless I can pass him.
the ambiance. And it's pretty well lit here compared to Sebring, which is the next round of the championship. That's a whole different animal in terms of running at night. But yeah, it's certainly a special time. My favorite time was this early hours of the morning when the car starts to quicken up. You've got visibility, full track temperatures. The sun's not high enough to warm the track too much yet, and you're just ripping around this track, having a blast. And as the driver, you're fully tuned up at that time. You've had maybe a couple of stints by then. You know every single nuance, of the track and the technique required to make your car work, and you're putting it all together in the early morning.
Alvarez and that's how Motorsports prototype working on Visual Guard and into Europulse LMP2. So coverage all the way through here on Peacock. We'll finish it off on NBC as that graphic suggested. So, in the early part, in the early phase, in the early skin of this race, Felipe Nasser enjoyed his time at the front. Let's hear very now, Chris.
Yeah, Felipe here in street clothes as he takes a little bit of a break. So far, so good. Julian Antler leading the team right now. You're the only returning driver from last year's Rolex championship winning team. So how was it getting used to a new driver pairing with Julian and also Lauren jumping up to GTP?
Oh, it's been fun. They're very talented. Both Julian and Lauren, getting the promotion. They both done a phenomenal job, one in the backside. And I know Lauren had phenomenal wins here in IMSA, the GTD class from Renzi. So pretty proud of him, getting the chance to ride with us. And the team is doing a great job so far. We've had a pretty good start. The car is running well. It's consistent. So it's gonna keep it clean.
I know the goal, first off, is to get to tonight. We'll see where the pace of this car is. But what have you learned over the course of the week as this race progresses?
Well, right now, I would say the biggest challenge has been the warmer weather if I compare to the previous 2 years. So it's a bit of an unknown for us. And also tomorrow might be the warmest of the weekend. So, and the new tire, it's better all around, but we did very little mileage, in terms of the long run pace. So we just have to go and learn as the race.
Hey guys, thank y'all for stopping in and saying hi. Appreciate you. You see, we're in the very early stages of 24 hours.
Let's see what we got, and it shows that race drivers, we have our days and we go through the emotions of up and high of this sport, and it's always the next race that matters. So that's all we're here for.
Excellent film for those that have not yet seen it tonight. We're chronicling this guy in 24-hour Le Mans. It's been a big off season too. He got engaged, so Felipe Nasser busy, but certainly back at it here.
Build up here for the man who was trying to win 3 in a row. Townsend, Calvin, and myself are going to take.
Hey, how we doing? Thanks for stopping in.
Ciao ragazzi, ci vediamo dopo, ok? Baci. Milan, such a cool place. And when the Winter Olympics arrive, it'll get even cooler. But these incredible women take the world stage. Lindsay Rock, Phoenix, Michaela Shipton, Historic, and Chloe Jones, Levitating. The Winter Olympics, it's going to be such.
We're always searching.
Hey, how we doing, guys? Thanks for stopping through.
concrete. We get lost. Find our way. Choose to get lost again.
Shit.
We are the detours. Toyota trucks.
original placement of those tires. Old tires. I think those old tires will get you. Going straight right down the wall. Hit. Oh, there we go. There we go. And there's your tire. There you go. Yeah. CSI investigation. That's correct. We had to read that. You know, you see a lot of wrecks. They're like, that looks like it hits tires or this spun around. Now, luckily, he's under power again to see if he can return the hits.
But it's kind of like he's lost the car. He's lost it in kind of a bit of a strange way. And I think he's maybe lost the car as he's released main speed limit. He's had a big snap, and then it's gone on the grass.
And on the left side, look at all the cars on pit road now. Now, I do know we are very close to their window, but obviously, some are wondering if he was able to get fired. Maybe it would require a caution.
Just like in every series, you got to jump the pit road before the caution comes out.
It's just additional tools that you use, right? It's like the wrenches and everything else. You use the monitors on your pit box.
Right.
And most of these teams have every camera that we have. They're seeing it.
Pro, GTD, the entire field. Leaderboard is on pit road. Okay. Thanks for walking already. He's got 100% on his energy. I think he has just come off pit lane. Yeah.
You're so close. It's early right now. You just go ahead, reset the clock, get that done, come in, get that pit stop done. Right. And out you go. And if there is a full course caution, it's fantastic. If there's not, really no harm, no foul.
And it's confusing because he's found power, moved a little bit, and then it goes dark again.
Man, it's trying to give him at some point, like once again, headlights on again now.
It's got a full power cycle.
And as an official, you sit there going, you're killing me.
He's running.
Are you or are you not?
He is running. I think he's just waiting for a bit of a gap. Now just running.
You have one coming right here. You can move this, I think, speed to one.
Right.
Now we're back to target speed. The headlights on. Lights are out.
Yeah. It's a bit of an odd one, isn't it? How it happened and how he's ended up over there, and now.
Well, and it's a tough spot because it's braking.
Yeah.
Dang.
If you're an IMSA official, I think you're patient.
Rexy just can't get up there and fight for that top 5. Damn.
Did he just drop a left rear in the braking zone, and the officials have seen enough rules for caution?
I think that's the right call, specifically for where he is under braking. If he was on exit and was like able to drive by, but that's a spot where you can be hit anywhere. Yeah. But if the car goes off there, it's going to be a pretty impressive speed.
Well, and I think it's the right call too, because the car is not in any real danger, or I should say the driver's not in any real danger. They know that he's okay trying to move the car. He's just struggling. Some teams had an opportunity to pit. I think they sat there and watched and said, it's like, we're going to give everybody a shot at this, and then we'll go caution if we need to. And that decision was made under full force caution again. Just inside 19 hours to go for the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
Tasha believes confidence comes with a number, steps, sleep, and how many times her watch says you're crushing it. Wells Fargo totally gets it. Her shout-outs from their mobile app, she can see if she's crushing her savings goals too. Tasha, turn it on. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Understanding the visceral performance of the 2026 Acura Integra doesn't require a manual, but it helps. Really, all you need to do is drive it. Once you do that, you'll get it.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on a new vehicle.
This is Baby Jack. He's had to come say hi. They must have been playing outside. This is my dog, Jack. Yep.
There it is. I mean, this is, of all the things that drivers can win, that anybody in
Is this working? Okay. I see the noise thing moving. Okay. Thought it was
this Rolex watch, this Daytona is
muted. I just wanted to check.
for some people a lifetime of trying.
It's the one we all fight for. And it's the one that money can't buy.
Such a unbelievable, unique trophy. I mean, everyone in racing wants to win the Daytona 24 hours because you got this beautiful watch.
It doesn't matter how many times you see it. That's the first time you open the box. There's something special about the box, and just seeing the watch, and it immediately makes you think of that time. For me, at least, that's the time that I was able to win it.
It's a lot of hard work at the track, away from the track, time away from your family, a lot of sacrifice.
This race means more than anything because you have this special, very special Rolex watch and Daytona, and it will be a memory for the rest of my life if I got to win this.
I love it. You have to earn it. What time is it? Oh, is it here?
Hey guys, how we doing?
This is not the one. This is the one that
Hope everybody's staying warm down here. You know, this snowstorm coming across the country is no joke. We've gotten a whole half inch of ice here in Texas just over the night last night, and then there's obviously more coming. So hope everybody's staying safe and staying warm.
Well, and I can hear the emotion in your voice as you talk about it. Marty, you're with somebody who knows the emotion of winning here at the Rolex 24 as a team owner.
I was going to say, Brian, I've got a friend who's got 3 of them, and he's sitting by my home right now, Mike Shank. And you have all 3 of your Rolexes at home in the state.
Yeah, absolutely love wearing them. I wear one every day. It's a little bit different deal. I have this one on, but I wear them every day. It's one of those things where you never want to buy one, even if maybe you can. Sure. You want to earn it. And we did that. We tried it for 9-10 years until we finally got it. But I treasure it like crazy.
Yeah, I think casual fans may know the IndyCar team, winning the Indy 500 with Elliott Castroneves, but it's instant for you home. It's where it all starts.
It's the basis. It's the basis that allow the win in 2021 at the Indy 500. So I always have a fondness, a loyalty to the France family, the Jim France specifically, and I just love being here. I stand up all night for the 24th time. I'm getting old for it.
Do you sit up all night?
I do. I do.
Stay on the strategist stand always.
I try to. Now, the more people that work there now, they're so good at what they do. I just do a little less, but I'm always there. Okay. I don't know what. But I still love being here, and I still love. We have lots of sponsors and supporters here, and active folks, and support them. And I'm happy all day okay.
Yeah, you and I were chatting earlier, and that the IndyCar team is growing people-wise. The IMSA team just seems to get bigger as well. Did you ever dream your operation would be this big when you were a single-car team just trying to make it into the Rolex?
When we won the race in 2012 here, we had 12 full-time people, I think. We brought about 18 here. We have 105 today. People at this track working. So the answer is no. I didn't. But Jim Meyer came along in 2018, 2017, and he really changed my life and my wife's life, and they gave us the opportunity to expand the business. Brought Liberty Media in as a partner. They own now a good chunk of our business, and that's the way I've always done it. My wife and I kind of took it as far as we could. I was grateful, but we needed a boost, and Jim and his family were the ones to do it.
On the IndyCar side, you have Technical Alliance with Chip Ganassi Racing, which is a great benefit to MSR. But here on the IMSA side, you have Scott Dixon and Alex Blow in your car. Does that in some way solidify that relationship with Chip Ganassi Racing even a little bit more?
Yeah, Chip was here this week a lot of time, and so did some top guys. Our groups really, really work well together on this side and that side. But I think this just enhances it. So their two of their drivers really want to do this race. They're really good at what they do. They fit in perfectly. I've lost $200 to Lou and Indiana this year, which we all know he needs a little bit of money right now. Yeah, but he's literally great.
considers it a good thing.
You let AJ back in the camp
Yeah.
this year.
Yeah.
Is it good? Not to make you old. He drove for you 20 years ago.
Yeah.
In his first race year. But is it
Still
good to
makes me
have
feel old. But
Yeah. Is it good to have him back in the camp this year?
I love the guy. I love the guy. Him and his family. Tara's here with the new kid, Arrow. And he's been running around in the motorhome area. It's just a thing. I really feel like I've let AJ down. I think he should have won 3 or 4 of these by now. And we got one with him, and I really wanted to do it at least one more time. But he's taking it. He was here every day first and looking at data and video and trying to figure out how to get the car back. He really put it effort into it. I'm immensely proud of him.
Detail, you have a question for the Fox man.
Hey, Mike. Hey, buddy. How are you?
Hey, good man.
Hey, I'm going to take you even further back to the question that Marty asked you. I've known you since 1989. I actually have a picture of you and me on the podium at Mid-Ohio in the 2000 race, I think. But
Yeah, I think
but at the time, looking forward, I know what you wanted to do as a driver, but could you ever imagine then where you are now, what you and Meredith have built?
No. It turns out I was maybe average. I mean, I really thought I was it at the time, but my life turned out exactly like it's supposed to. And MB is an extremely conservative person. She really got us financially kind of where we needed to be once we got rolling, and I'm grateful for that.
All right, Stan, I'm about to stand for a moment. You're not wearing one of the trophies on your wrist, so I'm not going to say that every racer is superstitious, but just assume most are. Like, are you allowed to wear the trophy back if you're going for another? Is that like a no can do because you're trying to put another brand new one on your wrist? Like, what are the rules if you have 3 of them already?
I wear it. I wear it anytime I can. I don't have any rules. I have one rule that we came out of pit lane recently.
I like that.
I listen. I love wearing Rolexes. I don't want to wish you anything, but no, I don't think I do, to be honest.
Hey, listen, you don't let anybody pick on you being on the pit stop. You don't have to be there. I made a whole career off watching other people work. You're going to do great. You're great. Just let them all do the work.
I've heard
Yeah, let them all do the work.
Hey, Stevie, while you're on, Mike and I are playing Braid. You're on the way down to pit box.
Yeah, sure.
Guess what's happening?
Oh.
Bring this, man. It's getting cold, isn't it,
It's
today?
getting cold. I can feel it.
It's getting cold. Bring the jacket,
All right.
Stevie. We'll see you on the pit box
All right.
again.
Well, it won't be as cold as it's been in years past that you've been down there. I see you with my first one, whatever we were holding on. 2019, when we got somewhere between 1 and 25 inches of rain, and it like was just puddles. And then I came back every year since then, and the one year it had to be 35 or 40 degrees. And people that have been to Florida, 40 degrees in Florida is not 40 degrees in the Northeast. It's a different level of cold. Different level of cold for sure. We may end up with some fog tonight as well. And Pit Road has been busy and it's been a little dramatic. And take a look at this. A lap or so ago, coming in, trying to get load up and slow down. A little lock up to 93, almost gets collected by the 31, who almost gets collected by the 24. We're in every place trying to get that last little bit on the brakes. Position. It was, but it's a bit of real locking. Everybody was really hustling it in. This shows you, I mean, if you know this from your driving years, you want to carry that speed as long as you can. That's time that you're leaving out there because you're not confronting it. You are trained to do that. You're racing your race car, you don't ever give anything up. So that's the thing. All the way to the line. Push it. Talk about working hard out here during this event, all the crew members, teams, drivers. Well, you know who works really hard? Dave. It's all those guys at Michelin that put the tires on those wheels for these drivers.
It is so true, Brian. In fact, I'm down in the workshop for Michelin that is run by Jackson Motorsport Group. They've got 60 employees down here who are doing, as you say, all the hard work. Behind me, the new endurance tire for Michelin for the prototypes. Isn't that beautiful? They're all stacked up here. They brought 16,000 tires between 4 classes over 2 weekends, and a lot of them are being taken off and put back on. Let me show you how this works. Javier takes the wheel off, takes the tire off of the wheel, or puts the new tire onto the wheel with this machine. So that's called the tire machine. How about that, right? So that's what Javier's doing. And then over here, Mike is going to show us what he does, because this is the fun part. This is the cage. Go ahead and air it up, Mike. What he'll do is he'll get the air started with this innocent little blue hose like this, but then every shot needs a persuader. There you go. That is called the bead bazooka. And that's how you get the bead to work toward the rim and then seat itself here inside the cage. I'm going to let you do one more, Mike, and then I'm going to take a crack at it because I've been factory trained now by Mike to do this. Check that out. All right, so let's see if I can get it done and if I can keep this line moving for these teams in the Rolex 24.
Careful, Dave.
Well, all right. We don't have one in the cage at a time, so that's a safety thing, right? So Mike's going to get this through. By the way, Mike's nickname is Billy Gibbons. I have no idea why they gave him that nickname, but he is very good-natured about it. So Mike sends that through. Okay, here we go.
Keep all your fingers, Dave. Keep all your fingers.
No, you want to make sure I do it right. There we go.
Watch the fingers, please. Watch the fingers. I'm with you.
And now you want this guy down, right? All right. All right. You want to lay it down? All right. Lay it down. This one here. Lay it down. Can I put it upside down like you? You want to take that out first? Oh, like that. See? Now we got it. On this side. All right. Place it is key. Make sure I place it correctly. Can I do it my way?
Dave, the race is only 24 hours long.
They're waiting on tires, Dave.
Oh, my goodness.
So Mike has trained me well. He's now going to put it in the cage, and it's going to seat itself with a nice little pop. However, if the 6-liter beat bazooka is not enough, guess what?
They got the big one.
They have the 10-liter. Now, that is the Super Persuader. And if you need to use this, well, you've got an angry Michelin pilot tire. All right, we'll put that away for now. Finishing the process, Bob is working on getting this one through as well. And then over here, they balance them and put any wheel weights on them that are needed. Then they head them back to the teams, and they're back on the pit road, getting ready for the next pit stop. That's how it works down here in the Michelin workshop.
Dave, was that your interview with Michelin? Do you think you're going to get hired?
I don't know. I wasn't fast enough.
Lockhart says definitely not fast enough. They need those tires. They need them by the end of this race. More from the Rolex 24 coming your way right after this.
Do you want free internet? Forever? You got it. Really. We need it. Spectrum is offering free fiber-powered internet forever. Want it? Just call this number and switch 4 mobile lines to Spectrum for a lifetime of internet you never paid for. Not a trial. It's an unprecedented offer. So we'll say it again. Free fiber-powered internet forever. Have you called yet? Because your internet is forever. This ad ends now.
Been waiting for FanDuel in your state? The wait is now over. Introducing FanDuel Picks. The easiest way to get in on the action is live now. Pick your favorite players and predict more or less for a chance to win up to 1,000 times your money. Track your picks live and stay in the action. No salary caps, no complex rules. Just pick, predict, and win. New customers, play $5, get $25 in bonus credit. Download now. FanDuel Picks. Just pick, predict, and win.
There it is, Limu, the 50-yard line. Soon we'll be telling the whole stadium how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance. To save people hundreds! Whoop.
Only pay for what you need.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil targeted relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working in a contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
If the Colonel saw the price of a lunch today, he'd have some choice words. But with KFC's $5 bowls packed with all this crispy chicken, he wouldn't have any words at all, because his mouth would be filled with gravy and greatness. 5 KFC bowls for just $5 each.
Daytona by night, it is quite the sight, isn't it? Big thanks to Brian Phil. And while we get secret up, we get to Calvin Bell. Calvin sits back with you as we race the 13th to tonight. Going to lead that goes to State Burns on this road. So, this full-course fortune, not too far away from being extinguished. And the young Dutch driver, Simon van der Helm, at the front of this race, and Calvin, in the scope of his racing experience and his racing playbook, he'll make the most of these opportunities of being at the head of a field like this. It is such a valuable experience.
It truly is. I mean, and this is a team that was really in the doldrums last year. They lost their engineer in 2024. Ricky Cameron, who's Dave Cameron's dad. He's gone over to the Harbour Racing team. There was a remotivation on the Porsche with the suspension components, which will have to see that does not test. Scrapping a bit, and they spent this year trying to find their feet following testing in September. Had a really strong Indianapolis race, very strong upper team. They come out the box in much better shape. It's sort of allowed that privateer Porsche team to maintain the 2025 spec. So they've got that consistency now, Lee, and they've been really strong this weekend. They've qualified the car very well. They're very young drivers, full street drivers, and the collectively after 65 years. So it's an amazingly young team. And Carmen has had 3 really strong years. From Rockefeller the first year, Richard Westbrook, and Ruby last year. They had really good pace. Now the team's got an opportunity to have a platform to really showcase his skills. We never let them do races, of course. It's uncharted territory. Huge pressure for Van der Helm.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for checking out my page.
What I find remarkable is they're there or thereabouts on strategy. Cal 68% energy is left for the number 5. Heinrich in the number 7. Of course, Lipinski 92%. So slightly off strategy, but no, you're trying to be a little bit lighter here on this restart. But Heinrich's going to have pressure tires. A lot of pressure on the young driver here as we go back to green.
We were talking about before they got spot on, like it's still such a valuable experience that even Calvin knows just to build his playbook. I remember when I took the green flag in the dark, under the lights, at the World Center of Racing. Here we go, back to racing. Simon van der Helm leads the way.
Really nice job there, leading around, leaving those tires on, got the jump there on Lauren Heinrich. As you said, this car does have less energy on board, less fuel on board. These cars are very weight sensitive. You'd imagine all the cars right behind them have slightly better tires right now. They're elected to take on fresh Michelin. We're at that point in the race where teams can elect to run that soft tire between 5 p.m. and 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. We don't have that data, but you get a close-up shot. The mediums are the yellow banded Michelin, and the softs are the white.
Look at that scramble behind. There was some hip checking and pushing going on between Colin Herta and Nick Yellowly and scrambling behind.
Speaking of hip check, did you see Connor's Village stick it to Scott Dixon on the outside of turn 2? Dixon running out of road there. Zillage, the 19-year-old, absolutely undeterred by a 6-time IndyCar champion and one of the most experienced drivers in this Daytona field.
Okay, you gotta be careful. That's with race control. They don't like it if you get a little ugly on these extra of these corners.
Connor, this is not NASCAR. It's owned by NASCAR, but this ain't NASCAR.
Right. Look at this. The Meyer Shank Acura side by side.
Oh, so it's a big run right behind them there.
What's that with the momentum? That's not the car. That's still the 60 of Scott Dixon, who had that winding run up the inside. Was it on the BMW? It was Rafael Marciello in the 25.
Yeah, monster run there. Probably picked up a double draft and make a big power move there. Side by side here, down the front stretch into the brake zone.
Nick Yellowly hangs on in the 93. Then Marciello, then Scott Dixon, then Colton Herta in the 40. The Dex Imaging Let's go for a ride with Connor Dillon. Have a listen. I love how disciplined Connor Dillon has been about when to pick up the throttle. He's letting the car arc all the way through the corner. He knows the moment he touches the right pedal, the throttle, the vector of the car is going to kind of lock in place and drive off. Incredibly disciplined from a 19-year-old in his first GTV start to understand the importance of patience as he arcs to the apex.
And that's really a key point down there. So I spoke to Peter Barron, the strategist with 41 cars. I said, how did he go? He said he went very well, but he's got to learn to not overdrive his car. This is not an LMP2 car. So he just got to understand what the car will give him, particularly in the low-speed corners, the technical stuff. He said if he could just monitor that a little bit, he's going to be right there. And I think that was a great display, but he has made that adjustment now.
The other really interesting thing that he told us recently, Connor Dillon, is that he consulted Jimmy Johnson, 7-time Cup champion, motorsport legend, about the art of lift and coast in a Cup car, in a NASCAR Cup Series car, which, as you're hearing there, is so applicable in GTV racing.
Hunter Zillage has one of the greatest world experts on lift and coast in sports car racing. That's Shane Van Gisbergen, who is a master of the art. I want to go back to this restart. Fourth place is Connor Zillage. On the outside fighting for fourth, that was Scott Dixon. You see Zillage, barely hits him off there. Dixon backs off. Dixon goes from fifth, now running ninth. Meanwhile, Connor Zillage solidly in fourth and challenging Ray Rast here for the third position. He's doing a wonderful job.
Big story is that, sadly, narrowly missed out for Connor Village fans on the Xfinity Series title last year after winning 10 races throughout the season. But the reward comes in a full-time Cup Series drive this year alongside Shane Van Gisbergen, his teammate and Ross Chastain at Trackhouse Racing. So a huge year ahead for this guy, and whatever he does, it doesn't seem like it's too much of a step. He's mature beyond his years, and he just seems ready for it.
I'll tell you that 2.5 years ago, we watched him in Road Atlanta. Excellent Raceway Road Atlanta. Like,
this kid is really good.
he's something driving everything under the sun and winning in everything. I'll tell you what might be one step too big for Connor Zillage was Anaheim won Supercross.
Hey, what's going on?
Trackside. And I said, what do you think of Supercross? And he said, man, I would never try this. These guys are unbelievable. He was eyes wide open and impressed like all of us were with the sellout round. It's Anaheim 2 coming up. Probably right now. Probably on. Connor Zillage that Red Bull connection has a lot of fun with the perks that come from the Red Bull Association.
The moment under the lights for JDC Miller Motorsport, often kind of in the shadow of the biggest names, understandably so, but this is a nice moment to shine out in front. Yes, admittedly, slightly off strategy from the other two in the station, but still, running a good pace, good enough to be out in front. I know the energy's running low and I like it to low, but still good driving from Simon Vandal.
And let's be fair, they were running in the top four, so it wasn't like they were running last or something. They just said we're going to stay and get that track position. They were legitimately running top 5 most of the afternoon. So this is a really strong run for this group. Great as we said, the times were experienced. They could field back to green from the lead position, not making a mistake, not making a lockup, and now getting into his groove. It was a year and a half ago, the last time the 85 led at Watkins led back in 2024. But I thought that the 7 of Heinrich would be all over and ready to pounce, as there's an issue for an LFP2 at the exit of, I think that's turn 3,
in the sport entry.
and penalty for 9-10 Lucas behind the wheel. Improper wave flag for final yellow on that blue portion. That hurt you big time, especially a 2-lap penalty. It's fine, but give him the lap back. Lap penalty, so that's the 9-1-2. Absolutely brutal, and that often comes from a miscommunication, perhaps with the timing stand. We get a look here. And Lucas works hard. Oh, he just puts that outside curve and spins up. Just experience. Really, you can run the curves, young driver, but you just got to recognize you're in that battle. You use a little bit more. You have to hit that little throttle there as you come off that wide curve. You've probably never been in that track position before. You can run it, but you got to pedal it a little bit, especially without all of the electronic aids that you have in GTP or certainly in GTD.
There was amazing driving by Frederick Schandorf in the Inception Ferrari under 70 to avoid Peter Lucas at the spot. Meanwhile, Hardwick's day continued for the 9-12, and Brian Hardwick continues to drop further and further and further down the order with his penalty.
Oh, come on. I knew he was going to give me that penalty. That guy brake checked at the last second. I knew I was going to get that penalty.
Explain to us what happened here, Morris. So basically, we boxed during the long caution.
What of?
Actually, we decided to put Ryan back into the car, and we had a slight issue on our timing screen, and then we thought we were eligible for a wag fire, which we were not. In the end, it was a small mishap, but now we're serving our penalty, and everything should be running smoothly afterwards.
Other than that, for your first Rolex 24, is it been exciting and exhilarating for you?
Yeah, it's super cool. It was always a dream of mine to go to the States to race. I've driven Le Mans, I've won Le Mans with this team. So now to take on the challenge of the watch is something unique, and I'm really proud of it and looking forward to the remaining hours.
You speak of a Le Mans winner, right? A lot of people don't know Manti Racing, right? So how strong is this team?
Hey, how we doing, guys? Thank y'all so much for stopping by.
Everything we can to be out there, and I'm sure we won't give up anyway.
Appreciate the time. Sorry about the pedal. Get back in the car and go back. Okay, thank you. What assurance.
Hey, y'all. Thanks for watching. Appreciate Lee stopping by.
Yeah, the wave by rule is pretty simple in principle. If you are between the pace car under caution and your class leader, you are eligible. So they want the class leader to be at the front of the queue of that class for the restart. When you get a wave by, the most important thing to know is who is the class leader from your team, even if they say you're wave by eligible, so that you could self-regulate and not go and pass your class leader if you see that. It'll be a way, kind of a redundancy, if you will, in the top 10 to avoid that mistake. Easy to say from up here. I've had that penalty before. It is soul crushing for the team. Losing a lap and a half or 2 laps in these conditions almost certainly puts you out of the top 5 in this race. Not impossible, but a tall order to claw that back.
Good scrap going on in GTD Pro. Neil Verhagen leading the way in the number 1. iHeartRadio BMW for Formula Racing being hounded by the 2 Corvettes with Marvin Kirchhoff and Nico Barone behind. There they are right there. And if your memory is good, which I know many of you have phenomenal sports car memories, you'll remember the conflict between these 2 organizations here a year ago. The gloves came off. Fingers were displayed out of windows. And
I'm not sure Papa sitting on their Christmas card. Let's put it that way.
And there were damaged race cars and very heated tempers. Now, we are told in the politically correct world that this was all resolved. But unnamed sources tell me there's still a little bit of ill feeling between the 2 teams. And they are finished business. They're not going to do anything stupid at this stage of the race, but they are both 2 successful and hugely powerful teams, successful teams.
Well, you are on the bottom screen. Those 2 Corvettes seem to have been that way all day long. It's pretty crazy that they've been so closely matched. And all together in front of he won the race here back in 2016. I think that was the gap. They go across the line. It was super close between the
top box is the overall. So Simon van der Helm is being reeled in very fast by Porsche Penske Motorsports' Lauren Heinrich. Terrific to see this young man get an opportunity.
The speed differential there.
Wow.
Picking up the drive. Different aero kits on these 2 cars. We're talking about a number of the GTP manufacturers working with that Joker kit to get a car that's a little bit more aero efficiency. All of them looked at it, so that's all about Le Mans. And then Porsche made the decision we're not going back to Le Mans. We're not competing in the World Endurance Championship, but they elected to remain with this aerodynamic update very positively strong here, but it does have some other advantages. But right now, I'm just saying, the 2025 spec with the yellow JDC car is running compared to this Porsche Penske factory machine, 26 megaforce. We're on the same BOP, but they are open to adjusting that as we get deeper into the season. We talked about the fuel load between the 85, the Hammer Helm, and onboard here with Heinrich. And you can see from the energy level graphic there in the upper left-hand corner, it's not a massive difference, only about a quarter tank here. So full credit to Vanderhelm holding his own at the lead of this thing, and maybe even opening up a little bit of the gap right now.
So we'll see what the 85 Porsche 963 does, how much longer it will stay out there. Lauren Heinrich on the attack.
Kasha believes confidence comes with a number, steps, sleep, and how many times her watch says you're crushing it. Wells Fargo totally gets it. With shout outs from their mobile app, she can see if she's crushing her savings goals too.
What's up, Jack?
However you make money work, we can work with that.
Like, you know, Uncle Luca and Jack to the show. Jack. I got a feeling they're starting to get hungry for dinner. Back up, Bubba. Shit. Yeah. This is my life. This is me when I'm racing. It's dinner time. So Luca's going to come bark at my door. Jackson wanting to get in here and get in my lap. Yep. This is how it is. Any evening I'm racing. But they're also the reason why I am racing. So they're the inspiration behind tonight. Stupid little turd heads. What are you going to do, right? Yeah. And then there's Sheldon laying right next to me, not doing a thing. But I will get Jack and Luca going crazy.
So it could be right down to the wire within a lap, maybe, if making it or not, to be in the lead and get this maximum time. 21-year-old leading Vanderhelm, certainly not saving any fuel right now. He's the aggression with which he farmed through that GTD field, infield, left very little margin. He was 10-10 through three sets of corners as he weaved through the slower traffic. So he's leaving it all out on the track tonight. It's cool to see. No mistakes so far. Some of the drivers at a little bit with the energy saving, getting into that routine. They can do it automatically with the system, or the driver can obviously crank the throttle. Sail into the brake zone. You want to keep the throttle down all the way to your normal brake. Distract the throttle, lift and coast. But you can have a system setting on the car where you're flat on the gas pedal and it'll take that power away from you. It's pretty easy down into turn one. Where it's tricky times is into the Le Mans chicane.
because usually that's one that's happened right on the nose and trying to turn in between two. So one is just a big break zone. It doesn't really affect you there, but you're kind of looking for that turning point and getting that synchronization and getting the attitude of the regular car spread was really tricky when you got no power and not braking at the same force.
This man here we ride with Lauren Heinrich, the young German, was the youngest ever GTD Pro champion in IMSA history. He did that a couple of years ago. And it's always good when you see young drivers who started in GTD, GTD Pro, get the chance to race the prototype. Well, what was the GTD car that it came from? This one right here, 77 Rexy. Let's call it the most famous sports car in the world because I think it is. Based on merchandise sales, it's certainly the kids' favourite. Well, I think kids do. It's incredible. With more on this team and this car, it's Kevin Lee.
We're going to talk merchandise in a moment, but in a 24-hour race, you stay focused, you stay alert, you stay sharp. How can you do that? The crew members on the TV program, because you're being called upon to work, except for once an hour, so as long as things are going well. So let's go inside the Porsche, the Rexy area. I got Jesse and Ricky, and let's go inside the drawer here. This is not just spare parts. So these have been on sale since the beginning of the year. Rexy is so popular, they are in retail stores now with Lego. They decided we'll go ahead and build a Lego. What's this going to look like? Just like a Porsche? It's going to look like the car going to win this race tonight. Actually, tomorrow morning. We're just getting ready to go on the podium with extra trophies, you know what I mean? And Ricky, what have you been able to contribute to this project so far? What's your role in this project? This stuff in between, we got a sub-assembly and we got an instruction reader assembly. So one person reads, the other builds, and then in between stops, we flip-flop. So I saw a finished product today before the race. I want to see that and see what we're going to be done. What are you targeting? When do you think you're going to be finished with the entire thing? When do you need to be done?
Sunrise. Sunrise, that's the whole goal for the evening.
All right, any dramas with the 77 so far on the racetrack? Not just 77 in the drawer, but the one out there. So far, not so much, but it's, you never know, all right, so hopefully we stay clean and keep going here. All right, take a look. You can find Rexy available. What an awesome opportunity this has been to grow the sport and bring new people in. We'd all love to frankly play toys, even if we're big kids. And Rexy with this Lego model is another example.
Jay Hyatt, the team owner, we were talking with him recently. We said, "Congratulations, you marketing genius." And he said, "Well, I got to give a lot of that to Garth Jeanette, the team manager. But what they've created has been the cars are juggled on the track. But what they've created off the track, the merchandise folks sells out every single IMSA WeatherTech sports car race weekend."
It was cool this weekend, Lee. It was like announcing the champion Porsche was spotted on board to support Rexy here this weekend. And got into the main run the whole show. There's the team manager actually worked with the legendary champion team down in Florida there, the teenager that's helping out. And now it's come full circle. I mean, they won so many races over the years. And AOS competition had that overall winner along with our buddy TK Help Christensen behind the wheels for the joiners here. In about another 90 minutes or so, so look forward to having him in the booth for the middle part of the stint tonight. So, yeah, pretty cool to see champion Porsche on board here this weekend once again.
Such a different line there at the exit of turn 6. With Everhelm up ahead, running narrow, and really shortening the distance at the exit. But you can see Heinrich is opening his hands up, running the radius all the way up to the yellow curve. I can't say that one looks quicker than the other. But here we are. Everhelm, 25%, so quarter tank of fuel essentially left in that yellow Porsche ahead. And he gets to the 6th round on it. I think he's got enough fuel to do that. The question is, Penske say, Lawrence, go get him, because we'd like to get that lead for the 6th round in this race. That's the sound to do at this time. This part coming off the 85 is the bottom of the bit through the banking. It's allocated participating in the Enduros as extra drivers as part of that Michelin Insurance Cup.
the way down here.
Fancy runner there, very quick here. At the November 10th. I think this is the fastest qualifying in the last 5 rounds of the championship. They were one of those, I think, due to a technical issue after qualifying, but amazing pace. They followed it up there in the off-season as well. Bring it back to started from the I don't think we can hang on to that horses. We've got Madrid today, so let's see if they can tweak on that front here before the sweet spot. We're really got to see on the end of this race versus surviving through the night. Big coach there. Yeah, that's it. Then you talk about third day for the 93. The other guy that was pretty strong after that last restart was faded. Hunter Zillich. Cadillac got to 10 to 31 to 40. The Cadillac field. Seems like they're also suffering a bit on the longer run spell. That was one of the stories for me last year. It's just how strong in the second half for the final quarter of the stint like they are right now. I think that's where they're the other key to that champion is, of course, you said earlier, we don't really have the data to know who's on the double or triple. Could be a single or let the white side tires only. So that could be a huge factor. You get to that middle part of this stint, that's when you could really pull off the difference.
That's GTD Pro and the Pratt Corvette. A nice that was behaving still leads the way to Paul Miller, BMW. Let's talk more about this with Matt.
Well, it certainly looks like Corvette Racing carrying over their edge from their championship season a year ago. We got 3, and Alexander Stips, everything going according to plan, how it was all mapped out. At this juncture, at least,
within reason, things are going constant right now. Our cars are going around pretty well. No scratches on them, we can tell. I think Tommy had a slightly scary moment with some P2 cars in the exit turn 3 early over the race, but yeah, thankfully, our Corvettes are working well.
now 1 year ago, there was a little bit of controversy within Corvette Racing. Before everybody perked up their ears, it was on the bill. There was a little bit of controversy, needed FIA brought in for a championship golf match between the Corvette drivers, and I won't say Nicky Kempsford might have been a little bit not following the rules.
Well, yeah, I think the guys, because I do some over the FIAs, so they wanted me to officiate. So, yeah, I was taking score. But I think Tommy was strict out of all of us. It was good fun. We always do mini golf here in Daytona.
What kind of form was that?
So before some of the holes, you have to spin a wheel. And yeah, one of the, I guess the consequences of that was I had to strike the ball between my arms. Yeah, the golf between my legs. Yeah, it just creates a fun, funky evening. Then you get an ice cream after. It's really, really nice.
And you had to qualify the car because you lost?
That was their decision. Between Nicky and Tommy on the 4 car, we had a nice clear plan.
That's the fun part about this group, the 3 and the 4. You guys are all 4 brothers, so to speak, and you went 4 nights in a row for ice cream. What was your flavor? You went 4 nights in a row for ice cream. What was your flavor?
Yeah, sushi and ice cream is a bit of a staple diet here in Daytona. But no, we get it really well. It's one of the fantastic things about racing with Pratt Miller. But it's just for not only the drivers, but all the engineers. We get on very well with mechanics, everyone. So it's a lovely team atmosphere. We're all there for each other, supporting one another. And we're there racing for Pratt Miller and Corvette at the end of the day. After ourselves and our cars secondary.
All right, well, good luck the rest of the night. You know, their nights kind of sounds a little bit like our NBC Sports crew. Don't you think there, Lee? Ice cream. We need to add pop-up golf championships.
Yeah, golf. Sure, look at this. It's going to be a gripping 13% energy left. The time is there to help. And 4 minutes, 20 seconds left until that 6-hour mark where points are paid for Michelin Endurance Cup. And he's being hassled maybe more seriously and closely by Lauren Heinrich than ever before.
Yeah, this is pretty tough there. So I think he's going to do 3 laps across the straight. Then he's got a lap to get back to pit lane. So this is
form is quite nice when he's able to hit that apex. You said earlier, Sam, that the slightly higher line come up and turn pick up the banking. Doesn't seem like the rear is moving around, but he's still got the rear of the car underneath him when he does that.
Yeah, that line in 6 that he gets it for better health, certainly unconventional. Not what I would normally do, but it seems to be working. If you kind of measure the gap and he pulls off, takes the power down, it doesn't seem to be able to give up that bit. He's going to get a chance right here. The 7's going to have a run.
Well, watch out for Yellowby. That's the run by Nick Yellowby. Oh, wow. As bad as he wants the lead right now, we heard him coasting earlier.
Going to get help with the 93 drops down, NASCAR style.
Sure is.
Going to get a little bit of an air push.
Okay, 25 spec Porsche versus 26. Who's got less zero bracket? That's a fun stretch.
Heinrich's got the advantage of the inside. Vander helps very wisely. He's in the corner. That was pretty wild.
And just 2.5 minutes into that 6-hour lock point paid with the Michelin Insurance Cup. Yellowby trying to work on time and Vanderhelm. Now, ends the advantage left.
Well, the got good car underneath him, though. He's able to really help those airheads as Yellowby get the power down, swimming there. That extra power goes to the ground.
He wants to get by and he wants a shot at Lauren Heinrich for the lead of the race at the 6-hour mark. On board with the Myers Tank Acura.
Porsche's in the lead.
Line here, right here. Kind of pitches it a little bit more than Lauren Heinrich up ahead, but he was really good fight there. The only just followed Vanderhelm straight up like that. The line is really wanted to drop immediately. But the 85 gets off for assist better than any car in the class right now. He can't get corner, and then he just like straight lining off, whereas the line that Heinrich takes is very bumpy, as you said earlier, to that corner stand in. If you got steering in the car going to power, whereas Condensing for his hand and his head straight over the bumpy part of that circle.
Here comes the 2.4 litre V6 twin turbo of the Acura up against the Porsche 963. Yellowby and Vanderhelm.
Moments like this, you really see who truly has the power when they need it, when they untap it. David Chicken right here. Who's going to break later? Did he?
Meanwhile, helping Lauren Heinrich. Because Heinrich's disappearing, Yellowby's wide. Advantage Vanderhelm. Less than a minute to go until the 6-hour mark. And the Porsche Penske driver plays perfectly.
He's the time, but does he have enough energy left to do 2 more laps? He's got to get back to the stretch, get to the 6-hour mark, bend enough to get back to pit lane. He can't afford to run out of these. He'll have a severe penalty. He will be crunching the numbers right now. Nervous times for the engineer that's responsible for that call. It comes down to one person on their laptop. The strategist will turn and look at that individual running fuel numbers and say, can we make it? And when they get to the 6-hour mark, they're going to get back to the pit. And they do not want to give up the LX24. It is so crucial in that moment because what you don't want is indecision. You want absolute crystal clear. I know my numbers to a T, and I can give you an immediate answer. You don't want to hang on, let me check. No, it's pretty quick.
Time is up. There's the 6-hour mark.
Right in for it.
So, credit to Porsche Penske Lauren Heinrich. Simon Vanderhelm down to 4% energy.
You believe that the drop to 6 hours is immediate, so all you have to get to the strike. So,
Play favor on the right there, Penske. Porsche Penske Motorsport. Here's Vanderhelm now coming from pit road. Down to 3% energy. That was an exciting passage of racing.
Great.
Good work from the 21-year-old.
His birthday next week. In his 4th year of TTP competition at 22.
And the boys from Minnesota going to work. You know, John Miller was a teenager when his father was in the Army station over in Germany. Every day, he would ride the school bus right past the Porsche factory. One day, he's like, I will have a Porsche. And he became the very first Porsche customer car owner. And he said it was surreal going back as an adult in a whole different change of scenery and taking delivery of this very race car and a solid effort they have had, a little bit different sequence as far as energy goes. But man, they've got a great line and a long way still to go. Service complete. He's away.
Credit to the driver, this man. Yeah, this car here. First year in road life. Good work, Lauren Heinrich.
With schizophrenia, it can feel like your symptoms decide what you do and who you can be. If you have symptoms, be bold and ask your healthcare provider about Cobenfy, a twice-daily pill for schizophrenia. Cobenfy was created with a different approach in mind and delivered improvement in schizophrenia symptoms overall. Plus, in clinical studies, most people saw no substantial weight gain.
Don't take allergic to Cobenfy. Have trouble emptying your bladder or stomach. Certain liver problems or untreated narrow ankle glaucoma. Serious side effects such as urinary retention, worsening liver, kidney, bowel, and gallbladder problems. Slow stomach emptying, serious allergic reactions, narrow ankle glaucoma, increased heart rate, and side effects in those with kidney problems may occur. Don't drive or use heavy machinery until you know how Cobenfy affects you. Seek help right away if you have hives, swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat, hoarseness, difficulty speaking, breathing, or emptying your bladder.
Imagine what could be. Cobenfy. We want to help you thrive no matter what stage of life you're in. Your prescription for well-being starts at Market Street, where your neighborhood pharmacists are here to give you the care you need when you need it. From expert consultation to personalized care and all your wellness essentials, and giving you your best shot at prevention with immunizations. We understand that every step towards health is a step towards happiness. So whether you're picking up or we're dropping off, we're here for you.
Experience the premium performance of BP Racing's small engine fuel and lubricants. Power equipment fuel you can trust to protect your small engine. Automotive with power sports lubricants built for demanding conditions. Every core delivers consistent, reliable performance. When it matters most, choose BP Racing. Find BP Racing products at your favorite retailer. Visit bpracingfuels.com. We always get excited about the start. I have to say there's something very special about the night time, the extended night time, because I like 24 Daytona always gets compared to the long gets compared to the 24 Daytona, and they are so vastly different. Besides the track design and the different nature of the race, Daytona versus time, right?
Yeah, I think this visibility here is fantastic. Like this is like Coachella mode. It just is alive and swinging all through the night. You can see everything going on around. The fans are having a great time. And this place just kind of keeps you up emotionally around the clock. The problem with that is when you get into the early hours of the morning where the sun just starts to come out, you kind of feel shattered. And this just doesn't set with the normal night like you see with LeVon or say, Petit LeVon in terms of the darkness we have. It's a party 24 hours around the clock.
It's not a huge number, but I've met 3 people already that said they're going to go all night. They're not going to go to sleep. Not just fans.
Oh, yeah.
Like they're staying up. So, enjoy it. We won't enjoy it.
This comes down to remarkable run. They seem to be in the wars early, and look at the bottom part of the screen here of the 0-4 that came into the pit from the lead in LMP2. Just amazing that George Kurtz had a couple of spins there, got involved in a couple of incidents, but they kept it clean, kept it cool. That's what you have to do. You can't afford a panic. Still obviously this crash right by ATR Group. Really experienced team manager there from the UK, and they kept their head. They're very much in this game. One and a half. I'm not sure about the true 2, but yeah, they definitely were wrapped down there very early. He was involved in that, first lap, first former incident where he got turned around. That's amazing. Yeah. If it was hard to be just a quarter of the way through
retirees. But to our comment on the 85, so we're talking about a lot, around 20, 30 minutes of the race in terms of that 6 hour mark. We just clarified that we were talking about you had to get back to the line, and we thought maybe you didn't have to lock in at the 6 hour mark. At the end of 6 hours, when you cross the strike, so that's what we're just trying to have. That massive sail for Heinrich, just lifting and coasting, massive energy save. And that just creates bigger options for you, widens that window, as we call it, in terms of how long you stay out. You might extend this stint a little bit further. We sat down with this young man, along with his teammate last year, Clive Clapper, and we both looked at each other after those two walked away and said, wow, so impressive.
They're going to be around a long time, and I just think it's super exciting for him and Julian Antlauer, two guys who have made their name and made their mark in GT competition, to be in a lead prototype of sports defensive motorsport with somebody the caliber of Felipe Nasser. As we said earlier in the show, being in Formula One, was there, came back one British F3, and it's just made his home sports car racing so successfully, and now they're going for a third Rolex 24-hour win for the championship. Felipe Nasser, so just such a great story for these guys who have accomplished a lot already in GT competition. Now they're with a guy who is big time in sports car in prototype racing, who's going to make already seemingly a pretty formidable trio.
Yeah, very much so. And I think Felipe Nasser mid-season 4 years on his way to the fourth championship. We talked about that season for the 7 car. Contradiction in terms of results. But that's what happens in racing, even to the best. You can't believe that. Here we go. Spin here for the number 11. The car that was involved in that first movement incident behind the wheel. It's still totally looking behind the wheel, 6 laps down and run right now. So struggling to kind of keep a hold of the back end of that race car with the CEO founder of Shopify there. What happened? Let's have a look.
Very effectively. So let's continue to talk about LMP2 and the class leader, the 04, CrowdStrike Racing by APR, because Dave's in there fit. No more, Dave.
Well, yeah, I would like to think that the driver coach has a little bit to do with that. And the CrowdStrike is Esteban Gutierrez, who, if you're a race fan, you remember him from Formula One, and you might remember him from a couple of years ago here at the Rolex. That great effort that CrowdStrike put in behind the wheel. Since then, you've been very, very busy. Are you back in the car?
Yes, definitely. I'll be back. Eventually, I'll be back in the car in a couple of years. Many people ask me the same question. I'm still very passionate about racing, and yeah, it's just focusing on a couple of projects that I'm taking a lot of my time right now. But eventually, I'll be back in the car.
You promised me you weren't retired, but you are helping George and the other drivers with their technique with racetrack. What kinds of things do you contribute, and who is? I'm sure George is the biggest sponge of them all, right?
Yeah, it's been really experience. One that it's my first time, being from this side of things, from this perspective. It's really interesting to share all my knowledge with George and, trying for him to apply it on the racetrack. It's a different process, and, in many ways, I have learned a lot of things as well, from myself, from my feedback to George, from George himself, so it's been a really interesting process.
George does a lot of things. What did you think of his performance in the F1 car?
Well, he's very detail-oriented. He's really, really good at looking at the details and, perfecting all those details. That's the reason why he's very successful in his businesses. But obviously, on the racetrack, it's a challenge to understand where is that balance, how much you get into detail and how much you focus on the driving itself. But in the Formula One car, George was very impressive and has been very impressive. And yeah, I think he's also coming along, and hopefully
only this year will we the Daytona 24 hours.
Yeah, I know you, but 16 1,000ths of a second last time, so I think the 04 is too. When do you think we might see you? Within a year? Within 2 years? You know, I know you have the itch.
You mean myself or yeah? Well, I think you know the endurance races like the 24 hours of Le Mans, 24 hours of Daytona. I mean, yeah, we were very close to winning it a couple of years ago. So I need to get back in the gun and win it, and that's going to happen eventually.
Very good. He's got a good group of drivers that he works with, tries to coach through, and they're leading the race now. They still, yes, they are. Alex Quinn is still out in front for CrossFit racing.
Well, lovely career at Sierra as well. Formula One in 59 stars. Probably remember him best for his efforts with Haas F1. He was also with Sauber before that. Something endurance racing himself. Good stuff. Great to see him here in the Rolex 24. Here at Daytona.
To Leo, skipping the buy one, get one means losing 50% of his savings potential. To Leo's mom, logic is a work in progress. So she helped him open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account with no overdraft fees and tools to track spending. He's learning, Mom, at his own Leo pace. However you make money work, you can work with that.
Hi, Susan. Honey.
Yeah?
I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin, honey.
The only brand with True Source certified honey.
Mind if I root through your trash?
The powerful cough relief you need.
Robitussin. The road can be a wild place. There are all kinds of drivers out there. That's why Progressive Snapshot personalizes your insurance rate based on your driving. So you're not stuck paying for someone else's mistakes. What? Is there something wrong with my hair?
Already 14 minutes down. It's gone pretty quickly. So much has happened. Been a good share of different cars and drivers in the lead as their respective classes being formed. However, there have been some retirements. This is the state of play for the attrition rate. Sadly, the 16 Myers Riley Motorsports car is out. What's happening in the background there?
Dixon's still behind the wheel there. Crazy stats between Paul Brown. Maybe the 24th and 22nd south of the wheel.
The middle of that picture, the tire rolling out into the active pit lane, which is never good.
There's a chance they're doing the oil fill that we've seen there on the left-hand side. I bet that's fuel.
No, Acura lost a tire. That's got to be a penalty of some kind.
So it doesn't take it long, does it? It's just press it. How quick is the entire rear end of the race car? Not just a wing, but or an IKEA box, just two big T and when it just proves good, but it's all that. Two cans, like an IndyCar person, but a much bigger piece of carbon fiber, and a lot more expensive to replace, no doubt. So that was on some of these body pops. You never know on one of these cars is in excess of 200.
To finish the list of retirees, unfortunately, that might Ford is out. The AM Force the USA. That's the number 83. That huge crash with Adam Adelson on the right motor for Porsche. Daniel Serra in the Rookie Competizione Ferrari. And then Eric Sitzer was the first out with that big crash in the attenuator and the tire box. Just on the outside of Pit Road. And coming through between turns 1 and 2, that was a really violent crash. So 5 cars, 5 teams now so far, just over the 6-hour mark of this Rolex 24. Here is the 4 of Nico Barone. He's behind the wheel. And a driver synonymous with this Pratt Miller Corvette Racing number 4 is Tommy Milner. Let's hear from him now. He's on the pit box.
Yeah, hanging out with Steve Ricard and myself. I believe Ricard's getting ready to pit here, Tommy, by the way. You might not call it pit stop, but how was your 2-hour stint in the car so far?
That first stint's always nerve-wracking. You know, your first time in the car for the race, you want to know, you hope you know that the car's going to be good, but you don't know until you drive it. And first stint was good. Ran around third there for quite a while behind the 2 Mustangs. And then second stint, a little bit more messy. I started in the lead, but I was P6 by turn 4 after P2 spun in front of me. So, name of the game right now, obviously, is just stay out of trouble, and that was my goal there. And I mean, the cars are fast. Corvettes are fast. We've been towards the front here for most of the race, and hoping we can keep it there for a while.
You've been with Corvette for well over a decade as well. Yes, close it in a decade and a half at this point. You sit up here very calm, like an old man. Just take the fans through like so. You got one stint in, you go do your thing, and then you get lined back up. When you get ready to go back in the car, what do you need to know? What do you ask? Do you need to know a balance change? What they're reporting about it, or is it all by feel when you go out? Like how much information do you need when you go back?
Yeah, the engineers will definitely give us as much as they can. They'll be talking to Nico right now, who's in the car, and kind of getting feedback from him about what he's feeling from the car. As the weather changes here, it gets a bit colder. That will change a little bit how the car feels as well. So Tyler, our engineer, will be talking to him and trying to figure out what Nico's feeling, and then he'll pass that information on.
So you bring that up, it's interesting because Ricky Taylor was up here and he said it's been a long time since he can remember such a large temperature swing. Like the atmosphere was hot and you have a new Michelin tire as well. It's really gotten a much chillier here. It's not like, normal it's about 30 degrees here. It's not quite that bad here at Daytona. But if you notice the same thing, that the swing is maybe bigger than you used to at Daytona.
Yeah, most likely, exactly right. I think this afternoon was quite warm. I know we're predicting that like another 10 degrees warmer for the race finish, so tomorrow. I'll be honest, I much prefer this weather right now than 30-some degrees. That's super cold here in the fourth part.
All right, talk us through it. So we're on pit lane, we're on pit lane, on the limiter, turn very early, you have an early pit box. I'm assuming drivers staying in right here.
I think he's getting in.
Yeah, so driver change, the other drivers undone the belts, each had their job at this driver exchange.
Correct, exactly. So we'll definitely have a driver helper. He's going to help you get kind of plugged in there. For us, the Corvette, we do both of the belts ourselves. The driver helper there will do the radio plug. He will plug in the left side shoulder belt, and he'll do the window net. The other job's done. The door will slide the wall there a little bit. That's good. And Nikki's basically ready to go at this point. So he's getting information from Tyler, our engineer, about where we are on fuel. The crew guys walking around the car, just kind of cleaning the fences off there from all the rubber and debris. He's getting a countdown in his headset. Boom, there we go. Launch.
So you've obviously so much experience, but I'm fascinated by this. 3 different drivers. So you practice every possibility of who's out, and who's in case you get off sequence with drivers. I know you haven't been in the car for a while, other than testing. Like, you do a bunch here to kick the gear off and knock the rest off. Like, what goes into what we just
We do a lot of driver change practice here with the roar and then the time off. We do a lot of practice changes. For us, luckily, because Nico, myself, and Nicky are all pretty much the same size, there's no seat insert, so it doesn't matter for us if we change the plan for whatever reason throughout the race. So I'm doing next after Nicky. He'll do a double stint here. At some point later in the race, it may go from me to Nicky. So it's a little bit
but because of the way that we function, it doesn't matter who's getting next. Everything's the same, developed the same. It's pretty easy for us.
Great. So your old teammate Alan Gavin was in the booth with Stevie here. He had almost 100 races with him. How was he looking forward to or nervous about the TV debut calling his first Rolex 24?
I always said he's kind of like Walter Cronkite, basically. I grew up with him, so he's got the voice for TV and for radio.
Hi, Scott. No, man. I learned to figure out how to take off during my pit stops. I can. I got it down, bud. I don't have to stop the race. I can literally get up out of this chair, run, and handle it, and then get back here just as the car is getting filled up with gas. Basically, yeah. In a non-dirty way, Scott. Gosh, quit flirting with me. Hey, man. Like I said, I told everybody I'm getting up if I got to. I am not young. And I've seen what those gamers do, and that's at gaming conventions. I ain't doing that. This is my house, my game. If it's got to happen, it's got to happen, but we're doing good so far. Like I said, about 3 o'clock, about 3 a.m. is going to be my witching hour on whether I make this or not. And that's Central Time for everybody watching. 3 a.m. I'm just getting ready and excited for the fireworks to happen here tonight on TV. It's always a good little bonus because that means we're about, if they do it, let's see, it's 8 o'clock there. So 9, 10 o'clock, I think, is when they do them on TV. It's pretty cool. I'm sure you will be. I don't blame anybody. It's all good. Like I said, the middle part gets boring here. It's just turning laps and just watching that clock tick. The fun part is when that top clock is smaller than that bottom. But I've officially passed the longest I've sat in this seat for basically one opportunity because 6 hours was the longest practice I did. So the fact is I'm feeling pretty good at 6.5. I'm about to have my first monster. Get ahead of it before I start getting drowsy because the monster won't even help at that point. There he goes. About time second place had to pick. Good Lord. I thought he had an electric car.
Track your picks live and stay in the action. No salary caps, no complex rules. Just pick, predict, and win. New customers, play $5, get $25 in bonus credit. Download now. FanDuel Picks. Just pick, predict, and win.
Real strength isn't pushing through pain, it's treating it. When there's no pain, there's more gain. Advil Liquid Gel's target pain caused by inflammation for fast, strong relief. Advil, that's real strength.
Well, that's what I'm there.
When you fly Emirates, your holiday isn't over until your is over.
Alright, next we need a suggestion.
That's all. Home and auto insurance.
Okay. Any other ideas?
Bundling your home and auto insurance for round-the-clock protection with Progressive. Okay, more ideas.
Anything goes.
Sacrifice.
Good one. Okay, great.
Like how you don't have to sacrifice great coverage to save on insurance when you bundle home and auto with Progressive.
I heard bathtub.
As a delivery company, we rely on AT&T Business for fast, reliable internet every day, especially the busy ones. Turn it up.
From the track to the street, perform on all roads without legendary selection. Ultra high performance tires. Visit www.michelinman.com to learn more.
Oh my gosh, you've been still at the office? Dude, be careful, man. I know it's probably gotten worse out there, and I know we're getting it worse where I am than where you are south, but I know that's not going to stay that way. So you stay safe. Don't you dare try to watch this on the way home. Get home first, and then you can piss your wife off by staying up and watching me. I'm sure Panda and Rocket will love it. No. Going to work will also get you a new truck, and it's better than a headache through the windshield. So you be careful. I'll get Panda French fries if I have to. That'll bribe her on screen.
Enjoy getting out of the car and having had that chance to drive here at Daytona in such an iconic brand.
Special moment. He did the final run in the World Endurance Championship in Bahrain, so it's not his first rodeo, but in IMSA competition, this is sensational to get the number B here. Is really, really special for that. Yeah, we knew he was destined for stardom because he's such a talent. Yeah, he can't do a better job than what he did in the 77 and in KTD Pro. Was just flawless, always a factor, week in and week out. Even in difficult circumstances, and I think if you're picking talent for this, the top level for Porsche Motorsport, you look at temperament. We talk about that all the time at the top level of racing. You can have the speed, the technique, the aggression, the bravery, but what's your overall temperament? Are you able to see the game at a higher level? I think all athletes in all sports, that's an intangible that's hard to find. And when you know you found it, you want to harness that and provide opportunity. He just takes over the ball. He is complete. You know, he's got to get more experience at this level.
Thanks, guys, for hanging out and watching tonight. I know I'm about early third of the race, or actually 25% into the race. So thanks for checking in. Plan is to go for the full 24 nonstop. Is No pausing, nothing else. No wait until tomorrow. I'm running it. I'm about a minute behind the actual clock on TV, give or take. And like I said, it'd be I was hoping that I would be close to it. Had some technical difficulties, so I had to pause it and got things run up and running and streaming. So we're about a minute behind the actual race that I'm watching on Peacock here to my left. And so I'm enjoying that race while I'm doing this race and then hanging out with everybody, talking and chatting it up. So get in, have fun, relax. It's cold down here in Texas. Ice is outside, so I know nobody else got nothing else going on down here. So come on in and say hi. Or if you want to talk about my next races coming up, I am intending on racing the entire schedule through the year. That Mustang has gotten into me 4 damn times. I'm following the full IMSA and WEC races, only the endurance. I'm not going to do like the Mazda sports car, the Porsche challenges, anything to that nature. This is just going to be the 6-hour or 12-hour races. The next one, obviously for TV, is the 12-hour at Sebring. But since Sebring is not on the actual game, I'm trying to come up with another track that we can run that's fun and that we can run for 12 hours on. If you're interested in doing any of those, like the Spa 6-hour, the Imola 6-hour, I'm going to be running different classes at those. A lot of GT3, obviously, but I am going to be looking into possibly like Imola, having fun racing the GR1s there just to change it up. That's my future. That's what I've got planned this year, just to have fun with it. And I love endurance racing. I just think it's way more fun to count clock than it is to laps. And obviously just watching the drivers put themselves through the beating they do, and then the pit crew, the engineers, all of that just coming together. Then how many cars are on the track at one time, especially in a race like this, to at least start the day. I don't think we're at that many even in the real race. I've seen quite a few. I've seen one Porsche blow up, and then I think I saw one of the LMP2s destroyed. And then the number 23 Aston Martin was having trouble staying started and running. It's like die every half a lap, and they get stuck somewhere else on the track. The driver was having to reset the car and get it going again. Came into the pits. They did whatever, and then it took off, but I don't think it's done it since, so I don't know if they fixed it or not. But this is just all in support of and just a kind of a shout out as well to the Dallas-Fort Worth dog community here that my wife and I are a part of. So hanging out, racing, enjoying this, hanging out with looks like I got 3 dogs in the room right now. Got Sheldon, Luca, and Maddie behind me right now, hanging out. And then I'm sure Jack and Odie are somewhere around here causing trouble. So, but thanks for you guys for stopping by on the car itself. And you'll see it on my page, in my channel, because it's easier. I've got some companies, small businesses that are dog related on the car now and on the others. Go check them out and give them a like, give them a shout out on their pages. Support them more than just mine if you stop by. One of them is my wife's page for sure. She's the Dapper Doggo. She does bandanas and other little accessories for the dog, for all breeds of dog, from your little ankle biters all the way up to your horse size Great Danes. So if you're looking at maybe, I know we put bandanas on on all the dogs during Stars games. I'm probably gonna have her design up some cool stuff for canine racing, endurance racing. Put put on them just so we can take pictures and stuff and really promote up the community here. Because I've seen it on the Gran Turismo page numerous times. Guys sitting there having a beer, chilling out one evening, racing, and then he's got his buddy right next to him. Well, that's no different than me tonight. I just got 5 total. So, you guys just come on in, chill out, hang back. You got questions about future races? Obviously, I'm not going anywhere for the next 17 and a half hours, so I think I can answer questions by then. If you guys want to get in on the next one, like I said, just check out the IMSA or the WEC channel. I am racing those endurance races, every one of them. And obviously, starting with tonight, if you're just tuning in, I'm about a minute and so behind the actual TV broadcast clock that I'm seeing here on Peacock. And I'm watching the race over here to my left and hanging out and racing here. So sit back and enjoy, guys. If you guys are stuck in the house from the storm, or if you're just sitting back racing and just checking videos out too, I do appreciate you stopping by mine. That's amazing. There's so many streamers out there that that get the follow, get the view, and I get it. I appreciate mine. Mine is just a chill channel. Shout out to the pups, but also just a chill channel that is fun, good, fun, clean racing. I've been now in the lobbies a number of times, and man, I started off so great, up there in the top 3, top 4, depending on how many cars, and then get dumped, and then I'm 45 seconds behind everybody and racing by myself. So if you're going to come into my channel, please add me on to PlayStation. I'll add you into a party. If you're interested in signing up for any of the other races, obviously I'll get you added in. And then on the day of each event, I usually open the rooms up about 2 hours prior to race time. And that's just in case you guys want to get in early, tune up a car, whatever the case is. If we race GT3 class style, I don't do BOP. I think it's more fun just to race what you got and bring it in. I also, obviously the racing while you're paused, if you have to get up, great, go for it. I do turn car damage up heavy, but I don't do the pit lane penalties because, who hasn't been caught by those? And it's automated, so it shouldn't be happening. That's not cool. But I keep it fair, but keep people honest, so it doesn't turn into a freaking demolition derby. It's just not fun. I do turn the pit fuel up to 7 liters per second or minute, whichever setting it is. Because like I said, I think the race should happen on the track, not in the pits. Pit Straight has come into it a little bit, but at the same time, but like I said, I think it's more fun for that. What's going on, Becca? What's up? Questioning my life decisions here tonight, racing for as long as I am, or questioning other things? No, Beck, I'm doing good. I was up at 7:30 this morning with the dogs. So by the time this race is done, it will be longer than 24 hours for sure. But I was smart, and before the storm shopping, I did go grab about 12 monsters just in case. I'm not really wanting to wreck my kidneys and immune system, but I'm doing all right now. Like I said, I think about 3 or 4 a.m. is where life decisions will be questioned. That's about as late as I've ever stayed up watching the race by itself, not racing it and watching and talking at the same time. So we'll see how this goes. This is just a fun race. I really do enjoy this race. And I mean the real life one, yeah. I haven't done one of these. The longest I've ever sat in this chair in one sitting is 6 hours. And now I'm at 6 hours and 40 minutes. So I'm already beating my record by 40 minutes. So I guess I'm doing pretty good so far. And for those of you that are not watching watching the game chat over my driver cam here, Becca is one of those wonderful people that we met through the DFW dog community here. She does amazing work with dog collars. She designs them out custom, and they look awesome. I think V has bought 3 or 4 of them for you. I've done 232 laps so far with, and like I said, I still got 17 hours. I'll probably complete over 800 laps before this is done. And V's in here checking on you, Becca. Becca's questioning my life decisions. There we go. She said hi. But back to Becca's business. Becca, you're going to have to post it because I can't remember off the top of my head now what yours is called. But she does great, wonderful work with dog collars. I know V has bought 4 or 5 of them from you. She can custom out to all sorts of colors, designs. She's done some amazing Dallas Stars ones that I really liked. She'll do seasonal, Halloween, Christmas. I don't know if she's doing St. Patty's, but if not, she needs to think about that. But she does great work. So check out her page if she posts it up here in my driver cam. But they're beaded dog collars, exactly, and tags. I forgot about the tags, Becca. Sorry. Really is awesome what she does. So again, you got that furry 4-legged pit crew like I do, hanging out. Go check her out. But she also hangs out and makes you question life. They're masculine ones. That's good to hear. So big doggy ones. All right. Well, what's your Instagram page, Becca? Post that up. Or how can people find you? There it is. Now it is. I couldn't find it earlier. There it is. So at Barkin, I'm trying to read and drive at the same time. There it is. On there, guys, go check out that chat. It's on there. I'm telling you, these things are cool. She really does a lot, and then for them and works hard and maintains. It's really good quality stuff. I've seen it. I think even my big dog Maddie behind me she's tested them, and that's a big girl sitting back here on my couch laying down. So they're awesome. Go check them out.
cold, it's damp. But if the drivers, look, for the last 6.5 hours, the drivers have been counting on air traffic control up there. Marty, you're out in the elements right now on the pit box. If you look up at the top of the suites right now, can you see the fire? Yeah.
Oh.
I'm going to give my man Steve credit because he noticed it. And I'm saying, Steve, it's even got more significant in the last 15 minutes.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's definitely rolling it. To your point, Townsend, I can make out the windows of the booth, but 30 minutes ago, I could also make out the top of the World Center of Racing. It's starting to become a little bit hazy now.
Give me 1 second, and I can.
You get worse. You can imagine this point from here.
Calvin, if you think about how sucked in it was this morning, and they're going to get to that level here,
Well, she's in there behind the pillow. Hey, Maddie. Maddie. Yeah, there she is. There's the big Maddie girl. That is my fat dog. It's not shaming her. That's my fat puppy. Hey, she's down 20 pounds. I love my Maddie girl. There's nobody that can tell me different. I love my Maddie girl. She's my sweet girl.
Imagine if we could tell everyone here that Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance to save people hundreds. Oh, what's this? A fan is right out onto the field. He's not wearing pants. No speed pants. And the control room sensitive. Oh, only paying for what you need. Liberty.
Are you 50 or older? You already know the importance of shingles protection. Did you know pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination is recommended too? Why? If you're 50 or older, you're at over 6 times greater risk of getting pneumococcal pneumonia. Schedule at vaxassist.com.
Your prescription for well-being starts at Market Street, where your neighborhood pharmacists are here to give you the care you need when you need it.
It's time.
Weather is a real talking point right across the country this weekend, and with the storms rolling through. Here we've enjoyed a lovely day at Daytona Beach, but look, we woke up to a blanket of fog, and that fog is rolling back in. That tells the story up high, down on the ground with Nick Gillily, who at one point in time had over a 6.5 second lead over Felipe Nasser. It's now 2.5 seconds. The Porsche Penske driver trying for the 3-peat is reeling in this Lion and Acura driver.
Did it on the same lap, and NASA has about 3% more energy on board, so I think why Yelling was able to establish that NASA is in energy save mode, and now he's unleashed it a little bit.
Has he unleashed his power, or is that how much better?
Yeah, the fireworks are got to be starting soon. It's almost 9 o'clock there. I don't know if they're at 9 or at 10, but the fireworks do start soon.
This is at the very end of a long double stint here for Nick Gillily as well, so that plays into that story.
Kind of wondered, the shot of the fog rolling in. Fog is moisture. And I instantly started to think, are some of these curves going to start to dampen up a bit and maybe catch somebody
fog looks dense. It almost looks like rain blowing in the spotlights.
Yeah, maybe some of these teams that do have a set or two of those shots may like to
Guys, it's
on the car if it gets a bit sketchy.
in the span of time that you two were having that discussion, another 1.2 seconds came out of Yellow Leaf's lead. It's down to 1.3. This is Naz that we ride with. This thing, that's the first car you see. It hasn't been this tight in a while.
Well, you see a little wiggle there up ahead. I think Yellow Leaf trying to put the power down through turn 6. So it looks like he's really struggling for rear grip here.
He's going to have traffic in the Le Mans chicane, and that can really check him up. This might work out perfectly for Nazar to have a monster run as they come onto the banking through NASCAR 3 and 4.
Yeah, and he's probably got about another 6 or 7 laps to his Bendy on towards that 93 machine. So I'm ready to about to fit in a lap or two. If he's going to exhaust that energy on board, he's got to hang on this race car for a little bit longer.
The lead mate Nazar on the attack. He's going to see teammate Kevin Estre behind him third. And Robert Price, the lead BMW. Fred Vesti is the lead Cadillac.
It says 1.3, but it will not be that the line. I think this will be less than a second. They crossed the stripe. What's the gap? 0.7.
Here we go. They've both got, let's just say, 25% energy left. Or coming towards the closing stations of this stint.
Oh, there's nothing left between them now. By the time they get out of turn 6, they should be nose to tail.
You can see there, Yellow Leaf up ahead is very wide there through the international horseshoe. Get the car tucked.
And he had a check up at the king. Oh, that's a big penalty.
Big moment, almost off the road there. Going around the outside, it might have been the tower, number 8. Now it's been 2 machines.
The way that Nick Yellow Leaf took on at the beginning of his stint, I texted Mike Shank, co-team owner, and I said, is Nick on the soft Michelin? He said, no, the medium. And now, at the end of the stint, we've seen them come together, and we've got this brilliant action for the overall lead of the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
A little different this lap for both drivers. Yoli and Nazar should be clean from Le Mans chicane, so nobody to check them up. This will be a clean read for how both drivers exit this really difficult complex. Yoli looked brilliant through there, hitting his marks with a nice gap.
While we enjoy this action, Alex Quinn still leads LMP2 over Paul the rest of the defending winner and PJ Meyer, the champion of the series. Alex Sims and teammate Nick Kasberg 1-2 in GTD Pro and Children on third. And in GTD, Rooney over Hour over Lilu Wadu, top 3.
Ah, give me a penalty.
All careful for the 93. That Lamborghini created some indecision for Yoli. Wasn't sure if there was going to be room at the exit. You saw the brake lights come on, and that allows Nazar to close even more. It was 6/10 at the line. I call it 2 to 3 tenths. We're at 10 now. Disney's right there.
Then Acura versus Porsche. Nick Yellowleaf versus Felipe Nasser.
Right here, we had a little wiggle, just trying to get finally fully on power there. You jump back up onto the banking on the exit of turn 6. And it's got to run.
Might not be good enough. And when I say good enough, Nazar talked about how patient you have to be for the first 22 hours of this race, and you see it right there. Experience, talking to himself, saying, hey, this is not the time to really press. Take it if it's a gimme, but don't force it.
That's the cadence when you're in traffic like that and you can see I'm not going to get to him. Let me just roll up to his tail without burning any unnecessary energy. That's the chess matches you're playing with the throttle pedal if you're in the dice market.
Despite Nikita Johnson in the Red Bull, but Flanagan McLaren unfortunately spent a lot of time back in the paddock in the garage and is some 21 laps behind. So overall, that top box, bottom box is GTD Pro, and look at how things are getting more outside the single shot in the air. Big change to the top, now it's through. It's through.
Well, he is pretty much a big shot to this
week weekend will be trying to massage his car. As they say, they don't have a lot of long green runs in terms of the raw testing and earlier this weekend. Hey guys, stand up with me and look out our booth for NASCAR Turn 3. You can really appreciate how hard it's going to be for the spotters now. Those cars are starting to disappear into the fall, and we see it right here on camera. This is a whole different game than anybody's experienced so far this year. Invisible just about. When you're used to having that eye in the sky, it's a different dynamic. There's such a big part of keeping your race car without contact, especially through the night. So this is a variable we have.
Hey guys, welcome in this evening. I'm glad you guys can at least stop by for a bit. Appreciate you. Not quite halfway, waiting on the fireworks show to start on TV. That always is a nice point knowing that you are well into the race. 7 hours in. 17 to go. Wrong. Well, yeah. And I've only cracked up my first monster right now. So not chugging it, just it's like I'm pre-programming for my geek out. Oh, fireworks must be starting. They lowered the track lights. At least it looked like it, or those lights went out. That was dark. Yeah, it's only 8:40. I think they started at 9. Hey, how we doing, guys? Thank y'all for coming and stopping by. I hope everybody did well in their qualifier today with Manufacturers Cup. I know today wasn't the easy track for sure, and I've seen enough complaints about it. So I hope everybody's went as well as it could.
So you've got to be careful now of curves, of tapes, and offline. And with multi-class racing, you're trying to avoid that all the time. Chris, what's it feel like on you?
Normally you'd expect to go to at least about half distance because you're going to have to some don't.
Yeah, typically you hear like 8-16 to get one change.
Hey guys, how we doing out there?
You're the crew chief, but they look those look remember that 9 reported a long spell earlier, so that could be so instead, in an old school world, you would just leave it right. In this situation, they obviously change the caliber. The way they're expecting the caliber, looking at what is that upper bleeder right there, it tells me that maybe it had either a or losing the hydraulic pressure. That's one way they're doing padlock. Where you and those brakes are all high speed right now, 1,000 degrees. Yeah, you don't want to touch the road coming down, but that caliber's probably 250, 300 degrees. And I can tell you, when you practice taking brakes in the garage, it's so easy. And then you do it on dirt road, it's so much more difficult. Let's focus on these two. And the race leading the crowd strong by
Yeah, we were just talking off camera about the track conditions out there, and George Kurtz did say it looks moist on that track. Get ready for your stint again, George. But I want to go back to the very beginning of this race. Now 7 hours into this race, and the 04 CrowdStrike entry is leading in LMP2, but that was a wildly different story on lap 1. Talk us through just your perspective on what you saw.
Well, it's pretty simple. My perspective is get through 24-hour race. Some of these guys have a different view of the world. Unfortunately, we're just innocent bystanders. We got taken out. I think quiet first. It was over there. Well, we got the car back in, and still the guys did a fantastic job. We had some suspension damage. They took care of it under yellow, and like everything else, for many years here, we've had some challenges, but we're always going to focus on staying in it.
I heard Dave tell you on the radio, don't fret, we're still in this. We got this long way to go. You get in a position of being right up and being rolling 24/7 hours into the state record gun at right now.
Hey, you never know. I think at the end of the day,
Here we go. Yellow throwing it in. That was at the end of the
standard with the largest global hotel programs. Nothing like knowing at 5,000 resorts, a complimentary breakfast starts your day. And you have more time to play with an extra minute. Nothing like never having to rush home thanks to late checkout. With exceptional travel benefits worldwide, there's nothing like
Let's go GTD. And the racing Aston Martin leads the way. Maybe they can fly the flag. For the prototype side of the Harden Racing, it's up 16 laps down, unfortunately. They had issues earlier in this race in the Valkyrie. So, maybe on the GTD car, they'll go a little bit better. We're still
14 make sure to clear that. Also clean the windshield. It's starting to fog up just a little bit. In addition, all the debris and flew out on the racetrack. So you can see the smoke just reeling from the front tires as you turn on the way. But again, really
They were able to get back into the mix in the top two there with their teammate car. And, you know, as a driver right now with that straight back on the wheel, you tell yourself, we know we're fast, we know we're in the mix, we absolutely have a chance to win. All we have to do is move this night in one piece. So that becomes the priority. I'm sure there's been a lot of conversation about the flaws with this team and how to deal with it because it's about risk mitigation.
Absolutely. I mean, you just don't think the big picture is so easy. You get so wrapped up in the moment and everything else. Nick Gallagher did a great job. You need that experience. You'll make the big mistake.
Oh yeah, forget you guys can hear through my mic when I can't hear in my ears. So if you're hearing squeaky sounds or anything else like that, that is Sheldon laying here to my right and just doing what he normally does. He'll either lay by my feet and just throw his body against it where his body smashes my foot to the pedal, or he'll just lay there and just squeak his toy constantly, or he'll take his toy to my feet and then lay it right on the left and right where I'm alternating gas and brake, and he thinks it's playing. And little turd head. So if you see where I'm like, all of a sudden you see something goofy happen out of the blue, out of nowhere, not driving deep into a turn, but where it's like, why didn't he brake there? And that's because I couldn't get to it. So, but yeah, that's my dog. That's one of them. Having a blast, hanging out with Dad. Then here in a little while, he'll end up going and hiding under my desk here in the room and passing out. So you may hear snoring in a little while too. But just on the safe side, check the other feed that I've got going tonight to make sure it's not me. It may sound like me, but it probably isn't me. Number 7, still leading the way. Come on, Porsche. I don't like that it's Penske, but it is what it is on that. I can handle him as Porsche team. I cannot handle his NASCAR team. No way, no how.
Sensors out of Paoli from United Raceway. There's a pressure sensor on the hose and handle area, but also a rotation sensor on the shroud, the big body part there of the gun. And the team has set it to 600 foot-pounds to tighten the nuts on the wheels. And the premise behind this is consistency. Because if you just go by feel and you over-crank it, then what's going to happen is it's going to take you longer to get the nut off on the next stop. Now, it goes by the data system to the top of the box, so the engineers can see, but also the lights around the side. It's telling you that it's alive. It's pitch color telling you that it's blue, but green is money because that tells you that it is exact. For the kids out there, yes, the lights can be changed to different colors. So they know the teenagers love those LEDs.
Certainly do, man. Regular Corvette Racing number 3, Alexander is going to stay behind the wheel. You can see just with the ambient temperature going down, how hot the front tires are, the brake guard as well. 13.32 for Alex into a medium start like the largest medium blitz in the Motor City. Went to his first ever NBA game. Play the Boston Celtics. Even said, you don't understand how big those humans are. So he said down courtside, he had an absolute blast. Also, it was a Detroit on show as well. That's a great start to the week. Great race car here so far in the Rolex 24.
Great story there from back up those wheels. I said people like that. I also think the key is that we're talking about the long way you need to outside that's that stuff was exactly oh yeah that's what I love about it. You were allowed to develop be on the race
That's on the back straight. Dang. I got that place turned dark. It would be cool. I would like to see him do that. Like I've driven in the dark here on the game with other tracks, not this one, but it gets really cool because it really highlights those headlights out, brake lights. I mean, you are just trusting like you would when you're driving down a back county road or anything like that. You can't see anything, and it's really cool. There's my favorite Mustang. Okay. Just got loose there. And there's my Mustang. Every time. Every time. There's that stupid Mustang. Oh, man. All right. Well, I was wanting to pit this early, 11 laps, because I know second place is about to do so. But I guess we're going to get on the same pits, and I'm just going to have to conserve a little bit, because that's him right behind me now. So I get for getting loose. Oh, well. Yeah, that's that AMG behind me. He should be going to the pits this lap too, so we're going to find out. I may be beating him out. We'll see. No, that's not what I wanted to do. It's all right. Yeah, it's a 2-car race. 16 and a half hours left. I bet I can figure it out from there.
Kevin Lee went to the Master Sullivan Hospital earlier when you were in the car. Had to wake up my boy Tom Berkowitz. So, what is that like when you open up for your gym? Are you rubbing for a little bit, or are you ready to roll once you're ready and they come up and wake you up?
I guess it depends how deep asleep you are. Usually, actually, if you've been asleep for a little longer, it's worse. Yeah, you wake up and you feel like you're doing 6 hours. But yeah, once the adrenaline gets you off a little bit, we can press up, good to go.
All right, your old teammate John Bell has the question. Is that okay? Let me ask you it's okay first, right? Hey, Jack, your appreciation for motocross and supercross is well documented. How do you feel knowing that you're sitting literally in the chair that 4 hours ago was occupied by the fastest man to ever ride a dirt bike named Stewart? Yeah,
that's pretty cool. That's really cool, actually. In fact, my next question was going to be who's beating the ball.
Yeah, you've been so locked into what you're doing out on the racetrack along with all the other 50-some-odd cars right now. Jack, with the moisture coming in, do you feel anything, or do you think your teammates feeling anything right now in terms of the painted lines, the curves, getting a little bit of damp?
I think on the outlap, the job is very, very tricky. Probably trickier than I thought it was going to be because it's quite warm right now. There's definitely some days of moisture in the air. So I would have said the outlap for sure right now. When I went out earlier when it wasn't quite as bad, I went into that little desert turn, which in the daytime is flat when you're on the pit lane. But I got in there a little pause.
You guys got tires for all these outlaps tonight?
We scuffed the front, so we've got 6 sets of scuffed front, and we'll run that maybe probably to about, I don't know if people still going to use it from like 12 to 6 through to 6 a.m. But we've got 6 sets of front. The rear, if you do a big burn out of the box, it's not there.
Hey, Jack, you're right. You're a right winner. You're a championship winning driver. We know you don't quite have the outright speed in the car here tonight, tomorrow. So you have to be patient on the lead lap. Are you a patient person?
Patient at the right time. Hopefully not patient at the right time as well. So right now, patient. Honestly, when you're out there, it's quite relaxed in a minute because there's a lot going on in chaos. But at the same time, you really know that we're in all games at this point. All rounds, you have to do a break at some point in the race. That means that you have to at some point. So you feel like you're in reality right now. We're just circulating, trying not to do anything stupid. But last 6 hours of this thing, if we find ourselves in position, then we're going to go for it. It's the one that's missing. So we'll do that.
Hey, Jack, it's Calvin in the booth. From what you've seen so far, mate, who seems to have the strength in the class? Which brand?
The Ferrari's really good in the infield. I'd say Mercedes on the straight. I would say, I think that it's probably Mercedes on board, although I think
Jack Hawksworth. But there's a little bit of a NASCAR drive for Jack Hawksworth as well. You ran Dakota 24 to the 6 in the truck. There's a couple cool truck races. St. Pete, San Diego. Are you trying to find pride in one of those 2 races?
I mean, St. Pete for sure. I'd love to have gone that. If there was an opportunity in the Toyota family, then
Steve said, I'm fine with either one of those races as well. And it's like, you're fighting him for a ride. So, yeah, exactly. All big hitters. So, Steve hit off the fireworks. Godspeed on that, everyone. We're going to stay down here for tonight. Get lost in a lot of things today, though. We'll meet tomorrow.
Somebody good stuff, Jack. Good is, but that's the whole Lexus duo. In both GTD and GTD Pro, they're both on the lead lap. Coming up, we've got a special guest with us. Mr. Lamar next.
This season, you've got places to go, people to see, and things to do. You may have already gotten vaccinated for flu and COVID-19, but other respiratory illnesses are still out there. If you're 50 or older, even if you're healthy, it may be important to help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia. And if you have certain health conditions, it may be important to help protect against RSV too. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about what vaccines you need. Help protect yourself with only one vaccine.
Your prescription for well-being starts tomorrow, where your neighborhood pharmacist are here to consultation, personalized care, and all your wellness. And giving you the best chart of prevention and immunization. We understand that every person's health is touching yourself. So whether you're picking up or you're dropping off, we're here for you.
Tired of body pain holding you back? Try Aleve for longer lasting pain relief. Unlike Tylenol and Advil, just one dose of Aleve provides up to 12 hours of relief from all types of body pain. Try Aleve.
So you want to put the heavier ass on the bottom. Let's let him do his job right. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Latte for Jan?
We got a latte for Jan. Remember, you don't work here. Latte for Jan?
I think the chicken is solid.
Julie. Jan, happy January. Kansas, O'Shea, root beer, and probably sandwich cookies.
Progressive can protect you from becoming embarrassed, but we can't protect you without opening bottle with us.
It could be Jan, I guess. Jan?
I'll leave another.
Dad, Mom thinks she's at a resort again.
Would you rather not resort to a virtual resort? This is much better in real life. It matters where you stay. Book your spring break travel now for the stay.
Here he is. One of the best in that history of sports car racing. The best ever at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. The best ever at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. The one and only TK. Tom Christmas has been so gracious over the years with us to allow him inside his home, back in Denmark, into his mansion. Sebring, but it's PK is here in Florida. Mate, great to see you. Surely doing it on a Zoom call. How's your day been, and what are your thoughts on the race and the event thus far?
Yeah, it's fabulous. Obviously, it started a little bit too exciting for some, and a bit of yellows too much in the beginning. But then again, if the race really comes alive, the light comes on. I like to see that. Yeah, everyone is progressing to make themselves very strong. Just listening once in a while to your great words. What else? Have a little time to eat good food, seeing the people enjoying around the time zone as well, and just have a very nice meal, very nice meal. Obviously over the years, the legendary is back there. Never competed in. Doing a deal one year. I know, but just from an observational standpoint, say yeah, I think we wanted to like people just feel like no sport, like Laguna Seca, no so I had to be drop the loyalty to come and race here, which was not possible back then. So yeah, I envy the guys out there. Certainly, this is the first race of the year. A lot of expectations going into there, some bring new cars, new chassis, new teammates together. But generally, there's a lot of truck line like you see on the pictures. So they're quite healthy. Even though you have 12 hours of darkness, it's a short track. So in that sense, the amount is 2 times a day. There's a lot of darkness there, particularly in my early days. Probably also with the headlights were developed. It was something else like we as the headlights got better. And the highlights got worse. I probably got a little bit more mature and waiting a bit earlier. So I switched cars. Because at the moment, we say it was from the end from the start to the end. You always have to, whenever you pick your advantage, it would be helpful for you. I have a little feeling here, it's a little bit of sort of competition of trying to establish yourself in the team. If it's not progress, that you want to be the fastest, you want to be the chosen one who will be in the car in the last couple of hours. Sometimes not choosing just being the fastest, but also being the guy who has the mentality to be the strongest on the that enormous the team as it gets closer to the finish.
I remember standing against Pit Boss at Le Mans. I think it was the year with Champion Audi, JJ, and I could just sense that you wanted the ball. You wanted the ball at the end of the race. You wanted to be the man, and certainly the team had to believe in you that you were the finisher. But there was a sense I really felt the teammates were like looking to you to seal the deal, so to speak.
This I don't know. I mean, I just remember, I was like we started and we see how it develops. But what happened there was actually one summer I had to go home. So I got in the car earlier than expected. But then I had to stay on the same track for a long period. That was the stress I had. Like, that was the champion out. It was very hot. The surface was breaking off. With the new surface, it's actually okay that came around Indianapolis corner and into the Anash corner. And then rolled up. It was one under a lot of mental stress, and I enjoyed being with American teams like that. That's why you touched on it, but that was great time with a small team from the beach.
I'm fascinated by what you just said, which was the driver's temperament in the closing hours, the final couple hours, say at Le Mans. Take us inside the helmet. Because temperament and attitude is a nice halo statement, but the reality is that there are hundreds of little decisions that take place per lap, like what we're seeing right here. As David Estre goes side by side, I believe, with his teammate Felipe Nasser. The decision making right there. I mean, we still have 16 hours to go, but all of those hundreds of decisions that take place, take us in the helmet for you. How did you navigate those decisions? Because there's thousands across the 24-hour race.
Yeah, you are so focused in the car. Everything is, you don't blink. You're absolutely on it, and particularly between teammates, as we just witnessed here. There's a little bit of a different rule, of course, but it doesn't mean that it's not getting to you, because it's actually a pain to be passed by your teammate. It needs special material. So there will be a little bit of pressure tires on one, things like that. You can kind of navigate into a corner, which can help your focus be positive, because you have to have a positive focus. When it gets negative, when it gets that you get under pressure, when you get that you're losing out things, and you get into a mode which is not very healthy. And that's constantly happening with that.
The greats, I find, always have amazing memories recall for every detail of their career. I spent a lot of time when I was younger around Dan Gurney. He had that. It was amazing,
Especially the good times.
Yeah. But let's talk about the bad times. You spend more time, that's what you've been, as the greatest sports star in the world. You spend more time today thinking back on what could have been, or thinking about the success.
No, I'm very relaxed. I mean, when you finish your career and as a driver, I really think back maybe at the positive things, but I'm also more open and I can be more honest about the bad times, which actually you learn a lot from that. Literally just a dinner now, we're talking about once when I got cramp in the seat. if we had not won by 12 seconds with a great battle with our sister car back then, we left Europe and Mission, I was fighting there. It was a lovely fight. I would never mention it at all if we hadn't won. I was so embarrassed of not having been well prepared, which is your but rather you have to arrive on by yourself. Whatever you think.
That better not be. Oh no, that's the Porsche. Number 6. Dadgummit. I was thinking that was the Aston Martin again, number 23, but no, that's number 6. That's what I get for watching. Yeah.
That's a big question, Dave. Obviously, being from our nation, Denmark, we have many drivers all over these years. Nicholas Wilson, really good Ferrari, biggest network in Denmark. Right now, but internally, I talked and I wanted to look into the guy in the same car with him, the young guy coming to the MX-5. Exactly. He's the guy who caught my attention. I want to follow him a bit more and understand if he's coming through my way. Maybe that car as well. This is very special. What I would say in general, I mean, what a team we have. How many good drivers we have in the team. It's very strong business. It's popping up on top once in a while. So we have to applaud them. You do that very well with the commentary, the way you understand the system, understand the race, understand us as drivers. That's really super important. And, yes, big notice.
I think we're seeing this trend of these young drivers suddenly getting these opportunities and succeeding. Is that the situation that we're in? They can be so prepared. They seem to be completely as fast behind the wheel. What do you attribute that to? They set back in the day, but the lineup didn't seem to change. They did decades because they were so successful. I think manufacturers were unbelievably great after that combination. The chemistry is there.
Tom, I know we don't really know each other now. No, but I've got my dinner break coming up. Is there a chance I can borrow your rollback this weekend? You know, yeah. For you, my dining here. This guy's got wherever this guy wants to go. Everybody wants to have
Oh, it's a Citroen road car. That's awesome. So the A&G is not enough. We gotta have a Citroen. I just bought.
Back with all these great roads, some turn out straight as an arrow, others long and white. Loaded up on switchbacks, hairpins, and breathtaking views, it's almost as if everyone knew. The X3, X5, and X7. Proud of South Carolina, BMW's largest worldwide. Lease a BMW X3 for
Sorry, guys. Sheldon was about to take out everything, all the wires for his ball. Gosh. That would have been fun. Get 7, almost 8 hours into this, and then Sheldon break everything. Wouldn't have been good.
I think the guys were saying maybe half an hour or so ago that it was getting really kind of thick. Yeah, all right, while we've got a moment, let's head down to Amanda in the infield, get our Rolex clock tower report.
Hey, Brian, yeah, you can see right behind me that Rolex bridge. I'm catching up with the driver that just had one head coming in and out here. And actually has to be back in just an hour, so I know I got to get you out of here, Paul. But we were talking about the track conditions and just how foggy it is. How bad is it out there right now?
Yeah, it's getting quite bad, especially in the infield section. You know, the Daytona line of sport, quite a lot of spotters here, but they can't see anything. So you're kind of in there on your own. Of course, be very careful this point. The race is still that long to go. But I'm sure as we get into the night, I hope it continues because you can see it's coming in faster than I think people predicted.
And saw you put on the headset right after you got out of your LMP2 and you were talking straight to the engineer. What did you tell them?
I just find that we need to be sure that we're strategy, what we think is going to be defined into the night. I want to get ready, get back into another little bit. But you've got to follow the track conditions, and ultimately, the last 4 hours when you try and get your car in the window.
All right, you can run off. He's got 1 hour. Told me I got to go eat before I get back in this thing.
We've got a brand new hat with it as well. I mean, I don't know if he's been buying a swag. I think the fielder that is actually back on sports hat. Yeah, but it still has a tag on it. There might be a mini world who you would have no idea who that is.
No, I guess nothing went wrong.
Yeah, completely black. And what I do love that you pulled the rest of it quite happy. Yeah. You're telling me that that's something new. He's not always, he's not sort of renowned for being happy in the pattern. But yeah, great to see. Very simple. All over the car, enjoyed it. Wait, it's coming back in now, so we obviously enjoyed it. I was talking about where they were doing that interview, and I love it. There are iconic pit lanes all around the world. I think about walking into the pit lane at Lamar, walking into the pit lane at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You walk through Gasoline Alley, you walk out to Grand David. It's the same thing here at Daytona for the Rolex 24. You've got that clock tower that's down there, creates kind of a pathway into the pit lane in the middle of it. You look down there, it's got that beautiful Rolex. No one wears one that size, but it's got that beautiful Rolex clock face on the front of it, and
it's one of those iconic pieces of the racetrack here, and it's amazing that we come here each year for the Rolex 24. It's such an iconic and special event.
I just stood up at the booth so I could look over the monitors and actually see that clock, and then you sort of looking down. I figured you could look over without standing up. I'm going to sit back down. Up and down, you didn't know you have to work this much. Speaking of work, out of the racetrack, the night comes in, but nothing else changes. The traffic stays the same. The speed stays the same. How do you adjust to the darkness as the driver? Do you want a driver to go from daylight into dusk, or do you want to have a driver that's ready to get as soon as the sun comes down and then off you go?
Yeah, it is a really hard thing to come from being there in the pit box, bright lights, everybody looking at screens, whatnot, and you're trying to sort of get your head.
That Ferrari sure doesn't know what blue flag means. Jesus.
A Corvette ZS6 EV3 or a Mercedes or a Cadillac GTP car, every environment is slightly different. You've really got to sort of work on getting your head right there. These two cars, the 99 and the 04, side by side. George gets it done in 2 turn 1. Sorry, excuse me. That's PJ Hyatt getting past George into turn 1. And PJ has been, an absolute. His performance over the last season has been pretty remarkable. He's really come on leaps and bounds in this car, in this team. And, I think that's a real testament to everything Gunnar has really done, been able to put together there at AO. And really giving him that right environment, the right space for PJ to drive. And PJ really is leading the charge at the moment in this strong category of drivers here in the P2 class, where they're really almost professional. Well, I'm going to say, I love this class for this exact reason. George Kirk, PJ Hyatt, going at on the racetrack, 2 of the more successful businessmen in the country, right? And now they're doing battle on the racetrack as well. And these guys are race car drivers right now. They're not businessmen. They're not thinking about what's going on in the boardroom. They're not thinking about stock prices. They're not thinking about anything other than that Rolex watch. Which, by the way, they can buy any Rolex that they wanted. They don't want to buy it. No, they want to win it. Yeah. They will like everybody else. They want to break the back. And I'm going to give hats off to Dave Cameron as well, because we talked about Gunnar Jeanette at AO Racing, but it's Dave Cameron, and he mentioned it earlier when we were talking to him. PJ Hyatt was fast. When Dane came to the program, PJ was fast. He qualified well, and he was a guy that could get the car up there for you, maybe even put it on hold. So he helped with the driving the car fast standpoint. He needed help with the racing acumen standpoint. And I think that's what Dave Cameron really brought him with racecraft. How to think
certainly had those, which is what brings the championship. Absolutely. Whether it's here in IMSA, whether it's going around the world competing in the European Le Mans Series, or at Le Mans, I mean, they've had a truly spectacular 2025, having AO Racing Team driving TS4 back in Europe. But when you come here to IMSA and you go, well, these guys are really, really on it. And they've raised the bar, no doubt. And that's also within the paddock. AO done a brilliant job with the Rexy, the Roxy, and all of that engagement. I stood there in the paddock at Team Le Mans when you there at the autograph session, and AO has got the family, they've got the line that's just going up and out the hill. You know, it's just over the hill, in fact. And it's extraordinary how they've managed to really engage with fans and make it come like a real family atmosphere. And that's something that they've really worked very, very hard on. Hands off to them and their hard work to really turn this into another dimension into the pattern.
They sell every bit of merchandise that they bring to the racetrack, PJ Hyatt told me, but they're not the only ones selling merchandise. I think there's Corvette merchandise that goes out, there's Cadillac merchandise that goes out, and you got to kind of have a different overseer when it's the corporate side of things for PJ and those guys that are broad category drivers. They don't have to think about it as much, but you got a couple of balls with your Corvette racing. What happens if we sit beside you right here?
Yeah, great to have Eric Warren with us today here in the booth. Fantastic to see you up there, Eric. And thanks so much for coming in. And, we're seeing such a strong run from the Corvettes at the moment in GTD Pro. It seems like they've got a fantastic sort of vibe here this weekend, and it seems like they're running extremely strongly. And it seems like it's sort of like this quiet confidence that's going about their business. How's things feeling when you're down there in this Chevy Experience Center there, and everybody calling in GM? How do they feel about it?
Kind of get a feel. Any major problems that you're working on, some things you didn't practice. Really, everybody starts competing here. So certainly the Corvettes, but the three of the Corvettes just showing some resilience. Hopefully that continues as we get through the night. Cadillacs, different times we hit the penalty military line, and we made it, I think, 25 seconds. Coming back up there. So, it's amazing. Honestly, the field and GTP, looking at the ultimate time, it's a couple tenths, really kind of separates it. The horses certainly we'll have our work cut out for us to catch them, but I think we got to get through the night and catch the other car. You don't have to deal with all of these. Is that like a breath of fresh air a little bit? No, actually, I lean on him quite a bit. Talk about different drivers, just give a good perspective on the platform. I think it's great to talk about the Corvette stuff, and we're so used to doing that in sports car racing here in the U.S. over the last several decades. Cadillac, the brand comes in and puts that category, and now that global resurgence of General Motors motorsports worldwide with the Formula One program now coming online. What does that do, in addition to the frequent flyer miles, obviously, that you're getting now? What does that do for the brand, for the company as a whole?
I think Cadillac certainly our entry into global motorsports with Hypercar was a great lead-in. Certainly, the success we had won the championship the first year with Action, and then obviously selling the podium at Le Mans really kind of set the stage to kind of draw the attention to the brand and really compete against the lesser brands that we want to. As we get into Formula One, we certainly want to elevate that. Our performance on the global stage shows what it comes down to. We're in every category we're in. At some point, we're winning championships, and we know it's a long road in Formula One, but the excitement that it's brought, just a whole different group of fans to General Motors and to Cadillac. We see the enthusiasm, not just in the U.S., but globally, the numbers we're getting and the response to it, and a younger audience and how it's drawing them to Cadillac and kind of, creating a cool vibe of Cadillac. And as we see the look of the team come out and certainly the personalities of the drivers, it's going to bring excitement into the brand, and we're seeing it in our products and ourselves.
So earlier on the weekend, I was able to speak with one of the chief chassis engineers, Eric Pfeiffer, and he was talking about how there's really strong collaboration now between Jota and Action Express and Wayne Taylor Racing, and how they're collaborating here this weekend. Jota are even running some simulation work, and there's engineers that come in with the team both coming out.
Yeah, I think for us, King Cadillac, it's like, even we call it King Chevy. We see it out front and front injector. It's really how we approach motorsports. Motorsports really invested in the engineering side and how it's tied to the company. It's very important to take advantage of the learnings from all the different teams and ideas. And really very simulation heavy, very correlation heavy as you develop the car. And really last year was new. Wayne had obviously been with us, Wayne Taylor, and coming back, but going from Acura to Cadillac, getting used to the car, getting the Evo with Jonah, Sam Higgins. I want to Jonah's here, up here in the kind of engineering area where we're all sitting and looking at the car. So the interaction has really been great amongst the owners and engineers.
Just quickly, on the village, having been in the car, talking about transferring across all these different forms of racing, super exciting.
Yeah, Connor has certainly proven his ability to win it anything he gets in. And so it continues to amaze people. We were joking with his father about how, he was showing this Rolex, Daytona Rolex off at the prom, right? You laugh about that. But, getting in and the caution there and having the restart there, did a great job. And one, obviously, they're like two here, but certainly a bright future for us.
Kind of wondering if there was any question about this Formula One program when it was brought up. Let's check with Chris in pit lane.
Yeah, quickly, Brian, the 7 is in as Felipe Nasser has climbed out of that Porsche 963. In goes Julian Andlauer, the 2018 24-hour Le Mans GT Am winner. Recently got promoted to factory driver last year. Climbs aboard, still looking for his first podium run at the Rolex. He's down in the way. We expect his sister car momentarily.
So the yellow on that Michelin tire that rolled out telling me that is still that medium compound tire. I don't think we've gotten cool enough temperatures to go to the soft yet.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see how he goes.
It seems to take forever to get out of pit lane.
It doesn't never feel that look when you're in the car.
While we're waiting for the six to pit, Eric, when the idea of the Formula One program was brought up, was it everybody on board or was it some naysayers?
No, it actually came from leadership. We had a great opportunity. The Comcast really allowed us to kind of enter a great partnership with GWG. It certainly came from Mary, Mark Lawrence, the board. They saw the excitement of it and what it would do for the brand. And it's everyone in the company has been supportive. And we've been working on it 3 years. So it's going to be great to see it on track this week.
Awesome. 6 to the top, Chris.
Yeah, so the sister car is in. Kevin Escher is going to climb out of this car. As again, that's the car that has that right side damage. So the driver change is going to commence here. As Lawrence Vantor will get back behind the wheel. It's starting to hold nicely, but some of that Barabon tape, especially on the side skirt there on the bottom of the race car, starting to come apart a little bit. But they're going to clean the windshield and get Lawrence Vantor back underway. I do want to make note, we saw a little bit ago the 24 from WRT, the BMW Robin Prince come in unexpectedly. Spent a lot of time on pit road. Said something felt like it broke in the steering. They had a brand new steering wheel back in the timing stand ready to go. But then all of a sudden he said, I think it's fine, and he left. So the team's still kind of scratching their heads, but the 24 just plummeted through the running order a few minutes ago. But maybe some concern there as far as steering.
You're going to have a problem, have it early, rinse and repeat, keep that cycle going, clean laps, pit stops, do it all over again. We'll do just that when we come back to Daytona.
There it is, Limu, the 50-yard line. Soon we'll be telling the whole stadium how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance. Today, people, 100! Looks like we're walking. A bit of a halftime. Only pay what you need. Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Your prescription for well-being starts at Market Street, where your neighborhood pharmacists are here to give you the care you need when you need it.
We've been fighting fires for hundreds of years. Embracing technology is what is going to make our job safe. Of course, that team has always been there to support us.
The magic never leaves you when you stay with the Disney Resorts Collection. It's up early, giving you extra time in any of the 4 theme parks every day, and welcomes you back to even more magical moments. Start saving today.
What
is the dumbest thing you've ever wasted money on?
I was paying for 2 subscriptions over like 3 years.
That's like $200,000. How'd you figure that out?
I saw an app that shows you all the monthly subscriptions you had and how much you paid.
So did you just like go and cancel or?
I have a phobia of making calls, so actually I did not do that. The app, you can cancel the app.
What is the app called?
Rocket Money.
There are drivers who dream of winning just one championship. What about 5? What about 5 Le Mans? What about 5 Sebring winners? Ollie Gavin did just that. What a career at Corvette Racing. Over there with Tommy Miller, longtime teammate. And all right, Ollie. I love having you. No money. Yeah, no money. I told you, it's one of those nice things I said. You don't know, but in all seriousness, you look at your career and all the success that you had as a driver when you start that, certainly that's what you dream of. But looking back, could you ever imagine those successes that I talked about? It's like I said, oh, I want to win Le Mans. And then it turned into, I want to win Le Mans again. I won Sebring. I want to win Sebring again. You know, and again and again and again. Championships and all of that.
Yeah, it is very special. I was extremely privileged to come into a great team at Corvette Racing. I had some fantastic teammates. Tommy was one of those. Managed to speak to him just a little while ago on air, which was fantastic. And you get to race at some amazing tracks, amazing racing. This is the Rolex 24. We've got to compete here with Corvette Racing for some six times. And that was always extremely special. Always so special to be here. And, you know, the victory that I had in 2016 here was, you know, one of the absolute career highlights that I had with Corvette Racing, and one of those spots, clips, pictures that is correctly sort of presented to me, and I'm lucky enough to sign it. You know, I have a teammate, an old teammate, Antonio Garcia, that's really not that keen on the picture. I think it's such a close finish. But yeah, I think, you know, when you look back on all of those races and championships I competed in, you just have to look at the team and the group of people that I worked with. And I have to really thank them. I really do.
Well, and there was an evolution to your time, not just with motorsports, but at Corvette. You go from the GT1 period to GT Le Mans based cars, the GT3 cars like we have today. That evolution went from different drivetrains and types of transmissions to traction control and anti-lock brakes.
And the engine went from the front of the car to the middle of the car with Corvette, which was something that I didn't ever really think was going to happen at the time that I drove for the team. And it did. It was amazing. And, you know, I was fortunate enough to drive 4 different generations of Corvette: C5R, C6R, C7R, and C8R. And so to be able to see that development and then see how those cars were performing on tracks like this in Daytona, or Sebring, or Road Atlanta, or Road America, all of these amazing tracks that IMSA goes to and competes at, you can really feel the evolution. And with that same core group of people at Pratt & Miller, that's one of the reasons why they were so successful and continue to be so successful. Because that sort of like core group of people and DNA that you need in a team to be so successful was so consistent. They were great people doing a great job, and their ability to execute, but also learn from things that didn't quite go right. Very, very intelligent group of people who really applied themselves to their job.
It's almost very Penske-like, and it's the perfect time to say that as Julian Andlauer aboard the number 7, 1983 from Penske Motorsport, took the lead from the number 6 of Lawrence Vandoor after the pit stops. And here they go, plenty of room down into turn 1. Nobody's challenging anything right now. Let's just keep the cars clean and tight.
Yeah, I think Lawrence just sort of thinking that, okay, on the medium tire, and his boss is thinking, okay, just let him have it. I'll sit behind him, get a fuel safe. We are literally going through the motions. And, you know, they've just been able to run back to the front every single time, the 7 and 6. So it's kind of like they have that certain amount of performance, it seems, over everyone else. And we've seen that in the heat of the day, now we're seeing it in the cooler temps as well. If you're a Cadillac or if you're an Acura or a BMW, you're going to start scratching some heads going, what else have we got in our locker here to be able to take these guys off? Because as he's lifting and toasting, it's turn 1. They're running their routines and their driving lineup there. It's very much like this is sort of personalized before she gets to the playbook. And yeah, the brain trust, like I said, a Cadillac, an Acura, a BMW, you know, are seriously going to be working that midnight oil to see what they can find and come up with when the sun comes up and the temperature really does start to rise at this track.
And for the 26-year-old Brett, this is his first opportunity for a full season in a GT car here in the International Car Championship. He's no stranger to well, we were just talking about GTD and experience Julian Edelauer. How was checking in with Amanda on GTD?
Hey, Brian, yeah, as we covered here today, if you look at speed, you know, it knows no background, it knows no age, and it certainly knows no gender. You're taking a look at Lulu Wazoo, one of 2 females racing here in competition today. It was just announced last week that Ferrari has signed her for multiple years as a factory driver underneath the Racing Horse umbrella. But talking about what she's been able to accomplish.
Hi, Odie.
Endurance Cup champion, after the win for the GTD class.
Bubba.
I did talk to Antonio Flacco, who's next up in this Ferrari. He was telling me the concern that they have right now is this overnight. There's a new Evo package on this 296, and as they shake it out, they've been able to find a groove here in the hotter weather, but worried how the Ferrari's going to act in some of those, let's say, midnight to 4 a.m. hours. So the eye is on that.
Hi, bud. Everybody meet Odie. This is him. Yep, this is Odie. Silly little dude. This is my dog. We're watching the driver cam. He's deciding that he wants to take over for a shift. No, maybe not. All right.
In the rain as well, and it was extraordinary. 2 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the field in the V2 class, which is stacked with other talent that you're seeing here on the grid. A really special driver.
All right.
Need to see him on board the 21 car.
Trying to settle back into my rhythm here. That Ferrari had me flustered.
Her name, being a Ferrari factory driver again. It's fantastic.
Really, really fantastic. Talking about earlier on about drivers' development and coming through, and you know, finding someone like Badu is really fantastic for the sport. You know, there she's getting it done. Absolutely great performance.
And we somewhat talked about this earlier when Steve was up here, but it's a team, right? It is knowing what your job is within the team. For Lulu, it might be qualifying in the LT2 car because of the license that she holds, but when you look at it in the GTD car, well, she's silver, so she can't qualify in an LPG car, but in this category, she knows that there are other drivers in her car that are quicker than she is. They may be the qualifying driver. She knows what her driver is. Remember Steve saying, hey, it's the average. It's the average. It's the average. She can go out there. Yeah. She can go out there and run that lap after lap after lap. She's not mistake prone. She doesn't put a wheel long. That reputation kind of precedes you. It makes people say, if I need somebody who's quick and consistent, that's what I want. And that's exactly what you got there.
Right, as you said. Closing that gap up to say Drew, I think he's on 27.
We talked earlier too, and it's interesting is the nighttime, this morning here, and you look at the headlights. The GTD class, not GTD Pro, but the GTD class, the only class out there that has an amber-colored lens on the lights. The lights are so bright now, sometimes they seem to shine right through the amber-colored lens. But you know, on some of these long shots, that you see a car with amber-colored lens, you know that is GTD, the Pro-Am category. I don't know why they don't do it on LMP2 cars, since it too is a Pro-Am category, and it would designate those two classes. But even with those lights, I talked about how bright they are. You can see on those long shots the amber lights coming at you, and you know those are GTD cars. But from the rear-facing camera in the car, can you make out the difference?
That's hard. That is hard.
Yeah.
You know, it's not something that those cameras, certainly when I was competing, were able to sort of really distinguish. You know, it is just a ball. At this point, it really is a ball of light that's sat in that screen that you can see as a rear view camera, and you really are relying on the radar section, the radar portion of that rear view camera system to give you how far back is that car, how far which lane does that car fly you, the distance that it is. You know, so all of those sort of things are really one of the things that you use in this multi-class racing.
On board the six right now, Lawrence Van Thor behind the wheel. Both Van Thor and Campbell have a win to roll at 24, but Chris, drop your standing with, waiting for his watch.
And he certainly hopes it could be come tomorrow afternoon. Kevin Estra, you climbed out of the race car. You guys have had an eventful start to this race. I want to ask you about the contact earlier. We think we have it. Is this what put that right side damage in that car?
No, I don't think we touched there. No, it was exit. It was pit exit after my first stop. I left the pit and exit towards turn 3, and there were two MP2 behind each other. And I left by the first one, and I really didn't really see the second. I just stayed where I was, but probably there was not enough space, so I understeered a little bit. And we had contact just on apex of turn 3, which was not a big contact, but obviously on a bad spot, and had quite some damage. The guy did a good job of doing some tape and trying to replace the little parts they could, or repair. But yeah, we have a little damage since the beginning, which was unfortunate because it was not even in a racing situation. It was just misunderstanding between both of us. But I haven't seen any pictures.
How is the car right now? I know the team has feverishly worked on the car. They put the tape on the right side. Is it handling okay? Obviously, still in a good battle with the sister car here early.
Yeah, no, the car is shooting okay. I think we struggled a bit for a few things after that, trying to repair, being cycling towards the back of the field, trying to come back. Now the car seems fine. Had a good fight with Felipe up front, as there was in scene 1 and 2. Sister car is very strong, but we seem to be right there in the mix. So let's see. It's a very long race, but at the moment the car feels okay.
All right, things still looking up here for Porsche Penske, the sister car. That's Kevin Estra and Stevie Letarte. You're getting in position. We're getting close to the big moment. You ready to hit that button?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm back here on the back stretch ready. My man Dick is getting everything all set up. I'm going to hit the button. I'm going to do a more DJ style. We saw Burn Up, we'll mess it up. Not today. I'm going to fireworks training. I'm ready.
pretty bad. Try this Robitussin honey. The only brand with True Source certified honey. Mind if I root through your trash? The powerful cough relief
Robitussin. Are you 50 or older? You already know the importance of shingles protection. Did you know pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination is recommended too? Why? If you're 50 or older, you're at over 6 times greater risk of getting pneumococcal pneumonia. Schedule at vaxassist.com.
We want to help you thrive no matter what stage your life is. Your prescription for well-being starts at Market Street, where your neighborhood pharmacists are here to give you the care you need when you need it. From expert consultation to personalized care and all your wellness essentials, and giving you your best shot at prevention with immunizations. We understand that every step towards health is a step towards happiness. So whether you're picking up or we're dropping off, we're here for you.
One of the really cool things here at the Rolex 24 fireworks at 10 o'clock. Jeff Burke last year, not that button, Jeff. Yeah, that one. That was close. Dale Jarrett did it the year before, and I think Dale was a little more solid. One push, never a fake to the other box. We want the plunger. We want the plunger. Look at that. So,
Hey, there the fireworks go. All right, that's coming up, I guess. That was from last year when Dale Jarrett was like a little kid pushing that button. Oh, yeah, there they are. All right, so they're still talking about them. Oh, my God. Dale Jarrett was like, that was the dream. Oh, no, he gets to push it this year. There it is. There are the fireworks at Daytona. 9 o'clock, so 10 o'clock their time. They're going off. So just over a third of the way through. So cool.
It's kind of just all goes with the flow. You just get into it. It's okay. But yeah, it certainly is something special here. Beautiful, right? Steve must have rushed another one. Wow.
My favorite part. They run that Ferris wheel all night. Fireworks are going off. You can see the whole track probably from that wheel. Probably cost $300 to ride a Ferris wheel around twice, kind of thing. What a cool experience.
Staging themselves to get these shots. And certainly will make some moody, great, really pretty cool shots. Cold air, just drop it down.
Seems the game can't figure out when to do it because they'll let you do it when you run the actual event race. It does it on the last lap because you finish it in the dark. But it doesn't do it any other time.
So that's fine. 6 a.m. Hey, cars and coffee, if you call it, or breakfast coverage. It's time to come back. Catch it there, and then the finish, 2 to 2 p.m. will be on NBC. But all
course, I guess in the time trial, it does have that Easter egg here in the game where you can see a SpaceX launch happening up over the back straight. So, I mean, I get it. The little Easter eggs and little fun stuff. But, I mean, Daytona, night 24-hour Rolex 24, it's got to have fireworks in the game. Got to have them. And, I mean, it's not hard to figure out. Just put it on hour whatever. After dark, and then just program it that way. It doesn't necessarily have to be, or set it to the clock on your PlayStation. It syncs up somehow. Oh, great! I wonder if they went yellow for the fireworks smoke because there's no wind tonight.
And behind the wall, even a safe spot, they're going to want to move that. But on board with 3.
Antonio Garcia behind the wheel.
All right, so for Antonio, hadn't been that long since he's been in the stop. He's kind of up to speed now, but now all of a sudden you're back down and the safety car is out. What does that do to you as a driver? Would you rather not just go out there and just fly?
Oh, completely.
Interruptions are not good.
Yeah, interruptions at this point are never really that good. You just want to, you're in the groove, you're in the flow. Now you're going to have to pull, everything's going to cool right down. You're going to then be working to not only look at your fuel numbers and that target that all of the teams are asking you to hit, then you've got to also think about those brakes and those tyres that just dropping down and then looking to sort of see where you're running on the racetrack.
There is the tire, and then you got to believe there's a wheel in that. Typically, Michelin makes such a good tire that if you do ever run over debris, something gets cut down in an incident or something like that, they stay together. And that is Chris Cummings was behind the wheel of the number 73 from Pratt Miller Motorsports, the Orica 07. Yes, Pratt Miller Motorsports that is behind the Movement Racing program as well in GTD.
They've been very strong all the way through the run and through this week. They've been doing a great job, and it looked like they were coming in with a lot of confidence. Their first full season with the Orica 07 chassis last season was tough, but they've really seemed like they've got on top of it. Their old mechanics, Ian, was down there running to be the crew chief on the Pratt Miller P2 car, and he's doing a fine job.
When you're in the car, you're kitted up, you have your belly button on, your helmet on, you're strapped in, your radio earpieces are in, and all that. We hear strange noises from these onboard cameras, especially the GTD cars with a lot of their turbo overruns and all that other kind of stuff. Do you hear anything like that in the car?
You do hear noises, but you know that you've raced the car enough, driven the car enough in these caution periods and other times that you get used to those unusual noises. And often, it's got to be something really remarkable, really sort of unusual, and a noise that you usually need to have a feeling as well. You're something or you're smelling something different.
That's a bad thing.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're using all your senses, absolutely using all your senses to try and understand, is that noise something, I've heard it before, or actually no, because that's now coming with some movement, or it's coming with and so, you're usually trying to sort of get to diagnose it by using more than one sense.
And then there is that one sound you don't need anything else for, it's like silverware in a blender.
That's pretty, but again, when it's silverware in a blender, you usually have a smell. Yeah, but it's usually oil everywhere.
A mobile one coming out of the under there.
Yeah, there's cases before that. Gearbox or whatever it could be, transmission fluid. So, that's usually, when you're just reading something off with one sense, it's kind of okay. You're hearing it, whatever, but when you start with two, that's usually when the alarm bells going on.
Seeing like now with this full cross, it did see some sweeper trucks out on the circuit. I think race control does a great job of saying, hey, we're
we're getting to a point where we've got some slack, we've got some tire rubber offline, some debris. We've had several incidents. Let's take an opportunity to clean this up, and I think we're going to break them down into the launch chicane. Just look at all the rubber.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that a lot of drivers commented to us about actually over this week. Talking about how tight lines get it makes it open.
Bids are open for prototype, Chris.
And you just saw the Porsche Penske's pull the swap. That was the call to Julian Andlauer. Wanted to make sure that they get the 6 around to Lawrence Vanthorpe. Routine service going to be fuel only. You see on the 6 they're still attending to that right side gate as we talked about with Kevin Estra. But again, that was a stellar move there to get the 6 around. They do have to back up the 7 though, as they're both going to be down and away. Really solid pit stop.
I was surprised that the 6 stopped as short as he did because the officials have given them more room to work with here and let them stay a little bit out of the box. But the 6 didn't
get the memo. Maybe he
didn't get the memo.
No, he didn't get the memo. But the 6, he got a tear off. Now, a tear off, that's a very fine, thin piece of sort of clear plastic that goes over the windshield. Those tear offs that the mechanic can just take off the windshield as you're sort of during that pit stop. When that happens, it's like going from blurry vision to complete high def. In these sort of conditions, it's huge.
So what we were talking about, a little extra room in the pit box. The officials have looked at it and said, look, the boxes are marked, and in years past, you had to be within the line. This year, they're giving everybody the opportunity that if there is a team car or another car around you, you can be beyond the line at the front of the box, up to the front axle of the car, or you can be back in your box up to the rear axle of the car. So you can have a little body work hanging off one end or the other. I would think if I was bringing my 2 team cars in together, the first car in line would be over the box in the front, and the last car in line would be over the box in the back, giving both cars plenty of room to exit. But that's not exactly what we saw on that stop, where my eyes deceived me.
As they come into the box here, the 6 does almost stops on its
Man, the Porsches have been pitting together all night. I thought something was wrong with them at first, but man, they were really making sure they keep them together. But they're bullets, both of them. I don't know. I know Acura's not going to have anything for them tonight. I thought Cadillac would have a better showing, but not tonight. At least not here in nighttime. Maybe. Maybe back in the daylight again, but dang, them Porsches are fast. And then they'll crawl right back up through the field again and not even hesitate.
Remember all that rubber that we saw out on the racetrack? Well, it finds its way to the radiator screens as well. Stops complete, we'll be back.
Tasha believes confidence comes with a number. Steps, sleep, and how many times her watch says you're crushing it. Wells Fargo totally gets it. With shout-outs from their mobile app, she can see if she's crushing her savings goals too. Tasha turned it on. However you make money work, you can work with that.
Tired of body pain holding you back? Try Aleve for longer-lasting pain relief. Unlike Tylenol and Advil, just one dose of Aleve provides up to 12 hours of relief from all types of body pain. Try Aleve.
Where does the Dallas-Fort Worth area go for a great deal on any Buick or GMC? You guessed it, Ewing Buick GMC. The only 2024 three-time Dealer of the Year. We have such a huge selection, there is something for everyone. Come visit Ewing Buick GMC today.
The road can be a wild place. There are all kinds of drivers out there. That's why Progressive Snapshot personalizes your insurance rate based on your driving. So you're not stuck paying for someone else's mistakes. What? Is there something wrong with my hair?
Back when all these great roads were built, some turned out straight as an arrow, others long and winding. Loaded up on switchbacks, hairpins, and breathtaking views, it's almost as if everyone knew we were coming. The X3, X5, and X7, proudly assembled in South Carolina at BMW's largest plant worldwide. These are the BMW X3.
Gotta get that doo-doo bug away from me.
Loyalty credit of up to $1,000.
There's a new award in the pack celebrating sustainability accomplishments in GTP. The IMSA Michelin Sustainability and Racing Award uses real-time data on tire use, energy use, and finishing position. Those three rankings are averaged into one sustainability score. The lowest score wins. This award directly supports Michelin's sustainability efforts in motorsport, including the launch of the new Michelin Pilot Sport Endurance tire in GTP. The tire features 50% recycled and renewable materials and a new fusion tread pattern. Winners will receive a trophy on the podium at the conclusion of every race, and Michelin will provide a tire credit for the full season winner.
Really awesome award, and that Michelin Sustainability and Racing Award. It's that new performance award presented to one GTP entry at the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race for the 2026 season. Award tied directly to strategy decisions teams make under pressure related to tire, energy, and track position. And it rewards teams to maximize efficiency without sacrificing competitiveness. That really is the epitome of endurance racing. And I think Michelin does such a great job of supporting the series and their sustainability projects that they have.
Oh, they've done a brilliant job all the way through the career that I had here in the IMSA Championship. I was running the majority of it on Michelin tyres, and just phenomenal technology, always coming with the next step, the next step, the next step. A brilliant partner for so many manufacturers in this paddock. And can't thank those guys enough for all the work that they do.
Some cool stuff. We'll talk about social media real quick, because all the drivers are involved in it. Social media is such a big part of life, and certainly motorsport. That's how the drivers communicate with their fans and manufacturers as well. Matt has a picture of Roderoff winning 2016 Corvette number 4 car that's signed by the whole crew. I think that's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
That's the
picture that's inside it is even better.
Yeah. Oh, you like that?
Yeah.
You know, you want me to strip this thing so you can take it to Daytona? That's because the 4 car with Ollie in it is from the 3 car.
Coming over the line here, I've described.
That's a great question from Brad Cole, who does racing of his own, and says, hey, we've got one of those rear facing cameras as well as a rear view mirror, but at night we don't use it because we can't really define what's behind it as much. I use the side view mirrors more during the nighttime because there's so much distortion and glare in that rear facing camera. Are these a little bit better? Has the technology gotten better?
So the technology, I believe, has got better, but there's also another element to that rear view camera, which is a radar system. So it's all inbuilt. So the radar system is there with figures, and it's with chevrons that come out over the top of the object that's behind you, the vehicle that's behind you. So you can then start running. You're not looking so much at this sort of like the object or the vehicle that's behind you. You're looking at the numbers or the color of the chevron that's behind you to see how close it is
and have got exposing onto you. I think they're about to go back. About to go back to green, and a little secret for you, talking with your hands on television doesn't do anybody at home any good, because they can't see what you're talking about. Down this turn one, side by side. Good stuff. And yellow is green, yellow, right? So you got to be careful when you see that one car, I believe that was the 93, slid up to the lot, saw the dust off the right side, so way out there in the marble. Dangerous place to be, especially on Golden Iron. Oh, it is. It is really tough. And this is tricky conditions now, trying to get going again. The two actors there squabbling a little bit in fourth and fifth. It looks like Mansell was trying to take off. Being joined in the booth here by another special guest. And so I competed with at the Spa 24 Hours many years ago. Placed you in a car? But I don't think Vincent was in charge of placing me in the car. We drove together at the Spa 24 Hours, which was a huge amount of fun. Since 2005, 2006. Sorry, excuse me. This is Vincent Voss, CEO of WRC and principal of the team here with BMW. And you co-drove with him, man?
I mean, it was 2007, if I remember February, and we were competing in a Corvette CR6.
Yes, 660. Oh, yeah, absolutely. GT1 car.
Exactly.
A lot of fun, a lot of power. Great times. I think that's so awesome that a person that has the role that you have now understands the driving side of it as well. If you take that with you to WRT and all the success that you guys have had in GT racing, then you take on the GTP side of it, the prototype side in WEC over the last couple of years.
That was weird.
Or is it just another step forward for the program?
Well, it's quite a big change. I mean, it was a huge challenge for us to be ready for this first IMSA race. But yeah, it is a big change because we have to do a complete routine. So yeah.
The biggest challenge, the racetrack that you don't know, or is it coming to grips, so to speak, with the rules and the particular way that things are done here differently than they are in Europe?
Yeah, I would say it's more the type of races, the type of rules which apply here for the IMSA championship. It's quite different. So yeah.
And right now we're seeing this restart here with the BMWs. I bumped into one of your drivers earlier on, and they were saying as the temperature is cooling off, maybe your car's going to come a little deeper and maybe starts pushing more towards the
Dang it.
the feeling within the camp at the moment.
Yeah, well, probably you have seen. I mean, now we are back in the lead lap, but we have seen the car 24 stop for a check. I would say Robin report some stretch feeling in the steering, so we want to do some resets, and yeah, we lost a bit of time. Let's see what. I mean, the race is still, as you see, 15 hours, more than 15 hours, and we know how this race is going. So still a lot to do, but let's say that the first part of the race we were quite in the game.
Right. I'm sure that over the last couple of years, there's information shared between Bobby Rahaal's IMSA program and your program overseas in Europe. And now that you've got programs on both sides of the ocean, it's just that much more information that you guys have to work with as we have a problem. 52 car off in turn one looks like no harm, no foul to be able to get back underway. But that additional information for you guys, does it just make the program that much more strong because you've got so much more information coming in that's unfiltered? Sure.
Well, so much more information. Yeah. The thing is, I mean, we have a good example the last 3 years, and we have seen that Penske has been a benchmark, and they are one of the other teams which are doing the global program. And so, a lot of information. Of course, we had a lot of information from the RLL team the last 2 years, but yeah, obviously doing it by ourselves, it will help.
I think we've seen it, Ollie, with Tesla, where they
adopted this, what they call one Cadillac mentality, and it's the three cars that run here, but that information sharing that they talk about with Steve Joda in WC, it's just all that information because we're in such a technologically driven sport now. Information and data is key. Yeah, well, it is. As I said, I think this will help us to understand quicker, more information, the better it is.
Do you see that the start of the team up over here is based in Charlotte, I believe? Do you see yourselves even branching into the GTD class and running the M4 here?
Well, I mean, this is not on the agenda yet. But one day, why not? I mean, of course, we are based here in the US. And why not? I mean, we have a lot of experience in GT, of course. But yeah, today, what is important is to get this program going. All focus is on this GTP program, and once this is going, we will see.
With all the success WRT has had in GT-based racing, when you moved into the GTP program, what lessons were you able to take with you, and what lessons did you have no idea about because it was such a fresh new start in a program that you had zero experience? Well, the biggest challenge, I guess.
Well, the biggest challenge, I mean, we had to set up a team in quite a short time. It was to find a place first. Luckily, we were able to work with us, which we are sharing the building in Charlotte. And thanks to Kevin Magnussen, of course, for the great contact.
It's good to know people, right? Yeah.
And yeah, then find the people because we want to build an American team, not a WEC team, not a second WEC team. I mean, it's an American program, so we want to have American people in the team. Of course, we are sharing a little bit. I mean, and there are some chauffeurs in the team which are doing both programs. But yeah, mainly we employ more than 40.
Hey, how we doing tonight, guys?
New person. So yeah, it was.
I'm still alive.
How many members of your European team did you bring over for this event?
Well, here we did a little bit of a hybrid structure because we did not know in November. We did not know how many. I mean, how full we will be and who we will get on board. So we decided to do a little bit of a hybrid structure for this special event. And yeah, but let's say that in Sebring we will run with 80% probably of the IMSA program, and then from Long Beach it will be 100.
Wow.
George Kurtz with a problem in LMP2.
But like just look already, he just started it into the corner. Oh, sorry, he comes to the 11. Wow.
If he's rolling backwards, people have to dodge. Having a hard time getting that car refired and back.
I think he was just trying to get it turned around in the right direction. While he done that, got going. He had a long, decent chunk of time. It's a difficult period.
Lord Vantor up front, leading overall and in GTP, and then Christian Rasmussen leading in LMP2. They are racing the 99. Amanda?
Well, Vincent, I've grabbed one of your drivers down here who thinks he's surely in the mix to contend for a win here in GTP. And Bill, you have just a complete depth of resume experience here in this race. And with WRT, their first season at the Rolex 24, how much of that experience were you able to prep WRT with?
Well, of course, it's my fourth season now in IMSA. It's great. I'm so happy to be here. Obviously, it's very exciting to have WRT on this side of the world also involved in the program. So very happy to be racing for them. I didn't need to, bring a lot of experience because they're a world-class team, and I'm very happy to be racing for them.
You're up next into this, Dennis. You prepare for these nighttime hours. What's the biggest key for a driver to stay alert, to stay in it, to stay in the game?
That is the big secret. For me, it's sometimes difficult to switch off and not watch the race, but it would sometimes be better just to relax. But I like spending time with the guys on the pit stand and hearing all the communication that's going on in the background. I enjoy that part as well. So maybe something for after my career.
We'll see those wall of helmets back there for Team WRT. Phelps going to grab one of those shortly to take over that 25 GTP.
Tell you what, he did such a good job last year when he shared that car, and didn't get the accolades of qualifying, but he was always so fast, always so steady in the race. Answer the question all right there for you, Vincent. Did he represent the brand and the team?
He did very well. Philip has a lot of experience of the program. He's, as he said about the team, he's a local driver in multiple categories because, of course, he's been running in the DTM championship, he's been running in the GT World Challenge, he's been running in so many different championships and always being one of the top class drivers. I mean, winning Spa 24 hours, won 2 or 3 times, so yeah.
The way that we started the season last year, Green Bay on the pole, I think 3 or 4 races that we had some spectacular stuff. But like you said, Philip backed him up in that car, and they had some great performances. We had luck from time to time, but certainly a force to be reckoned with. It's the thing to stop the fight. I mean, here, good luck. We still got a long ways to go. Hard to believe we're still over 50 now.
Well, welcome, and I hope that we will have a great race.
You can stay up all night?
Yeah, of course.
No hesitation at all. All right, racing continues.
God, the car is just not stopping.
In Lord Pitt or up front for Porsche and Penske at Daytona.
Hi, Susan. Honey.
Yeah.
I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin, honey.
The only brand with True Source certified honey.
Mind if I root for your trash?
The powerful cough relief you need.
For the new Detroit style slices and sticks for only $4.99 from Little Caesars. You get both of these Detroit style TSM. Aren't you spoiled? Look at you and your Detroit style deep dish slices with crispy caramelized edges. And you'll get 4 pieces of Italian cheese bread topped with buttery garlic drizzle too. Wait, plus a side of crazy sauce? That's not fair. Oh, right, I could just go get my own. Order the Detroit style slices and sticks for only $4.99. Pizza, pizza.
That's all I was having.
When you fly Emirates, your holiday isn't over until your flight is over.
The opening of the 1966 International Racing season with a 24-hour Daytona Continental. A crisp but balmy afternoon has turned into a bitterly cold night. The eerie hours of Daytona, 15 hours of solid blackness. Ken Miles and Lloyd Ruby take the checker and give Ford a magnificent first round in the battle for world supremacy.
Great beginning, and you remember that race, right?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I ran in that race.
All right, Scotty. We'll see you in the morning. Have a good one, buddy.
Not a lot has changed from the standpoint of what were they saying? Literally gold of the night. We certainly have had that. I mean, that's kind of a combination. Yeah, you never know what you're going to get.
I packed everything for that guy. Everything in my bag.
Track changes a little bit from here and there and so on and so forth, but I think the foundation of the principle of it, as we like to say, that is grit, guts, determination, speed, and epic endurance race. That's what we've had since 1956. It's certainly what we have going right now. 4 different classes in the Super Sports Car Championship.
Just going by the bottom of the booth.
Yep, that would be the ball though. I turn around and yes. It's the President John Dudas. You can sit down, John, put a headset on and visit with us. John's never been one to turn down a headset. There's the man. Guys, how are you? Hang in there. How about you? Thank you. Yeah. Got a smile on your face, which you always do. I don't see you without a smile very often, but I think this is a genuine and honest one as you look out over at John Newton is showing me right now a picture that was taken from probably up on top of the grandstand down on pit lane, and it is unbelievable. It's the fan walk.
So many people out there on the grid. Just extraordinary.
Yeah, it was a sea of humanity, and so proud of where we are as a sport to have that many folks that keen to come out and experience it. So,
another record?
We're certainly trending towards that. I think hopefully the fog this morning didn't deter any of our walk-up, but Frank Gallagher and his folks will let us know early in the week, but we were trending to have it be the all-time largest crowd in Royals.
It certainly felt like it when you're out there on the grid. It was extraordinary. The vibe, the feel, the people, but knowledgeable, really, so much passion for sports car racing here.
You've probably been here more times than I have, but Ollie and I were leaving the infield today and going to the television compound, and we were just looking at the infield, and I asked Ollie when was the first time he was here throughout the day, and I said, did it look like this? And he goes, no way.
No way. All of the engagements with all of the different manufacturers, all of the merchandise stands we've got here in the centre, all of the RVs. I mean, it's just spectacular. Grandstands full.
Yeah, it's just a lot of momentum, and I think we've tried to stabilize the platform with the long-term agreements to let the teams and the manufacturers and the partners know this is going to be here for a while.
So much of this growth, you've had your fingers in it from the beginning, but really when you look at it, it started before even you got here, and the trajectory was good and solid, and for those people like yourself who had the long-term vision and then came in and fostered that vision and grew that vision, I think
it's definitely satisfying. You know, seeing the grid walk today gives me so much energy. Seeing, your point, Ollie, the engagement with such passion and enthusiasm, and we've seen a lot of families, carrying little ones, holding hands, like I know you did with your boys, Brian. I know you did with yours. And for me, that gives me hope. I spoke to a group of students from Belmont Abbey who are down here from Charlotte. I spoke, of course, at our technology symposium yesterday at Every Riddle. You know, dozens of students coming. We had our STEM program at Bridge and Conica Nova that helped us stand up. So, you know, there's this energy that this makes us.
It's the hair on your arm. Your involvement before you became president of IMSA as a manufacturer, right? Representing Mazda brand when it was running in the prototype category. Your involvement in that role, what kind of foundation did it lay for you so that when you got into the position that you're in now, you understood completely what the manufacturers needed to be involved?
It means a lot to ask that question because when Jim France and Ed Bennett called and said, hey, we'd like you to come to Daytona and talk to you about something, they didn't tell me exactly what it was, honestly. But when I got here and learned of this opportunity, of course, very emotional to make that decision with Tristan. And ultimately, I wanted to bring several things. One, I wanted the manufacturers that are taking the race in to know that I didn't forget what it was like to be a manufacturer in this ecosystem. So when it comes to DOP, media value, those were the things that I was looking at. So I'm on that. I want them to know that I'm on that. The other is promoted series like MX5 Top, which of course now is under sanction, but I try to bring a promoter's hat. We've got long-term commitment to all of our track promoters, and candidly, I try to bring that from their thinking. In the end, one of the things.
It's all right. I knew I was going to lose him, but I slowed him down.
Showed up to these races all the years as a competitor, as a member of the media, and everything was ready to go when we got here. And the biggest learning is I realized, first of all, I have the best staff of professionals, and I believe all sports, definitely in motorsport, that it is hard work.
You mean the people who make everything ready when you get here? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so I think that was a big light bulb for me, but I keep reminding the OEMs, I'm thinking your way, and certainly for our fans, we want to give the best experience. And I'm still a race fan, guys.
Oh man, and you can see that today. I mean, you can see the queues that are going out with all those OEM stands, people signing up to sort of have the latest test drive in whatever vehicle that was. I know you've got some activations out the back here at the Speedway. I mean, it's brilliant the way that you're engaging with all those fans and giving them the opportunity to sample what the manufacturers are showcasing here on the racetrack.
I asked you this earlier about your career. I said, you start, you go, hey, I want to win the Rolex. I want to win a championship. And then you do, and then you want another one. And I asked if your vision there, your dream, once you had those things realized, could you ever believe that you would have done it? Don, for you, I mean, you look back when you came in here, I know you had a dream, and I know you had a vision, and I know there's a business plan and a mission statement and all that other kind of stuff, but it hasn't surpassed what you thought it could be, what it might be.
Yeah, I mean, beyond my wildest dreams, to be honest. The fact that we have the congruence and the convergence of the regulations, this many, there's 18 manufacturers racing here. When I was a kid going into races, I don't know, there might have been 3 or 4. I mean, unbelievable.
Well, let's be honest. Daytona has had such an impact on worldwide sports car racing, and that used to be the case.
So definitely beyond my wildest dreams, but I think going forward, it's really about stability. And thanks to a long-term commitment from WeatherTech, this series is going to be here for a while. Long-term commitment to Michelin, BP Fuels, Rolex, NBC, and all the folks in the production facility up in Concord, the men and women here making the show happen. I want our fans to know that IMSA is here and move over because we're coming even further. And the last bit is over at Embry-Riddle yesterday. We announced IMSA Labs. And Ollie, because you were such a part of it before my racing, you developed products on the racetrack for the next generation Corvette. You developed specific features. And I think about when you guys first had that onboard camera.
Oh, yeah,
we were just talking about it. And now you're using that at the grocery store. But yesterday we're talking now about taking it to the next level with technology companies coming here and using this as a lab. The data coming off these cars, 150 sensors, milliseconds of data that fast. And so we're excited. And I just feel really, really good about where we are as a championship. So,
is there a hello with your name on it tonight?
Nope, not doing it. I'm not doing it. You guys can go get your little happy. I'm in it for the long haul.
Look at us. We need our beauty.
I do.
Thanks, John.
But you gotta.
I know you looked right at me when you said that.
But our pit lane staff, race control, driving scoring, you all. I mean, there's camera men and women out there tonight. And I feel like it'd be tough to say. I'll see you guys in the morning. Got to be here to the end, and I did it when I was competing. It's just part of what we do. But huge thanks, guys, for all your work, all your research, to get the show to people all over the world. We're excited about that. And look, we're not even halfway. Not even. Thanks for having me, guys.
My friend, always good to have you.
Always good to see you. Thrilled to have you and Bruce, Ollie, to bring that racing driver perspective, Brian, the work you guys do is so special for us. Thinking the stories. There's so many. It's 228 drivers from 32 countries. Yeah, unbelievable. Thank you so much, guys. Take care. Have a great night. Speaking of night, and I asked John if there was a pillow with his name on it. You guys are trying to get a little bit comfortable, but how do you get comfortable laying there on bed? Well, this guy seems to be doing it. Eyes are closed right now, but you got to watch for your teammates with a Sharpie. Their forehead is exposed. We'll be back to Daytona.
Chevy trucks are as capable and dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. You probably know one. Your sister. Your buddy. The ones who always show up. They all have that little extra something. And maybe you got it too.
Get 1.9% financing on all 2026 Silverado 1500 pickups. Or get $7,350 total value on this Silverado. Plus, Texas residents can get an additional $2,000 bonus cash.
Some trips are built beyond words. No one connects you to the Caribbean like Princess. Princess Cruises. Sailing the Caribbean. Book now.
Tired of body pain holding you back? Try Aleve for longer-lasting pain relief. Unlike Tylenol and Advil, just one dose of Aleve provides up to 12 hours of relief from all types of body pain. Try Aleve.
When life puts you in the driver's seat, it should feel like it was made exactly for you. The BMW X1, X3, and X5. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Lease the BMW X5 for $939 per month and receive a loyalty credit of up to $2,000.
What is the dumbest thing you've ever wasted money on?
I was paying for 2 subscriptions over like 3 years.
That's like $1,400,000. How'd you figure that out?
This on app that shows you all the monthly subscriptions you have and how much you're paying.
So what you did, just like call and cancel, or?
I have a phobia of making calls, so absolutely I did not do that. The app, you can cancel the app.
What is that called?
Rocket Money.
Just over 9 hours, actually 9 hours and 5 minutes into the 2026 edition of the Rolex 24, and it got crazy. The drop was great. Big crash, turn 1.
No, big wreck, big wreck. Oh, there's parts and everything. God, in the hypercars too. Oh, that was earlier today. Okay. I saw that. I was like, oh, I thought that happened right now. Oh, that okay. That hit. I just saw the car messed up. I didn't see him hit that. Oh yeah, I'm glad he got out that way because that was a hit. And that was just in hour 1. That sounds right. That sounds right. Someone made it through. I think that was in the first 13 minutes on that one Porsche. That was hit. I didn't see that. I found that piece of wall here on this game numerous times.
Actually, the problem started, I think, up at the exit of turn 2 and through the grass all the way to the international hairpin into contact on board the 93. You see the P2 cars in front. Dylan Murray tries to off driver's left. That was the least of his concern. That was his concern. Adam Addison aboard the number 120 from Wright Motorsports at PTV entry. The cloud official and tire folks can't see and collect Dylan Murray. And then the 3-3 who finished every race, did not have a mechanical DNF at all last year, has struggled in the early going here with electrical dribbling.
Power cycle there a lot, and it's gone behind the wall. It's going back to the garage. They're still working on that, I believe.
Move to hour 9, our man, Steve Leclerc, boom, the button. 3,000 fireworks. Steve has blown something else up.
so get him a plunger next year.
One of the big kind of traditional moments here for Rolex 24, the fireworks.
Where you at?
Breaks it up. The photographers love to gather around, get those shots of the Ferris wheel, the fireworks.
Love it, absolutely love it. There'll be just stacked pictures with all the fireworks and the bomb, which actually I have to say, it's not got any worse, which is great.
A little bit.
It has.
It's a good thing.
Take a look at the 4 class leaders left for Inventor up top in GTP. Rasmussen leads LP2. Tommy Milner for the 4 and got the fish in the preview for this event and the year. Picked the 4. He said it's 4's turn to get back to winning at the Rolex 24. Always rooting for that as well. The Fugo leads aboard the number 21 in GTD. Interesting. You look at that Porsche and GTP. LMP2, all the same Orica chassis, the same power plant there, but then you go to GTD Pro. Corvette's having a good run, running first and third. And Ferrari came in saying, I think we're a little down on power coming into Daytona. But they're up front right now in GTD. Yeah, I'm right up in the list with somebody pretty senior at Ferrari. And he was very down on what he thought was going to be their day today. Well, in GTD, so far, the 21 has been running strong, and there's been a few Ferraris running at the front in that GTD class. But yeah, it is again great racing, stack racing, and it's whip to wheel. It was on board here with Lawrence Randall into turn 1. Everybody's still looking for that bit of tarmac, and it never relents here at Daytona. The Rolex 24, you're all the time trying to pick your way through this traffic, multi-class racing. Morris trying to get that power down off of turn 3 into the kick, got past the Mercedes, and now he's piling up the next group of traffic to try and get by a P2 car ahead of the Tower car. Yeah, that he's trying to get by, and then there's a whole gaggle of GTD cars, and it's left, right, which way do I go? Trying to place it so he can get the right run is the Brad Miller car, in fact, that he's trying to get by. He's using all the road, then run up against the wall, and then he's picking up the toe for the Corvette, and then BMW. There's another, got there, is that the Mercedes. To give you an idea, top speed on GTP cars versus the GT-based GTD and GTD Pro entries. Then you get to the brake zone, and the ABS of the GTD and GTD Pro car makes the brake zone so short. Absolutely, and that's one of the things is that the actual cornering speed for the GTP cars and the GTD cars really not that different.
Those highlights certainly excited. We saw all of the drivers climb out of the cars, which is really good news after getting back to like that. The only official word we have from any of the teams, like I said, good to see all of the drivers out. That is good news, especially that hit for Eric Sisson. But you have a report from Mike Motorsport saying that Adam Adamson, he underwent some further evaluation in the local hospital. He was released doing well in good spirit. So, like I said, always good to see those drivers step out, even better when you get official report from the team. Let's check in with Amanda.
Right, I saw that bump to break earlier just a little bit ago. This guy right here, William Dennis, reading his Harry Potter, the fifth installment of Order of the Phoenix. You know, it was giving me the vibes back to last season. A.J. Brown on the sideline of the Eagles, just entrenched in the book that he was reading on what was the ball game, what's going on as you see there. And that's, you know, all the action, the noise. I don't know what else anyone could be thinking about in those moments. But for William, I got to start with you. You leave your house. Why'd you pick this one?
So it's my wife's favorite book series, and I was just trying to remember them better, so I've been reading through. Started a couple months ago, been reading them ever since, read them on the cruise, figured I might as well bring it to the years.
I'm happy to announce that at almost 11 p.m. on the east coast of the United States, things are getting weird down here for the Rolex After Dark. But take a look at the back cover of this guy. How many times have you been through this one?
Third time for me for this one, but it's lived a well-loved life, so yeah.
What I think is also comedic irony here, as a Michelin guy, it is not lost on me that as a couch, you have chosen a Michelin tire.
Yeah, the wheels are actually surprisingly comfortable to sit on. They're all kind of curved. I mean,
We don't have anything else.
All right, we got some hours left to go. Can you finish this before the night ends?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Can you finish this before night ends?
I think I can pull it off.
Well, he was on page 508, Brian. That is a task ahead for Mr. King.
All right, well, let's write that down, and we'll come back and check with him in the morning, Amanda, and see where he is with that book. Could you do something like that and just completely shut your brain off as to what's happening out there? What's happening is what you aim to do, by the way, right?
Yeah, I can kind of see it though, and actually I think it's kind of healthy to try and sort of detach yourself from the race because I think it's something you need that switch up sometimes. And if you all the time just like you fast forward like you are with your car, certainly for a driver, you need that moment to sort of like decompress. Maybe reach a sort of meditation or I think we said it the earlier on with the podcast. All that sort of acupuncture that I had, that really helped relax me.
Hey guys, thanks for coming by late tonight. Appreciate you guys at least stopping in. Where are we at? Almost 11 o'clock on the East Coast.
I love this time of night where the brake rotor is low and on some of the cars, get one, sitting there, front splitter of touches the ground, creates that glowing exhaust pipe. Gives you an idea just how hot this is. As a prototype, some of the ones that come out over the out of the top of the rear deck lid, you can see the light in the exhaust.
No.
Light up when they get to the heavy braking zone.
Sheldon, you're gonna kill me, dude. You're gonna kill me. All right, Sheldon's got his ball under my desk and he's laying down. So now I don't have to worry about him wrecking everything.
True Source certified honey.
Mind if I root through your trash?
The powerful cough relief you need.
Isn't it great that T-Mobile's got home internet?
T-Mobile Home Internet is all you talk about. Why don't you ask me a question for once?
Okay. What do you think about T-Mobile home internet being $35 a month?
Come check out my new.
Yes, T-Mobile's got home internet, just $35 a month and guaranteed for 5 years.
Come to the office. Or stay home, and I'll still do them. Even if you do it yourself online, I'll be there, waiting, in case you need help.
File your way with H&R Block.
Picture-perfect view of Daytona International Speedway. This is the view from the spot. It is absolutely breathtaking. Of course, we talked about the fog. That's a little bit better conditions today. We'll take a look at the fog for gradient racing. And we've got the Magnus group over here, and my good buddy, Will Rogers, who mostly will see on the NASCAR circuit with Eric Jones, but your sports car talk today, you can come out and share how was it?
Actually was super surprising. The fog rolled in when the sun came down, and I didn't think it was going to be as bad as it was, but actually for some points in time, didn't actually see the backstretch at all. I told my driver, my crew chief, they were kind on the road, but everything else I can help with. But it's cool to come over and do sports cars at least once a year. The NASCAR stuff is really cool, kind of repetitive, and this kind of breaks that repetition, you know.
It's a lonely little stint up here. How do you keep yourself occupied? I see you got a lot of snacks over here. How do you keep yourself hydrated?
Yeah, I created a bunch of snacks. I got my buddy Brad Perez, who's spotted next to my buddy John Bauer, who's helping me out as well on the Magnus number 44. So I got some good guys to spend the time with. But they are long sessions, you know, we'll be out there for 7 or 8 hours sometimes.
It is a long time, but you guys put it look us down over here. So they've got just camping chairs, but this is what you call comfort. How about this portable absolute shelter here? We luckily don't have much wind today. The 714 has brought out a blue tree canopy for our spotters up here as well. All these spotters have one tablet. It does become the sponsor for the telemetry. We've got the marketing where the race cars are. Talking to some of the spotters earlier today too, it really helps with the overpass as well, with the flat splits and knowing where your car is out on the racetrack and which cars are coming to expect. So it's a lot of fun up here. The cloud layer and that fog layer is now split on top of the grandstand, so it's actually much easier for these spotters to see. But just a few months ago, we had fireworks. You can see the thing. It's not here. Guys, what do you think? Spotter life? It's not glamorous, but they do a great job of keeping these guys safe.
They do a great job of keeping safe, letting them know what's going on around us, and I can do that job right now because this is the way it's not blowing and the rain's not coming out. They're up there, guys, women, you name it, they're up there, and I don't know how to keep up with them. I got like, I get an idea when you come down the front straightaway, but did you lose them again with all the headlines? It's a real thing, you know. And it's like, to the station. I've always loved that. You know, you have to, but ultimately there, and yes, it is. There is vision, it's not completely clear, it's still a bit foggy. But yeah, these guys do. Amazing technology. You know, that moving, that track back that they've got going on there, but it's intense. As a driver, you really do rely on it.
Well, to say, Brian,
right when you offer to maybe do that. A couple of spotters up here raise I mean, they'll gladly give up the headset for a little bit. A lot of these shifts, they're not 2 hours long. A lot of the spotters I've talked to will go up to 6 hours at a time before having a shift game. Typically, a team will have 2, maybe 3 max. So, definitely long hours up here. So, Brian, I don't know if you really want to sign up for that, but certainly there's a job for you.
Well, here's the deal, Chris. The spotters may want to leave, but if they ask their drivers if it's okay to replace them with me for a couple of cents, I think they're going to get a resounding no. Crew guys are all. What about you?
We got that. Not a chance. That would be terrible. Absolutely terrible. Not Luke Carson immediately. Look at 2 strikes. Yeah. That would be a good call for me.
Somebody on board the 6th Porsche, and they've been so solid, and I just want to say fast all throughout the roar here. They've been there, right? But they haven't like dominated top charts lap after lap after lap. Every session they've been quick to 3, they've been fastest, they've been 4th. They've just been there. They've been there regardless of what the weather was like. Early in the morning, later in the evening, night practices, whatever. That's exactly what we've seen today throughout the green.
Yeah. That's
93 on pit road. Alex Lowe was behind the wheel. Not sure there was a driver change that went on to 60 in as well. And there's that angle behind the team car. And you got to be careful about this because the officials are only going to let you hit that car so much. They talk about the driver briefing. So you got to be careful about how much angle that you have to it. And this isn't a problem per se because the 93 is in front of the 60, so he's not going to impede his teammate coming in.
But it's a nice spot, isn't it? The team have got plenty of room down there. It seems tighter down at Porsche. I don't know if it is or not. They've got the car stack. But certainly here, my Shanks have worked this pretty well. Decent stop, clean and away.
And I'm looking at some bright pink tape that's on the ground there. Before they put that tape down, I guarantee you they asked Johnny Knox and the other pit lane officials, is this ankle okay, or is it too much? Yeah. And if they said okay, they said, all right, that's it. We're going to take this. And there it is. Yeah, there it is. You said this, so there this is.
It's such a great example of the braking performance. He was carrying nearly 200 mile an hour there, just as he's coming into the pit lane, managed to get his stops, pit lane speed limit, and then into the box, the 6 and the 7. I think stops so quickly.
So, is it as wild as it is as it looks? I mean, are you just buried in the ABS? So how do you know where your braking point is to assure that you get the pit speed?
But you have to do it a lot. You have to be the practice.
That's something you work on?
Yeah, during the raw, during the sessions. It has to be something you've got to work on. I mean, you do it pretty much reasonably off your own. Get it down to the last little bit. And there's always a little where you're just checking a little bit through. You know, maybe just a snag of a brake or something, particularly with these GTP cars. So just a little bit on the careful side. But yeah, it is extraordinary how late you can brake.
So it's like finding your braking marker into a corner, into the quick start, and then you move it down.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. Let's see it again here. It's just pulled up and it's 200 miles an hour. And you've got to get the back line there. Down to the pit lane speed limit.
Well, here's the other thing. All of that tarmac out there is racetrack. And so you can pass, you can be passed on that until you get to the pit lane.
It's in. It's the lane. And it's down. In the box. It's going to get to that pit lane speed limit. And then it's in. Cross. Place the car. Straight. Nice. Good for the guys to work on it.
But Barfield in the driver briefing was very adamant, I should say, about explaining to people that you haven't been here before. It's easy to think, well, I'll drop down on the apron, and then I'm in the pit lane. So, like, fine. It's like, no, you're going to drop down on the apron, and then there's a whole lot of aprons before you get to pit lane, and that apron is racetrack. And you've got to keep that in mind. If you dolly around there, you will get, or you could get past on the way to the pit.
Nice. Look at this. Side Below has. And he's got to get there past Campbell as well.
Cold Michelin tires below.
Really, all of them in the same boat. So now, think about who's got the experience on this Michelin. It's not Alex Bloch. No, but I think Below's kept his tires on. And I think the other two changed.
Ah, there you go.
I think that's what
Could be the advantage.
Because he was driving faster for like, I'm on hot, you're on cold. Oh, that's the 31 and the 23. 23 seems like it's 27 back together. Got rid of those electrical gremlins. They did look like they were going to go in that hatch again there. On the right side of the side pod.
16 laps down though is the 23. Hopefully they can continue that streak of no mechanical DNF. So certainly they've been set back by those problems they had earlier. They seem to be electrical, we'll call it electrical, but just being into the sky, the car went dark. That they were trying to refire down.
Hey, the 23 Aston Martin still lives. That's amazing. Wonder what it was that was making it shut down.
Sit out there and run as long as you can, as far as you can, because others can have problems as well. And while this race may effectively be lost, the championship can still be won if you can score some points here and get it on the go. When you need that full fuel load, that energy replacement, does it feel like you're sitting there when it's starting?
You are sort of wondering, okay, is it going slow, or is there a problem? So that you're just willing it into that time to pass a little bit quicker. And yeah, it can be, particularly when you're in a close tight fight, like you are at the lead at the front of GTD Pro, you're then sort of like every single second or half a second or quarter of a second really counts. So it's super important that everybody's absolutely on their game with every stop. So this is where it is a real team game.
We talked about if you've got a problem with your car, you take it back and work on it, you get it back in the race, you've got to overcome problems. Well, guess what? Number 60 from Fire Tank Racing has a problem to overcome, and that is a penalty. Working on the car outside the pit box, drive-through penalty. We were just talking about the cars on that stop and the position of the cars, but it looks like, I don't know. Penalty is says out working on the car outside the pit box, drive-through penalty, 60. So there's a problem to overcome. Go back to those pit stops, see if we can see what the issue is on 60. There he is, the mark. Does that can?
That's like that box you see. I think it's a big tape there. I think it's just a bit too far towards that camera. See what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a big tape on the.
We talked about it being there, and that they would have marked it with the approval of the official.
Yeah, but he's outside of it. He's outside of it. So I think they should have. I don't know. That is tough call.
Well, I know one thing for sure. They're gonna get with those officials and go, we need to clarify this. What did we do? Because here's the tape that we thought we were in. They were slightly outside of it, slightly to the right of it. You're exactly right about that, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think that there is. I'm not sure how strong they're being in this regulation. It seems that they are being strong on it. But certainly in ACO rules racing, the car has to be completely square in the pit lane,
parallel to the wall.
Parallel to the wall.
Well, and that's where I was like, okay, but they put that tape down.
Yeah, did it.
And so,
it seems like that they went at the right angle, just a little bit too far out.
Perhaps that's what it was. It could be just that simple, but hey, come in, don't argue, get it done, get back out on the racetrack. Arguing is not going to do you any good. So come in, serve the penalty, but
as that car leaves pit lane, have the clarity as to what went wrong. Get that confirmed, understand it completely, and make sure you don't have that problem.
Right? Yeah. A little excitement and hard to see so often as that is. Well, two cars by it, the two at the Delta. He's so hard to tell. Now he's in a crowd strike. 0-4. Right now, I believe it's 73. Yeah. So on board the 93 coming down into the Monte Gate. These two P2 cars just fighting over that same bit of racetrack. It's ended badly for both. Or the 93 had to go hard over that curve there at the left-hand exit of the Monte Gate. And that would not be good for the floor of that car. So, yeah, that's quite a big hit as it went over that curve. I think as he was trying to rejoin through that chicane, I think that one of the GTP Porsches was passing.
You got to be so careful. We saw the 77 earlier off on that second right-hand apex. That shut off the electrics for just a moment. Now the 93 with a big ride over the curve. 11:15 at night in Daytona.
Where does the Dallas-Fort Worth area go for a great deal on a new Buick or GMC? You guessed it, Ewing Buick GMC, the only 2024 three-time dealer of the year for Buick GMC and GMC electric vehicles. We have such a huge selection, there is something for everyone, like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 at $13,000 off MSRP, the 2026 Buick Encore at $8,000 off MSRP, or get a 2025 GMC Hummer EV for $15,000 off MSRP. See why Ewing Buick GMC is the spot for a new Buick or GMC.
Kids, do you know what the point of luxury travel is? Togetherness? Creating memories. It's adorable. But no, it's about having a City Strata Elite card so you can relax in the Admiral's Club until the last possible second.
City Strata Elite. Rewards where it counts. That's the point.
Back when all these great roads were built, some turned out straight as an arrow, others long and winding. Loaded up on switchbacks, hairpins, and breathtaking views, it's almost as if everyone knew we were coming. The X3, X5, and X7, proudly assembled in South Carolina at BMW's largest plant worldwide. Use the BMW X3 for $599 per month and receive a loyalty credit of up to $1,000.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays. Because a romantic hotel works for some, but not others. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Alex Blow aboard the number 93 actor from Meyer Shanks Racing, the second of the prototypes of the shot right there, beginning to close it down on Matt Campbell aboard the number 6 Porsche, just in front, but drama for Blow just a lap or so ago, going into the Le Mans chicane, two LT2 cars in front of it. Missed those, but that really wasn't the problem, Ollie. It's the big bump over the curving once he is past this into the apex of the base of action.
Another big back here. These impacts are particularly nice. You can feel them actually coming back through the chassis. They're the sort of impacts that I felt before when I know that I've done damage to the floor. So that the 93 car is the guys would have registered it. So a lot of these cars now have sensors on all the visuals and all of the suspension trying to sort of pick up those big movements up that right front coming into the International Horseshoe does well to keep him on the racetrack. It flies through. Snack the right front. He's all the way around the outside with a nice yaw. Yeah, I think he was just trying to clean the tires up still after he's had that off-track run, and he's still got stuff on the front, and he's trying to just get everything just tuned up again, back in the window.
The whole idea of torque sensors on the rear axle is a little bit new in the Inter WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. They've been with prototypes longer than they've been with GT cars, but you go over those bumps too, the torque sensors sense that you might have a little bit of horsepower than what you need because you get that little bit of wheel spin. It chops the power then, and it keeps it slow. The last thing you want to do is have the torque sensor cut power coming out of the wall chicane.
Yeah. They look like he was trying to give the Porsche a little bit of room. Right, Hybrid, I think, was the car that was going by, the number 7, who's another one of these emerging talents in this GTP class, who's been extreme on pretty much anything. It's Porsche on it, and he's driving it. It generally means it's going fast. And Roy Heinrich is one of these young talents. He's going to be here for a long time. Both in IMSA and the World Endurance Championship, in one way or another, he is going to be certainly here for a long career.
And all these drivers are in excellent shape. The Porsche drivers all get together. They go to the Porsche business camp in the offseason and all this kind of stuff. I saw Lauren Heinrich this year. I didn't think he could lose anyway. He is, I can't even imagine what his percent body fat is. He is prepared for this opportunity to drive the GTP cars. Like an Olympic athlete, and that's really what you have to do. It's about feeding your mind, feeding your body, all of that kind of stuff. Speaking of feeding, drivers having fun on the racetrack right now. Amanda, a little fun with food down the pit lane.
Yeah, Brian, I can confirm my body fat percentage might go up after these 24 hours. If you take a look at the hot dog roller here at AO Racing, but those aren't hot dogs, those are taquitos. And me and Sussy are in line for one of those as those finish up. What's so fun about being here on pit lane, I just saw Nick Tandy go behind my camera to pick a water after getting off a pit stint as we are living in the action down here. But you are decked out in Rexy. What made you a fan of AO Racing?
I think it's just the atmosphere, the environment, honestly, just how special it is that they make it with the fans and everything like that. So I think that's just kind of the biggest reason why I became an AO fan, and I'm here for Spike and Rexy, but one people we bring Sebring as well.
I know, I love the Rexy outfit. I did see Spike on your purse over there, but we were talking on camera. You guys are from Florida. You go to multiple motorsports throughout the season. What makes IMSA so unique?
I think the fan interactions. I mean, the fact that we just saw Nick Tandy walk by. I got a fist bump from Harry King earlier, so I think that was really cool. And I think it's just kind of talking to people and building those interactions that you don't normally make on a daily basis. So I think that's the most important thing that's there to it.
As we were standing here as well, Gunnar Jeanette reached his hand in here. He already had a chocolate chip cookie in his hand as well, but he reached out there and got one of these that were already done. So for me and Sussy, we're going to have our taquito and keep it up there, guys.
We don't have like roller dogs or roller taquitos up here.
Nothing.
We got nothing.
Well,
Alan, where's Alan? We don't have that.
I'll pass one over to the
Yeah, I appreciate that.
That'd be amazing.
I need that like a hole in my head. But I will say this. Let's go back to the whole idea of the IMSA paddock. If you have not been to an IMSA WeatherTech sports car race, obviously you missed Daytona unless you leave down the street. You want to drive on down. You can get down here before we go to the Checker tomorrow. But what an opportunity all season long to find a racetrack you want to go to where IMSA is running. The paddock is so friendly. It's so accessible. We saw a feature at the beginning of the show with the drivers talking about why they would enjoy racing here. And you got to get to one of these events. It's just really magical. And there's some headlining events that are better than others, but I'll tell you what, they're all fantastic.
They are. But one of the things that's really clear within the industry and within the driver market, IMSA is seen as the benchmark. IMSA is seen as the place to come if you are looking to get some sausage and cheese. Yes, sausage and cheese. Yeah, this is quite a diet we've got going on here. This is maybe not for the racing drivers. This is TDS, French tea. You there, Chris?
I was gonna say, Ollie, I think we're gonna start having a competition who has the best setup. We go a little classier here with the TDS bunch. I mean, we've got some exotic cheese that I can't even pronounce the word of what it's called. But we've got it's like Bouchevrier. That's what I was told. Who knows what that means, but it looks delicious. We're watching our diets a little bit here at TDS Racing, but this wasn't the only snack. They also have the roller dogs over here. You got the espresso machine, bananas, fruit snacks, but of course you gotta have chips, a lot of chips. But everybody's taking part in this charcuterie board. We're missing a little something though. We need some jam or some other sort of crackers. But hey, cheese and meat, can't go wrong with it.
It looks great. It looks perfect. Cheese and meat.
Oh, here we go. We got some labels for you. Compton, right there. Anybody a Compton cheese fan?
Oh, yeah. Either one of it? Yeah, very nice. All right, well, I know what cheddar is. It's not that. It's not that? All right. We've got some very nice. We did get to roller dogs. Where did Alan find roller dogs? He just delivered us 2 hot dogs. Straight out of that. Just like that. Alan is on it. He's pulling in Harry Potter now. Did you see these hot dogs? Look, we've got the roller dogs. Got the roller dogs. There they are. Alan got them for us. Now Amanda's going to be jealous that we have roller dogs and they just have taquitos. There's Alan. The man, the myth, the legend got it all sorted out. Wonderful stuff. We can turn that camera off now so you can start to see the bald spot on the back of my head there. I didn't really notice that, but some of you I get regularly in the mirror at home. Been meaning to tell you for quite some time.
I'm gonna tell on Chris Wilder and I both. We both had a hot dog earlier today already, but I just want to inspect those hot dogs a little more. There's no ketchup on those dogs,
Well,
right?
no, you don't put ketchup on a hot dog.
Thank you, America.
No.
That should be just a statement.
It's illegal. It's illegal. Mustard only on hot dogs and mustard only on corn dogs, by the way.
Chili mustard. How about that?
So you go. There you go. All right. Hot dog out in front right now is the number 7. He's getting away from Campbell. But this is it. I'm just sort of making the point that around the world, IMSA is seen as the benchmark, the place to come as a driver. This is the high watermark of any test you can have for any driver, really in any class. If you can exist here, Daytona 24 hours, Sebring 12 hours, Watkins Glen 6 hours, you deal with this multi-class racing, multiple classes on track at the same time, with the level that all of these teams are at, the level of driving, generally, it is wheel to wheel, absolutely top bar that you can find anywhere in the world on the best racetracks. And that's why so many drivers love to come and race and compete here in the IMSA Championship. It really is the place that you are tested the most and the hardest. Tell you what, I'll give a shout out to Pete McDonald, Award number 59, the McLaren from Team RLO. McLaren, they are down 29 laps, right? We talked about that earlier. But you look at what they've done the last time they're running right now, they're matching that as the leader. And we talked about fixing problems and getting back out. People started saying, hey, it's a test. You know, at the time they had their problems, it was like, yeah, you got a 22-hour test ahead of you to get it back out there. And he's back out there, 21 laps down, but a 47.1 the last time, or is their fast time, 47.9 the last time by. That was actually faster than Milner ran up front. So that team, while they are down here, and they're certainly not going to win it, they're learning right now, and that's a brand new program. It's a brand new McLaren for the rail team. They've done a good job with it. The drivers are doing a good job, and that bodes well for the remainder of the season. Absolutely. You've got to have that focus. You've got to have that drive. You've got to have that team leadership to go, okay, Right, going to knuckle down here, just learn as much as we can, gather as much data, understand what the car's going to do through a stint, see how the balance shifts, changes, what a driver's asking for, what do they like, what don't they like, what's sort of not working right inside the cockpit, driver's not happy with seats, you can really get it back to the basics. There's the stuff, everybody's here, everybody's set, ready to go. Use this time, use it wisely, so you can come out of this, then come back twice the next time around the track.
Second, third, fourth in GTD with GTD prototypes coming through. This is how busy to get to Daytona, and there's a lot more of it to come.
Tasha believes confidence comes with a number. Steps, sleep, and how many times her watch says you're crushing it. Wells Fargo totally gets it. With shout-outs from their mobile app, she can see if she's crushing her savings goals too. Tasha, turn it on. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Hi, Susan. Respect there. That cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin. Only brand with true source certified money. Mind if I root through your trash?
The powerful cough relief you need.
Robitussin.
For the new Detroit-style slices and sticks for only $4.99 from Little Caesars. You get both of these Detroit-style favorites all to yourself. Not you, sir. Look at you and your Detroit-style deep dish slices with crispy caramelized edges. And you get 4 pieces of Italian cheese bread topped with buttery garlic drizzle, too. Wait, plus a side of crazy sauce? That's not bad. I can just go get my own. One of the Detroit-style slices and sticks for only $4.99.
Pizza, pizza. Not all F words are bad. Some are great, like fast, free, fiber. Switch to Optimum Fiber-powered internet for as low as $25 a month. Plus, you can get 3 months free with a 5-year price lock. Call or go online now. This fast, free fiber offer won't last.
Gordon Heinrich behind the wheel of his Porsche 963 50 Motorsport. Leading here at Daytona, you see him coming out of the infield and on to Bakie. Oh, that Speedway 1 and 2 down the long back straight. Heavy on the brakes, a little lift here. Some energy on the head. Then wants to be back on it. 3 and 4 on the high bank. Back to the tri-oval into the infield here at Daytona. Yeah, that was a big one.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty much sums up where the 7 and 6 are. They are very much in fuel-saving mode, running to a pace. These guys have been the last in the field ever since we saw the green.
You're not going to get a huge advantage in this one stint by that long lift, but a little bit here and there. You go one lap longer this stint, one lap longer the next one, and the next one, and the next one. All of a sudden, there's one left stop, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. All of that, you'll just sort of keep pushing that final stop speed to be far less, or it doesn't really need to happen. Or there's, you all the time just trying to that time that period you are in the pit lane, and it's sort of the way you're looking after your Michelin.
Hey, what
That's a big part of this. The reason why they're doing it, lifting and coasting, really helps saving the engine, but it also really helps manage the temperature in the tires when it starts to get too hot.
You know, I need to tell on myself a little bit here. I caught myself saying something that just drives me crazy usually. You ever go to an ATM and get cash out? So that's an automated teller machine, right? But when people say, I went to the ATM machine, that's kind of redundant, right? The automated teller machine, and the little finger machine, and excited. A little bit of traffic there. I said GTP prototype, which is obviously redundant. So I want to tell myself and apologize for that.
It's snowing.
Oh my God. You've been playing in the snow, little man.
Yeah, we just went out there party. They went out there party.
Is it snowing?
Yeah.
I figured so. I saw the alert on my phone. They'll have fun tomorrow.
Well, there's a lot.
Good. They will have a blast. 2 hours from halfway.
Yeah, they just woke up from a nap.
I figured you all had gone to bed.
No, I'm reading.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know.
I didn't realize what time it was, and then Odie got up.
I'm trying not to look at the time.
Oh.
The countdown is my clock, and I'm not trying to do the math. Because I know that if I look and see 4 a.m. or 5 a.m., this is going to hurt. So I'm just trying not to see that. I just see clock on the left, down bottom left is getting bigger. The one at the top is getting smaller. Then I'm 2 hours from being right in the middle. Yeah, that's what that's for. Somewhere else, Dad sleeps that they will take over. Whatever. Not paying attention.
Talk about Dean McDonald just before the break in that RLT McLaren. He just thrown it in over those two curves, and it looks like it's happening well. Yeah, it really does.
All right. Well, clock's ticking. That's a good thing. I'm still feeling good. I'm about a monster and a half down. So that's a good pace where my kidneys won't be shot. So all in all, so far, first half's gone well. Looks like I'm still sitting about a minute 40 from the actual TV races clock. So that's not bad. So we'll finish just about the same time, especially if they have to take that one last lap, which will be fun. That'll be fun to finish tomorrow at the same time.
That temperature is right there at the dew point. So it's one of those deals that the closer the temperature gets to the dew point, the more that moisture is going to form in the air, and that means fog. Only Rolex ever red flag for fog was in 1989. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. There have been several of them with full force caution because of fog. There's only one because of the red flag. It gives you an idea on those long shots what that fog is beginning to look like. We talk about the history of this racetrack. A couple photos I think we can take a look at. There's 2011. There's some fog. And then 2013, fog rolled in as well. And see the lights obscured. The problem with the fog is as soon as the water stations can't see the next water station, it's not safe. Even with all the
technology that exists. There's nothing like human eyes on the racetrack and being able to protect these drivers. And all of these cars, by the way, doing.
So I'm seeing on TV they're talking about fog rolling in on the track. If they red flag it there, I'm going to continue on. I don't plan on trying to do this all the way until 4 o'clock tomorrow or beyond, however that long that red flag may take. So if they red flag the real race, I'm continuing. I thought about trying, as I was just watching the broadcast there, and they were talking about it from 2013. As accurate as I want to be and stay as close as I can to the real thing, the real race, and all that, I'm not interested in doing this till 4 o'clock in the morning, until 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, or whatever it end up may be, because TV had to stop. So I'm going to continue on, and then when my timer runs out, I'll finish their race whenever they finish up. But right now, that's the plan. Is I'm going to continue for the original 24 hours. I see it. It's getting foggy coming in off the coast there. There goes a tire. Where's the car? Oh, there it is.
Slowly, efficiently as you possibly can to prevent any extra damage to the car. That left rear, I think, is horrible. I'm going to have one down. I think it almost prefer to have the front down. And obviously, the car doesn't steer particularly well. There's a lot of damage in the back, but it's down on the ground. Gets the axles all out of alignment from where they should be, and it'll be a big problem. Right, they're just going to be checking out that inside that left rear arch, left rear, and yeah, they've got some damage there. They're going to have to start looking at it. But it's what you don't see. You take a look at the markets coming up. That's the replay. What you don't see is that banding coming apart, and a lot of times with other manufacturers, sometimes the tire will come apart, and all the strands that holds the tire together get wrapped around the axle and components and stuff like that. I don't know that I've ever seen that. Not sure who made that contact, but decent. Considerable. And I think the damage that we saw to the bodywork was probably more the contact than actually plus anything with the tire. The 11 stop is it's like coming into the pit lane. And it hit the pylon. The pylon is just coming in really, really hot. Luca says Toby Luca, the bronze in this car, just came in a little bit hot there. Moved it around to get the pylon. Not sure what's going to happen here, whether that's going to be a penalty or not. I think it is. Usually is. I know for sure that if you hit the RFID reader on the way out of the pit lane, that is a penalty and a substantial monetary fine. Well, yeah, and is there any driving the wrong way? Pit lane? I think, well, you got to get the car turned. Yeah. So I'm not sure that would be a problem. I think the hitting with pylon may very well be not a good day so far for this TDS crew. The problem at the very beginning when Sabine Rao got into the back of the 11 on the start going into turn one, I do think the 11 kind of got on the brakes a little bit early for a sack up there that really wasn't in front of him, and that's what caused the chain reaction. Yeah. Still can't
run over the car in front of you, but I'm sure it was a little bit of a surprise because the brakes came on a little bit earlier than being expected. But this problem here at they've got it sorted out, but now the 11's back on track. Well, let's head down to the infield now. We'll check in with Amanda and get our Rolex hour report.
Oh yeah, Brian, you can see that time continue to kick down here in this 24-hour race at Daytona. Benjamin Peterson set to take over for the GTD entry for Master Sullivan. And right now we're heading into these overnight hours. And while you can't win the race here, you certainly can't lose it. What level of pressure comes with that?
Yeah, I think I can hear what you said there. We're in a very loud bar, obviously, but the nighttime special, last year was my first year at the Daytona, 24 hours, and nights where you can lose a lot for sure, but, track condition-wise, it's some of the fastest we're going to see throughout the whole race. I'm about to hop in here in a little bit, and honestly, it's just the cool temperatures. There's quite a bit of fog that's rolled in, which honestly up top makes it hard for the spotters. So it just makes us be in our game a little bit better. But looking forward to a good couple stints here in the nighttime.
You told me that Frankie radioed over how fast it was out there. Why is that music to the ears of race car drivers?
We like to go fast, right? There's less dig. You can push harder without the consequence later on in the stint. And with our Lexus RCF GT3, it's something that really suits that car well. It activates tire really well. So just honestly, it's my first night kind of stint with this car, being new to the team. So maybe you'll have to come back. I can tell you more about the Lexus. But it looks really quick out on track right now.
Enjoy it.
Will do.
That magical time at night when the cars go fast, like Benjamin was talking about. Car 11 will receive a drive-through penalty for that 10th entry violation that's been taken out to come there at the start. So another struggle to overcome. That's what all the drivers are trying to do to get to the end and bring home the win.
Sometimes you just need a moment. Self-care has never been this easy. Try zero sugar gummies from Nature Made. Same benefits, zero sugar.
13 grams of protein, 0 sugar.
Taste for yourself.
Take my spoon. 13 grams of protein, 0 grams of sugar, deliciously nostalgic flavors. Magic Spoon, nostalgic taste, grown-up nutrition.
Back when all these great roads were built, some turned out straight as an arrow, others long and winding. Loaded up on switchbacks, hairpins, and breathtaking views, it's almost as if everyone knew we were coming. The X3, X5, and X7, proudly assembled in South Carolina at BMW's largest plant worldwide. Used to be an X3 for $599 per month and receive loyalty credit of up to $1,000.
I won't let you out until you can prove you know your finances.
Okay, let's go.
How many subscriptions are you paying for?
3.
Let's download Rocket Money and see if you're right. Oh, you're actually paying for 15 subscriptions.
What? The app is telling you all this?
Yeah, it shows you all your upcoming expenses in one place, including subscriptions you forgot about. And if you see a subscription you no longer want, you can cancel it right from the app.
That's great. Can I get out now?
Yeah, let's go.
Thank you, everyone. It really is a vacation down now.
Yes, I do.
That's how I roll with adventures. Fun activities for the kids.
Something more relaxing, too.
Something different, unique, and something I've never seen before.
Where are we going?
Experience Abu Dhabi. But you're really strong.
Yeah.
Daytona International Speedway, the World Center of Racing. Well, a bit of a cloud over the racetrack tonight. That cloud is just what it's called, right? I mean, look at it. It is just rolled in. You can see it up in the light how that moisture is moving up around the grandstands. And
It's just good stuff. It's getting tricky, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what it's all.
for the spotters you can't see, for the drivers you can't see, but the moisture that is in the air right now is going to begin to affect the racetrack. The amount of grip on it. It's full. The air is
So nothing can evaporate. Any moisture that forms on the racetrack isn't going to evaporate for a while. Racetrack's going to become pressure.
It is, and it's going to become pretty one line in those key points. Bus stop coming down here into turn one. It's going to start to get a little bit slick, and you're going to have to be really on your game here and how the cars just feeling in this brake zone here at turn one, wanting to speed across the apex. You're going to start to see those maybe these curves. Yeah, all these curves with certain bits of paint on them going to be a problem.
And what the GTP cars may have an advantage because they do have that soft Michelin tire. Now may be the time to start thinking about that. Let's check down in pit lane and see how the weather is down there. We'll start forward with the
Hey, Brian, when I was interviewing Benjamin Peterson, I kind of looked through the interview and I could see kind of the specks of the fog. I don't know if you want to call it mist down here, and it got me curious about this dew point. I walked down to Turner Motorsports to talk to a weather expert, found Will Turner. He asked me if I was inside a tent because they just had the same conversation down here. I'm happy to report that they did have an answer to that. He said that the current ambient temperature that they're getting is at 62 degrees with a dew point of 61. So almost there, and that could be the explanation for what we're seeing out here, guys.
Just watched Antonio come on to turn 6 there in the number 3 car, and he just grabbed the right rear on the curve, and it had a big old wiggle as he came off. These curves here down at the Lamont chicane, I think, are going to get a little tricky. You're going to have to be into that rejoin up onto the banking there. All the sealants here on the banking. You've got to keep running on that same spot. I think you should be okay, but if it does start to get any cooler, good problem.
Of course, the crazy thing is the most stable the car is going to be around here, even if it starts to go west, is on the banking at the fastest speed that it'll go. It's where you have more downforce, where you have the car compressed into the racetrack, and everything you're being is going, no, it's slick out here, don't go fast. But it's like the faster you go, the better it may be to pace.
Absolutely. With Tommy Milner there just in front, he just got past by a P2 car. He's going through that sort of turn 2, coming out to turn 3 section there at the pit lane exit. And that's always a pinch point. That's an area where really 2 cars really can't exist at once. You've got to have a bit of cooperation there. A little bit like here coming through the exit of the King. There's lots of pinch points where you've just got to have that little bit of patience and just a little bit of give and take. At the moment, it's relatively clean and clear for both Tommy Milner and Antonio Garcia, but it's rarely like this. Antonio again, just a little bit on that curve on the exit there. Seems like it's better that lap. Maybe running with the previous lap, just got the moisture off of it.
As the visibility begins to come down a little bit, I gotta believe this long isn't gonna go here for a while, and I think it's probably gonna get worse. But as you come into areas like this, and your visibility is limited, the benefit or a curse, you can see far enough ahead that you can see your markers. Does it take some distractions out? Or does it leave this concern of what lurks in the ball?
Yeah, exactly. You want to see everything. You don't want your vision restricted in any way, shape, or form, whether that is from fog or smoke or fireworks smoke, whatever. We've seen today what happens when there's a whole bunch of tires smoke coming through the King. Murray spun, and there's Adam Adelson can't see, gets taken out and ends up in the barrier. That's the sort of thing, worst case scenario with these sort of situations. That you're so relying on every last little cue point, every last little piece that you pick up. As soon as that starts to get less, that starts to get a bigger problem.
Well, that's having a good run in GTD Pro, 263 combined laps led today. So those cars are let's check in on the 77 with Chris.
Well, while Rexy rolls around the racetrack, it's our time to check in with Jesse and Ricky, who are putting together the iconic Lego of Rexy the Dinosaur. Okay, really quick, Jesse, see you guys.
started right when the sun went over the grandstands. How far along are we? What page are we on the instruction manual?
We're on step 89 right now, page 62. I'm not
They're building Rexy while waiting for the pits. Are you kidding me? That's that's legendary. That's freaking awesome. They're playing with Legos while in the middle of a 24-hour race. That's legit. That is awesome. And these guys are making $100,000 a year as engineers plus, whatever they're making, and they're playing with Legos during a race. I love it. And they're smiling like kids too. Too great.
We would have gone to the last page and said, so this is what it's supposed to look like, and you went back. Right now, for Lauren Heinrich, this is exactly what it's supposed to look like. He hopes it looks like this in 13 hours and 45 minutes. Because these Porsches have been so strong since they unloaded off the truck last weekend for the rules.
Yeah, I think Heinrich is, really snapped his mark here. He's been strong, consistent. His average has been good. This is exactly the chance and opportunity that he wanted coming into this program. Took his taking with both hands, really grabbing this opportunity and running with it.
You know what I just noticed? We were talking about visibility before. There's a lot less visibility in a GT car when you're going another 20, 30, 40 miles an hour faster than the GT cars.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all of a sudden that visibility, you get there quickly.
Young eyes.
Even here, as you look up around the banking, you can tell with the speed, we're at 200 miles an hour, just over 200 miles an hour in qualifying. And here's my brake zone.
Coming up in lifting and braking now. Around about the 100. All of that coasting, and then rolling the speed then through the Le Mans chicane, and then hard on it. There's an amount of lifting, coasting that you have, and then it's where do you hit that brake pedal, and that's something again with all this lifting and coasting you have to really get into a routine of where you can be and how you can do. The other really extraordinary thing is this lap has been completely clean, no traffic, which is super unusual.
To lock up by the prototype in front. No harm, no foul, and I think right now it's going to be about trying to analyze what the grip is like on the racetrack. Soft compound tires going on the 85. I think that white.
There on the 6 is. He's not got a tear on the inside of his speech. They're going through the motions of maybe reviewing
underway. Our coverage will continue on Peacock for the rest of the evening. And then remember, tomorrow, Cards and Coffee will be back with you. 6 a.m. An early day. So we'll go all the way to the checkered flag, the 64th running of the Rolex 24. Make sure you catch the finish tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Hi, Susan. Honey.
Yeah?
There's back there. But that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin honey.
The only brand with True Source certified honey.
Mind if I root through your trash?
The powerful cough relief you need.
We want to help you thrive no matter what stage of life. Your prescription for well-being starts at Market Street, where your neighborhood pharmacists are here to give you the care you need when you need it. From expert consultation to personalized care and all your wellness essentials, and giving you your best shot at prevention with immunization. We understand that every step towards health is a step towards happiness. So whether you're picking up or we're dropping off, we're here for you.
I know what you're thinking. Here's Kristen Bell on a luxurious vacation with her pretend kids. But I'm really here for all the points I get with my City Strata Elite card. I live for a fancy dinner where I don't have any idea what I'm eating. But what I really love is 6 times the points. Just eat your points, sweetie. Love you more than all the stars in the sky. Slightly more than all the points I got.
City Strata Elite. Rewards where it counts. That's the point.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays because some love a rusted cabin. Others feel differently. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Hello, everybody, as we come into Sunday morning. The airwaves, the national broadcaster. It's Inter Radio taking you through to 6 a.m. with the Sacred Coffee 6-hour stretch. And you join us with drama on the racetrack for one of the cars that's been disputing the lead.
Litterback. When cat litters are so heavy it hurts. If you suffer from litterback, try Tidy Cats Lightweight with astounding 21-day odor control. At the Tidy Cats Innovation Lab, we've got your back. Tidy Cats Lightweight.
So yeah, screaming around, and you've got to wonder what damage that's done to the undertray. These cars are very, very sensitive to the bodywork on the floor. Managing to get it back, and it's now back to speed, so he must feel the car's okay, Peter.
It must feel that way, but we'll have to keep a close watch on the lap time because you're absolutely right, John. The floor of these cars is so important to their aerodynamic package. So if it's damaged, it can be a real issue with pace, and that's a pity because that number 93 Marshak Racing record has been really quick. Let's see how it affects them.
Let's head down to a little discussing the work there on those cars. The engineers and others in there afterwards have changed that clip very, very quickly. And no big issue, but now studying the footage, the in-car, etc., and all the data, and looking at the spot and the track, and the damage. Meanwhile, they're just handing Porsche a bit of an advantage. The 6 and 7 car straight in, both cars fuel, out and done. Yeah, they were due in anyway, and they were able to do that on a schedule that was far less hectic schedule, if you like, less pressure.
That's right, yeah. So we have stayed great, and the marshals have been able to take that tyre away to a safe place under local yellow flags, and we've stayed with green flag racing. That's good for Hartland joining on Peacock.
The number 3 Corvette Racing machine sitting in second right now, right behind the number 4 car. Those two factory Corvettes sitting glued together all race long, leading in GTV Pro.
Tudor. Down on pit lane, John, about 5 minutes ago, big drama in the GTD class. AF Corsa, the leading Ferrari 296 into pit lane, but issues with their air guns trying to get the wheels off. And not only did that cost them time in the stop itself as they swapped Antonio Fuoco out and Simon Van in, but maybe more significantly, to add misery, a drive-through penalty for time without crew, and they've got a lot of work to fight back. The good thing is, there's a long way still left to go.
Max Altuve and Camping Party, one of our season-long voices on Interradio and InterTV as we bring the sports car community together around the world on our YouTube channel and the player at interradio.com, Sound and Vision, as well as RS2 on Radio Shore Limited network of channels. 7.9 FM at the track. It's the inception of Ferrari goes to spin. It's like the Chevy game. It's the that was the yellow flag, the yellow panel that I saw flashing through the fog earlier on. So the inception car, one of the leading lights in the Bronze Cup figure, and that cup itself is very important because that brings it on the hottest tickets in town.
And it does, yeah. The Ovation Award, which earns you a ticket to the big show, to the Le Mans 24 Hours. So last year's Bronze Cup winner, Oye Perdani, in fact 2 years in a row he's won it, will be heading to the Le Mans 24 Hours this year. Getting an invitation to that race becomes even more special as sports car racing grows and grows in popularity. It appeared to me that spin for the number 17 section Ferrari with David Cominelli on board, very unusual to see him spin. But it looked like there was a little bit of contact with the number 81 Corvette. That's a Dragon Speed car that's been a little bit delayed throughout the race, very delayed. It was helped off the road by one of the LMP2 cars, and we'll go back behind the wall. That car's in the pits at the moment, and in fact, it is actually, no, it isn't the pits. I was worried that it got behind the wall because it's sitting in the pits. That incident has been reviewed by race control, so there was a bit of contact between them, and it has been deemed to be incidental. No further action. It's the Tower Motorsport number 8 car, the car that was first on the road at last year's Rolex 24, but failed post-race tech due to a worn-down skid block where there's a minimum depth that skid block can have, and it was out with of the legal parameters, so they unfortunately lost that victory and were sent to the back of the field. But at the moment,
Scott, if that's you still awake, I've been lapping people for after the first couple of hours. Usually the back half of the AI grid, they don't go very fast, and I'll pass them multiple times. Who knows how many laps down they are. And then, so right now, based off of what this leaderboard is, take Castellanos and myself are the 3 cars that are in the race. Problem is Take is off pit sequence with me, and he must have got damaged or whatever. They pitted early once and then got out of sequence, and now he's just not being able to keep up. Then the second place car is usually, he's probably going to pit this lap. I've been out running him last couple of fuel runs by 10 laps. So even though he's got a 2.5 second behind me right now, I'll pick that up and then still be able to run away a little bit from him. He'll make that back up when I have to go pit. So he and I are really the two that are racing for position right now.
Stopped a couple of
3 times out on the track before they brought the car behind the wall and had that fixed. This, of course, the debut for the Arma Racing Valkyrie here at World Centre Racing, because
Yeah, he should be coming up to me now.
only joined the championship from Sebring onwards in 2025. It's a bit of a voyage of discovery. Said haven't run being rated. It's interesting here, but the testing and racing, particularly here at Daytona too.
No, not this time. Okay.
To be so over the course of this race week, but they're still plowing on, and they never know what could come their way. They're into the full season, so they want to gather as many points as they can. GM versus Ford, classic motor racing battle. The two big Detroit cars locked in a fight as they were last year at the Rolex 24. It went the way of Ford in GTD Pro last year with their 65 car. Corvette, can they get their run back this year? Of course, Corvette, I suppose they got the run back by winning the championship at GTD.
Oh.
At all costs. And they've got, the good thing is for Corvette, they've got 2 movements in the gap. Both of those cars are looking really, really strong at the moment.
At Insert Radio, if you want to get in touch with me, hello Stephen Gardner. He's been doing his Lego build this evening, as well as watching and listening. Uninterrupted coverage on the audio channels at insertradio.com. And of course, for those of you outside the US, on the video player at insertradio.com and on the IMSA YouTube channel, as we have for every IMSA race throughout 2026. The season's spreading out ahead of us. Triarsi Competizione.
Still didn't go in. Wow, last time I had 10 laps left in the tank when he went to pit. AI really is changing some stuff up.
Down on the pit lane. Hello, the Blur Feed, who's here on the grounds, listening on 107.9 FM. Regulars, he's not seen the wrong this one, but in the 25 years that he's been coming here.
At Raising Cane's, we hand batter every chicken finger, mix every cane sauce, butter every Texas toast, stir every slaw, and salt every fry. Because when you do it right, you can taste it in every bite. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
For a limited time only, get $25 or more in rewards when you buy a minimum of 30 Apoquel chewable or tablets. Scan the QR code to submit your proof of purchase and use promo code.
Well, he's going to the pits now.
Visit ApoquelOffers.com for more details.
You know exactly. My T-Mobile home internet is so good. I wish I could tell the whole world. T-Mobile's got home internet. Yep, they've got business internet too. It's just $50 a month, guaranteed for 5 years. I'm switching. Whoa! T-Mobile's got internet for small businesses. Just $50 a month, guaranteed for 5 years. We can start at these two.
At Terramana, we put mana into every step of our small batch process. We use 100% Blue River agave harvested at full maturity. We slow roast and bring it traditionally. Even distilled tequila and handmade copper pot stills created by local artisans. Doing things the right way makes for a smoother, richer flavor. Paramount.
How scary could it be? You can do hard things.
Honey, relax. It's Mirror. It works with the water in your body to hydrate yourself into a gentle breath. Relax. It's Mirror.
Michael Beach started the race this year. Denver's in Philadelphia.
Hey guys, thanks so much for staying up late.
Thomas Bartram listening in as well, joining us on the Peacock coverage. We've just started until 6 o'clock with the same coffee, 6 hour stretch. And New South Wales, Australia. I'm not even going to try and do the arithmetic. I think that's 18 hours ahead of where we are at the moment. Getting ready for 3 weeks' time for the big international endurance race down there. The Bathurst 12 hours. I've been just through the Blue Mountains from Sydney and up to Panorama Bathurst. As I said, 3 weekends away. No longer aware to finally tick off the last 24-hour race at the BAM Slam. The BAM Slam, that's one. I like that. Yeah, if he was to emulate his first one teammate in Tandy, he's to find a bunch of years. Yeah, whoever it is, yes, that's exactly right. One of those was, I was just thinking that one of those, and the BAM Slam one's back together as well. Yeah, could that be the Tandy BAM Slam? That's the both of them. Yeah. You can tell it's getting late, ladies and gentlemen. It never ceases to amaze me, Peter, that even on what we think of as the middle part of the race, where everybody's trying to just stay settled down and perhaps not firing absolutely as quick as they can, preserving fuel, preserving themselves, preserving their car, and preserving Michelin tyres. The amount of passing that is being done by the leader, Long Heinrich, at the moment, he's got a clear track ahead of him, having just around the international horseshoe and heading through the King. But then there's a whole gaggle of cars, which includes the leader in GTD Pro. All having their own don't need to be negotiated now. It looks like he's on a test run. Fantastic. Coming back up to join the high banks of the Daytona International Speedway through to 60 now. But then the telltale stages in the distance seems to have even more work to do.
That's what makes the endurance race so special is that you have, particularly in the World Championship, you have not one.
Night, Maddie girl. Hi. You gonna go try to get in bed with Mama? Hi. Hi, sweet girl. I think you're the last remaining of the pit crew tonight.
Porsche Works driver and driving for the top factory team. A dream that's coming true on the 5 nights of Daytona today.
Miller Racing and the Northern Irish McDonald into Phil Lane was with us in the Global Broadcast Centre earlier on, giving us the benefit of his experience. A lovely lad, great race car driver as well. I've watched his career develop throughout the past half a decade, really part of BMW Young Drive program. And the three young guys together in the Nürburgring did a lot of great racing. And
Oh, hi, Kelly. Okay, there was 2 left. They're all tired. Usually, they're all piled into bed with my wife by 9:30, and the fact they're still up, they're mad. And then I don't have the light off in the room tonight, but that would only make me tired to turn the light off. So I'm keeping it on. So we'll just see who actually wants to hang out in here tonight and who's going to go elsewhere in the house. I'm sure they'll go get in the dark corner somewhere. If anyone's still watching, can you tell me if it's Peacock that the broadcast will change over to part 3 at midnight Central Time, or is it a different time? If anyone answer in the chat, that'd be awesome. I think it's midnight Central Time is what I have. I just want to be ready to change it over as I'm watching it.
We know that the haze is affecting the spotters up there on top of the stand. Is it impacting the visibility when you're behind the wheel of the car at all? It seems to be getting a bit thicker.
I think behind the wheel it's completely fine. Obviously, it's been a few hours since I've been out there, but it seems pretty similar to what it was earlier. For sure, the spotters is making their lives a little bit more difficult, so we have to, go to the old school way with actually using our mirrors. But no, it's been great. I think we have great spotters that are big assets to our team, and but overall, everything's been going smoothly. Just have to keep our head on the swivel. Like I said, there's still a lot of races to go, so just trying to keep our nose back going. Thank you.
Going old school and looking in the mirrors. Gotta baby, love it. Love it, love it, love it. A moment or two ago, and a pretty close call with another one of those little groups of traffic. The wheel and Cadillac of the 31 pushing its way through. Quite entitled to do that through the kick on the infield and the flat Lamborghini, the number 9 car, which has had its trials and tribulations already in this race, Peter, with 2 Michelin tyres on the right-hand side of the grass. That's fast through there. And earlier on, we saw a huge incident which actually saw the eventual retirement of the number 120, the green and yellow Wright Motorsport Porsche, and Adam Adelson at the time. The good
One more time and we're betting.
the car somewhat less so.
James Hinchcliffe will be able to hang on to it. Exactly more to it. The number 81 Dragon Speed Corvette just moved across to get out of the way of the number 31 wheel and the Cadillac. Then he was a little bit unsighted. James Hinchcliffe and the number 9 flat Lamborghini had to take a bit of a phase of action. Is moving the battling going on in GTD Pro. Is the number 3 Corvette, driven at the moment by Marvin Kirchhofer, just gone past Seb Rio for 3rd. Meanwhile, the overall race leader right there in the mix with the Lauren Heinrich in the number 7 Orthopedic Motorsport machine. But that little bit of battling between Kirchhofer and Rio is just a little bit of a separation between the 2 leading pairs. The leading pair in GTD Pro is Dan Harper with Nico Baroni right in behind in the number 4 Corvette. So it appears that there are 3 manufacturers who are really putting a hand on a really serious charge on the GTE Pro race here. The BMW and Haverford, only one BMW in the GTE Pro class, so they're carrying it all on their shoulders. 2 Corvettes that are there in the mix, and then the 65 Ford all the way at the moment. So just like last year, actually, all 3 of those brands were in the mix in the last couple of hours. And boy, oh boy, did we get a grand start finish there. I suspect we're in for the season this year.
Well, JPEG 27, watching on Peacock in Vegas. And on Peacock, I imagine Pennsylvania before the big snowstorm hits. Well, those of you in the line for that, we wish you all well. You, the US, and keep Ukraine, North the country, under threat from snow and ice storm. You're all hunkered down.
1.5 down.
All the provisions that you need.
Oh.
Is from third position in his category at the moment. Oh, and another Spinks again at the far end. That was the second place start in LMP2.
Number 2 United Motorsports car, which is running on the way that down fire.
It's the second time the Souls had a bit of an issue, isn't it? Yeah, all the rest of us, the other car, it'll be number 2 on the door. Yeah, it just looks like it's getting a little greasy from the conditioning times. The air temperature is still looking at 17 Celsius. Track temperature 19 Celsius. That's 63 in the air, 76 on the track Fahrenheit for those of you here in the States. That fog or low clouds or whatever else is becoming more and more prevalent in our city on the base level. In the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, but down at ground level, the visibility is still plenty good enough to be racing.
It is, yeah, it has to be marshal post to marshal post. As long as each marshal post can see one another, then the visibility is good enough for racing. And of course, the start parts of the circuit where the lighting is pretty good. The benefit you get from that in the fog, of course, we've all done it in a road car where you're driving along with the lights on, then it's like, oh, the beat work. No, definitely not. The truth you can just report it off the fog. But it's not quite as bad as that. But as we've talked about, the spots on the route, they've got a really difficult time and probably not much use for it.
Going over to around about 10 minutes time, the in-race update. Hello to James Minor, that'll be just for you. Well, I don't really understand this.
Hi, Susan. Honey. Yeah? I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin honey. The only brand with true source certified honey. Mind if I root through your trash?
The powerful cough relief you need.
Robitussin. Step into a world where the spirit of the American West comes alive. Experience the
Gee, look at that time go.
Great Falls, Montana. A world-class
world-class celebration of Western.
He literally picked up 0.3 of a second on the back on the homes on the tri-oval. That's ridiculous. And I'm sitting there one doing 200. Oh, they gave it back to me now. See, 9.6, 9.5. I'm like, man, come on. Oh, it is getting foggy there at that race. Woo! Dang. I guess that cold air that we got here in Texas is finally hitting Florida because, man, that got foggy quick. It's 82, 70. Man, come on now. Never mind. Look at that. 59 tonight. Come on. I guess it's just getting cooler itself. I mean, I guess no. 60's not bad at night, man. Start a fire, drink some beer, watch that race. That's what I would be doing. For dang sure. That fog ain't no joke, though.
Subtle changes, like for example, the Corvettes, they look identical, but the number 3 has a white sunstrip on the windscreen, and the number 4 has a black sunstrip, so that there's little subtle differences. But that's impossible when it's foggy. So some of the cars, well, all the cars, all have little LED strip lights at night. Yeah. Particularly if there's 2 cars on the same team, which allows you to tell the team to tell which one of their cars is out there. So, for example, the Ford Mustangs, the number 65 has blue window lighting, and the number 64 has yellow lighting. So, really, if we were playing I Spy, this is about as challenging conditions as you can get.
Andy would want us to say thank you to all the teams for providing the information, even in years when there have been special, secret car commemorative liveries that haven't necessarily been shown before the race week or sometimes changed overnight into the race. They obviously have to be with Andy beforehand so he knows what they're going to look like. And so there's a lot of cooperation. Andy actually does design quite a lot of the livery as well as a commercial livery designer, both in this championship, which is the Pilot Challenge, and others in the Inspired and beyond. But as I said, it would be remiss of us on Andy if we did not actually say thank you to all the teams for helping him with the information required. The original and best Andy Blackmore and the Spotters guy put it up on the World Wide Web if you haven't got it already. Get it, put it next to the TV screen, and it will help you immensely. We also have one here in the booth for all the big races. Something pretty momentous going on in GT3 at the moment as number 3 Corvette is moving through the field. That's the 3rd place car in GT3 for Marvin Kershopper. And that is the ARX 06 of AJ Allmendinger.
I think there's supposed to be a car there, but I can't see him. You know, with this glow, that's insane. Oh, there they are. That camera view is just shot. Good grief.
So many titles up and down, all sorts of different classes he's won in GT. He has won in LFP2 like he did last year. He has 5 titles to his name and finally got his win here at the Rolex Cup for a couple of years ago. But he's having to hold off ex-DTM champion and former Formula One driver Paul Di Resta, of course, who won the Rolex Fortune LMP2 here last year, albeit he was presented with it. He happened to feel about the season. Yeah.
Well, my Daytona and their Daytona look completely different. God. As if the spotter's job isn't hard enough, then it's got to have an idea where that car is, even when he can't see it.
I spoke to him after that. I was out there that one, and as tend to be for the WAC event, and I think I'm trying to get the right words, Chris. You and I were talking about this before. That was an audition, undoubtedly, for that high race and for the GTP program on hypercars it was in that series. I think had he done okay, he would have passed the test. He surpassed that by some margin, by everybody inside and outside Porsche's value system. He absolutely knocked it out of the park. And another GT driver, we talked earlier on, weren't we, to Philip Egg about why is this the case? Another GT, Cutlass GT driver who has stepped fairly seamlessly into what ostensibly from the outside looks like a very different racing track.
Should be in theory. This classic Porsche as well, how they promoted it from within. They've got drivers who they've come through their junior system, which is evolving how it works over the years. But they take drivers through GTs, and if a prototype program happens to come along, then they will promote from within. I don't think it's really, to be honest, looks really acceptable to that. It's like the Nasser who is part of that team. He was an outside hire, if you like, but he's the exception to the general rule of thumb.
Well, it's another race hour that is coming down to be completed. Let's take the opportunity for a VP Racing in-race update. Starting in GTD, where it's a Chevrolet Corvette that leads for Charlie Eastwood in the number 36. That's the mostly blue. The DXDT racing car. He's got only half a second on Scott Andrews for Lone Star Racing in the 80 Mercedes AMG. Then 6.5 seconds further back is Francis Zeldorf in the Turner Motorsport BMW number 96. David Banicello in the Hartner Racing Aston Martin Vantage is in fourth. And the top 6 made up by Ben Green for 13 Autosport in the black and yellow pinstripe Chevy Corvette. That's the number 13 car. That leads the Bronze Cup as well, by the way. And Indy Dodger for Winwood Racing is in 6th in the number 57 AMG. In GTD Pro, Dan Harper leads by just on a second from the 2 Corvettes. Not quite flying in formation, the number 1 BMW, a second ahead of the number 4 car, which has Nico Barone behind the wheel. That's another 2.5 seconds back to Marvin Kerschhofer in the number 3. Then it's Jan Guben for Manthey, the Grello
It's not green, it's not yellow, it's Grello. The number 911 car is another 8 seconds further back. Just a tenth of a second away in 5th position is the Ford Racing Mustang GT3, Sebastian Trio, the number 65 car. And Harry King, multiple Porsche GT3 champion, and he's now a supported driver from Porsche, Harry King. Not a junior anymore, but a supported driver. Well thought of advice now.
Definitely, yeah, Porsche. I think it's known as just Porsche driver, they call it, and then you hope to get up to full works level after that.
Yeah, he's in 6th position. Ben Cameron, former overall champion, leading in LMP2 for AO Racing. All these cars are already in LMP2 or 7s with the Gibson engine as Triassic competition comes in from 2nd position in their class. That's not quite right, is it? Down on the pit lane at the moment for Robert McGuinness. He looks to be staying in the car. 2nd, Paul DeResta in LMP2. And 3rd, Sebastian Alvarez for Tower Motorsport in the number 8 car. In the Europol, the 43 yellow and green car, Antonio Felix da Costa is for Malte Jacobsen. CrowdStrike Racing by Alfa Pro Racing. The 04 in 5th. And John Gordios Kolomos in the Europol 343 is in 6th place. Laurent Heinrich for Porsche. And Porsche Penske 963, number 7, leads his teammate by 22 seconds. That's Matt Campbell. I'm sure what Matt's going to be doing for the rest of the season. He's not necessarily going to be doing the full season for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Earl Bamber is in 3rd, another Antipodean, 1.2 seconds further back. The Kiwi then in 31. Cadillac ahead of a similar car for a different team with Racing's number 40 as Jordan Taylor behind the wheel at 29 seconds in arrears of a podium spot right now. 4 seconds further back, the first of the 2 BMWs. 3 is Factor with the number 24, and his teammate Philippe is in the 25 car at another 7-second distance. That's a repeat racing in event updates. Just under 13 hours still to go. And an hour to get here, halfway there means sort of ready. Yeah, absolutely.
Set up well. We can after that length of time running, the number 60 Marsac Racing Acura has dropped off the lead lap just as we're going through that BP Racing update. Lauren Heinrich wasting no time down at turn 1, round the outside of AJ Allmendinger, and through it went. Heinrich's got his head down here. He's wanting to put a land of punch on the rest of the field right now. You could easily say, oh, well, what's the need to do that? Because, well, they're full course yellow and, everything's reset again. There's an element of truth in that, but if you've got that lead in hand, it just opens up your options. And Lauren just seems to be in a groove, and when a racing driver's in a groove, it's almost like someone meditating. Just leave them alone, leave them to it, let the magic happen, and that's exactly what's happening at the moment. The way that the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine, Lauren Heinrich will be the Michelin Endurance Cup driver joining the full season crew, which is Felipe Nasser and Julian Hansen, a driver who has been really quick all through race week. I'd like to see him get a driving opportunity to the track.
Jack Hawksworth is standing back down in the Vassar Sullivan area of the pit lane, and Arjuna Kakapati is talking to him.
Lost in the car about 4 or 5 hours ago, but Jack, what an interesting condition we find ourselves in here at Earl F24. You're about to talk. It's an interesting race. Not even halfway through so far.
Yeah, I mean, the beginning was kind of seems to settle down now, and you were kind of just trying to groove. So, the race seems to be kind of been a long period of green. So, it's kind of feel like the race is settled now. So, we'll see what happens. Interesting conditions, obviously a little bit foggy, but looking at the onboard,
thrilled to hear the dulcet tones of Jack Hawksworth. This from Louis Pepper in Spain. How close are we to stopping the race because of one? Now level we can see 5 bicycles to
When because new city deals starting at just $4. So now you can decide how big you want to go. Which is kind of beautiful. I'm not condensating, you're condensating. More Mickey options so you pay more of what you really want at Wendy's.
There's a Harbor Freight store in your neighborhood where we sell hard-working tools that always work with any pro or DIY budget. You see, we treat neighbors like, well, neighbors. Harbor Freight, close by when you need us.
Start the year off big at the Ram Start Something New sales event. With America's most powerful lineup of light-duty gas trucks, offering the legendary Heavy V8 and the largest class, all backed by the strength of a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty. Get your year off to a strong start with a great deal at the Ram Start Something New sales event. Been waiting for FanDuel in your state? The wait is now over. Introducing FanDuel Picks. The easiest way to get in on the action is live now. Pick your favorite players and predict more or less for a chance to win up to 1,000 times your money. Track your picks live and stay in the action. No salary accounts, no complex rules. Just pick, predict, and win. New customers, play $5, get $25 in bonus credit. Download now. FanDuel Picks. Just pick, predict, and win.
Full course yellow at the 64th running of the Rolex 24 Daytona. And having said a moment or two ago to one of our audience in Spain that the visibility was fine at ground level as we head towards 1 o'clock in the morning with the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona, we are in a full course yellow for visibility issues. Our junior captain party down in the pit lane has more.
Well, John, I had been thinking it is starting to get a little bit more difficult, and looking up at some of the floodlights a little bit further away from where I am on pit lane, it is difficult to see them. And even looking toward the infield section, I can just about see the merged tent that's to the inside of the international hall. It is getting a bit more difficult here, and I'm obviously not in a position to comment on whether we have that visibility between the marshal posts, but it is one of those things where we were worried about the potential when we saw the morning fog Saturday morning, and not even halfway through, the visibility striking here at Daytona.
So, what we're going to wait to see, Peter Mackay, here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, is the Manthey Porsche GT3 picking up the leader, and whether anybody decides to come down the pit lane. Both the leading Porsches were in a little over 20 laps ago, so they're well inside the window to come into the pit lane when the pit lane opens. The good news is the big yellow light on the top.
Oh, man, they've gone yellow, and I don't know if it's for a wreck or the fog.
Is the giveaway.
That's a GT3 Touring. It's leading the field, so there's 2 pace cars they're using. They're giving them
It's dense, though. That fog is ridiculous.
It's dark silver GT3 Touring that's leading the fittingly the Porsche number 7 Lauren Heinrich.
But if they go red, I'm continuing. I'm not going to do exactly as the race does. I thought about it, but again, I don't want to get up, pause everything, and then keep doing this until 2, 3, 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So I'll continue. See what they do. That'll suck if they red flag it, though, for me, just because it's been keeping me up and keeping me alert by watching.
So cars will be going past the safety car. It looks a little bit odd, but these are any cars who have been caught between the safety car and their own class leader. So any LMP2s, GT Pros or GTDs who were in danger of going a lap down. It's not exactly a lucky dog, but it gives them the opportunity to cycle all the way around to the back of the line again and retake their position. Warren Heinrich who onto the back of that safety car. I could have sworn that was great for that first car.
You're right. There is two pace cars in play, and the one that started the race was the Manthey-equipped Porsche GT3 RS. Just when you think Porsche GT3 RS road car isn't mad enough, you could get a kit that makes it go even faster and look even more aggressive. I was admiring it on the way into the paddock early on, but if you were
992.22?
Yeah, so if you were to be chucked the keys for one to drive to work every day, it could be the car that's leading the field right now at the moment, that GT3 Touring.
Well, you see, you're the RS man with all the spoilers and the bike. You're definitely built for a touring now. Without built for the touring.
Ah, man, I don't know what they're going to do. I think they could go yellow flag for an hour and it's still not going to help. You can't even see back up the front stretch. That's insane.
This year, I saw with John Doonan, president of IMSA, I said to him, you know, are you going to have to build an extra deck on the infield to get more people in? Because literally we have run out of space on the infield now. This has been a very big crowd here today. Just getting around even relatively early this morning before race starts. We deliberately left extra time to be able to do what we needed to do. Great sight in the sunshine here in Florida earlier today. Now seeing the other side of the potential weather. The pits have opened for prototype as the pass around is now complete. So down at Porsche Penske, it is Arjuna who's waiting. When did Earl Butler get past Matt Campbell out there?
Yeah, it had to be, like for a few laps.
Right, okay. There's a bit of a lead in the two Porsches getting split up. There was a bit of a gap between them. There were, as I said, due in anyway, so this is rather fallen for them at the moment, and indeed anyone else who is requiring some BP racing fuel. Do you know what? If I was just sitting here looking out the window, I cannot tell you where the safety car is, because even with its flashing light bar, I cannot see where it is. Here it comes under the front straight now. I already saw that as it got partway down into the tri-oval. They are the leaders, some of the leaders coming in. It's Warren Heinrich, and he's down with Archer.
Are they parking or pitting them? It looks like pit.
Changes, and I can tell you, standing in front of Corvette, Brown and Miller, they are getting ready to go to work for the GTDs. Come down next time around.
That's very, very interesting. Right, Porsche is rolling, and the 7 and the 6 came in. That wasn't an easy getaway because there were cars coming down the field running, but it is the number 7, the black bit on the back of it. I'm happy to spot the guy out as well, who rolls out. There's a green light at the end of pit lane, so they are allowed to filter out full course yellow. Visibility, the issue here at Daytona International Speedway.
Hi, Susan. Buddy.
Yeah.
Where's back there? That cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin honey.
The only brand with true source certified honey.
Mind if I root through your trash?
The powerful cough relief you need.
Step into a world where the spirit of the American West comes alive. Experience the Russell, March 19th through the 21st in Great Falls, Montana. A world-class celebration of Western art. Reserve your place at therussellsale.org.
Back when all these great roads were built, some turned out straight as an arrow, others long and winding. Loaded up on switchbacks, hairpins, and breathtaking views, it's almost as if everyone knew we were coming. The X3, X5, and X7, proudly assembled in South Carolina at BMW's largest plant worldwide. Use the BMW X3 for $599 per month and receive a loyalty credit of up to $1,000.
This is the new Dell AI PC with Intel inside. It's a U multiplier, so you can do stuff way faster and be done way sooner.
Big Ten basketball is live on Peacock with a doubleheader featuring the conference week. First, Nebraska visits Michigan. First, two minutes to Indiana. Tuesday on Peacock.
GTD's going down pit lane for their service in this visibility. Full course yellow, Argentina going party down on the pit lane, watching some planned maintenance as well as we're getting towards half distance in the 24 hours, Rolex 24 hours here at Daytona.
Absolutely, John. They are working on the front rotors only, it would seem. For the 4 and the 3 Corvette Caterpillar, and it's such a smart thing to do, John, using the time under the caution to minimize the time lost relative to the competition. Off and away goes one, off and away goes the other. John, that's about 45, maybe 60 seconds extra compared to the other GTD Pro competitors.
Thanks, Arjuna. It's now open for everyone. So anyone who unlapped themselves could have an opportunity to come into the pit lane to try and get a lap back, which is why they're whisked around as quickly as possible.
Great. I mean, it's absolutely perfect time to have what could be a very long full course yellow to do a brake change, because we're coming up towards half race distance, about 42 minutes before half race distance. So ideal time to do a brake change, and if we're behind this go course yellow for quite a while, then obviously the brakes aren't being stressed at all behind the go course yellow, behind the safety car, so they would then not need to be worked on again, hopefully, for towards the end of the race. So it's almost like a little strategical waypoint here where the teams are not giving a free brake change if they want them, but certainly a good value brake change.
Yeah, I like that thought. If you have to do it under green flag conditions, in a green flag pit stop, that you lose at least at that point.
And also, if the factory Corvettes or the Frank Miller Corvettes are doing it, usually it's normally quite a good strategical decision to follow what they do, because they're so good and so well tuned at what they do. But yeah, I would say it makes a lot of sense. As you're approaching the halfway point, we could be under this go course for a little while, so it's a good time.
Another update from the pit lane. It's been snowing this time. It's down at Triazi.
It looks like there's a rear rotors on it, but it looks like it's going back in front one. I don't know why it wasn't done at the same time. I will stay here. We're about to change shift, but I think we'll just stay here for this bit if it's okay, and just get a complete answer and complete the pit stop.
Could it be, Peter, that they were worried about losing a lap, and so they did part of the work, sent it, and then they'll do, once they're back in line, they'll bring it back in again and do the others so that they don't lose a lap on the field in some way, shape or form. That was my idea, but Peter has already asked the team and can tell me that Riccardo Agostini is back in because...
There's two cars. There's 2, 3, and 3, 3.
Oh, it's late. Come on.
Yeah,
Peter's spilled it.
They're sharing the same pit wall. Literally, one set of brilliance went over the wall, another set came back in exactly the same place. Nothing brilliant. Why have you done that? And then I realised they're going to be a bit extra car behind. So there you go.
You know what? It's time for your break, Peter, but thank you so much for your honesty. Literally get your coat. It does just say how difficult it is issues out of the pit lane down. Thank you, Peter Snow. You'll get some well-earned rest. And we'll be welcoming in some new voices in the pit lane. I'm trying to put Duncan Vincent in the pit lane earlier on, actually. We go through another clock hour now as the local time is just a minute past 1 in the morning. We're 40 minutes away from half distance and about 6.25 hours away from sun up. 0:33 Triazi in its pit lane. Well, bless his copper socks for telling me this simple, what nobody else heard because he was on the talk back to me when I was making that speculation. He went, with a rather resigned tone, comes into my left ear, Ronnie. No, I've got a far simpler answer. Very good, Peter. So, thank you so much. Just well, as you stop that. The winged wonder that is Peter Snow taking some time off. If you are just joining us, whether you're on the international feed outside of the US or here in the US on Sirius XM 107.9 event, or indeed now on Peacock as we taken over the Epic 6 Sports coverage. Give them back later once they've had their UTC. It's Sean Hyde and Peter Mackay at the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. No racing at the moment and not much for us to say. I've got the binoculars up here. Totally redundant. I can look down towards the NBC booth and I can tell you that there's a few technicians down there, and I can look the other way, lovely bit of wind, and I can look the other way to my right, and
Far along to where the spotters are, they're not very busy at the moment.
no, not at all. Oh, yeah, because of course the spotters are sitting in the old press room as well as some of them like to be on the roof, and some of them are on the inside. Yeah.
So they're on the same level we are, so we're getting spotter camp really from the Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Brake change going on for AO. Now they had an issue with the brake change in last year for OX24 with Rexy. And right now that surgical operation is going on. What bit of Rexy's anatomy would the brake disc be?
I dread to think big.
No.
They've
got tiny little arms though.
Yeah, that's right.
Tiny arms.
Yeah. Hello to Andy Blackmore, who is playing catch-up in Canada, and has just heard his own mention about that he got just about 4 minutes ago. He's playing catch-up. 6 o'clock in the UK. Hello to Plastic and Plasters. Bacon and mushrooms on the go to revive. And Sarah and I got 12 hours still to do and more. Dan Cooper's just posted a fabulous picture of the Turn 1 grandstand. I'll just repost that from @IMSA Radio.
You've got a tracing paper in front of the camera.
Just Incredible. Now, James Mirrors minor says, will officials ask drivers yes or no if it's good to go green? Or is it on the corner worker stations? It'll be a little bit of everything, to be honest. They will be gathering information from the experienced drivers, looking at it themselves, asking the safety car driver as well. It has to be the situation that the marshal's posts can see post to post. So in case there's any problems with radio communication and flags are out, you have to be able to mirror the flags. Do you have illuminated boards here as well? But it's still the flag station. Good morning to Doug and Vincent. I tried to put you in the middle about an hour ago, Doug, which probably panicked you a little bit if you were having a wee rest on the infield. From ground level, tell me, what is it like in the pit lane in terms of visibility, in terms of how it feels with humidity now officially at 90%? Well, that's like walking around in a shower, isn't it?
Okay, well, first of all, I was in the media centre watching and listening, paying attention, and my heart sunk. I thought, no, I'm an hour away from being back in that pit lane, and I think I'm right for once. Okay, right, John, it's foggier than it has been. A lot foggier. Ground level, yes, you can still see the cars coming from a great distance because they have very bright LED headlights. But you know when you touch things outside, when it's like this, and your fingers pick up the dew, well, that's what it's like. The wall, for instance, you can feel the dampness on that. You can feel the dampness on plastic boxes. You can feel the railings. It is definitely in the air, John. But as you said earlier on, I think it was some 17 degrees. It's still pretty warm. There's another Sarah pit stop cycle through.
Yeah, I think the aircon's on a timer here in the main building, and that's gone off, and it's pretty muggy in here as well. I've noticed the last couple of mornings when I've got up to go out to the Hertz hire car that we brought up from Miami, that the car has been absolutely soaking wet. The ground has not. And so that now suggests to me that the kind of conditions we've been having overnight on Atlantic Boulevard, Peter Mackay, and what we're seeing now, and there's so much moisture in the air, it might not transfer totally to the ground and make it look like it's been raining, but anything that's in the way, like a car, is falling on the car. Yours was the same, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and it's just going to cool the track more and more. Now, curiously, the number 77 Rexy Porsche GTD Pro, they did a front brake change on both sides, sent the car around again, and they brought it back in to do a rear brake change on that car. So that's it. So when Snowy spotted that with two different Ferraris, actually there is a crew that have done that. That must be to do with trying to get a lap back and not lose the train. So that's going on at the moment. Rexy's rear.
Okay, so now they're both pitting and I don't know why he is.
To anyone who is interested in motor racing and motorsport,
This is weird.
you would normally think that you'd roll
This AI and this glitches are just weird.
with these GTD cars that have ABS. You use the rear brakes and particularly the ABS function within them to help rotate.
Because he's still going to come out in front of me.
So deeply to get the car, first of all, the weight transfer goes forward, but then you're holding the car on the brake all the way up to the apex, and almost when you right on it, it's almost MotoGP, Moto2 backing the bike in. It's quite as
I don't know even know how he got in front of me at first when I pitted at 372.
We were speaking to a driver familiar with the new 992.2 Evo package and was talking about the clever engine braking setup that car has. That's another thing that the teams will probably still be getting used to.
Yeah, that's what they're gearing for, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. It's now beginning to be so damp in the air that the onboard cameras are picking it up as well, although bizarrely, the fog seems to be lifting just a little bit as the cars are coming past us again. In the air, it is 63 Fahrenheit. On the track, 64. That translates to 17 Celsius in the air and 18 on the track as we split the classes, which means we are maybe somewhere close to going back to green. Or maybe just getting very sort of thing.
Doug, to be honest with you, I'm not real sure. You'd have to go back and look at lap 372 when I'm coming out of the pits. I want to see if I came out in the lead and the game is glitched on the standings, or if I'm just incorrect, because I swear I came out with an 8-second lead out of the pits, and all of a sudden I got down by 40 seconds, and I have no idea what happened in between. But we have been, the number one car and I have been close this entire time. Take had to pit somewhere along the way off, and so now he is off sequence, and now I'm gonna be.
Every child across the country deserves to have these basic clothes.
It's time.
That's why Subaru and its retailers have provided critical items like these for over 1 million people in urgent need. Subaru, more than a car company.
Tradition unleashes the passion of the dog pound and inspires us to make Tostitos the traditional way, starting with whole corn kernels to make our masa from scratch. No artificial flavors, colors, or preservatives.
I don't know.
Tradition matters. Here we go, Browns.
Star Search, the greatest talent competition ever, is back. With this epic panel of judges.
But the most important judge is you.
You vote in real time using your remote control.
So join us for this live 5-week event. The world's greatest talent on the biggest stage.
All leading to one live finale. Whose star will rise? You help decide.
And then you can just start seeing that the AI is running apparently 1.5 minute laps for 30 straight laps, and then just catching me like no big deal. It's insane. So I can't figure it out. I've run 3 straight sessions or 3 straight tire runs on softs, and I shouldn't be getting run over like I am. I don't know what's going on. Oh.
Say a quick good morning as well to our technical team that's both up in Concord, North Carolina. Of course, our camera operators here. David Ray, Vince G, all the techs as well. Alyssa is on duty in this Sacred Coffee 6-hour segment. And over in London, it's Kes Cole who's doing the shift at sometimes from the UK 6:15 in the morning. Sacred Coffee available in the USA as well. And for the moment, they do have their own roasting facilities here that is being gently wound down at the moment. So for those of you who have come to enjoy, as we do here at IMSA Radio and IMSA TV, the dark, smoky tastes of Sacred Coffee, get on the website, get your orders in as soon as possible until you guarantee your coffee fix throughout the motor racing season. Sacred Coffee back in motor racing around the world. The choice of us here in the broadcast booth. So Cafe Auto back in the pitching game, Peter. I think you were spot on. Wow, that is the only car in the top 10 that's not won the league lockdown.
And at these moments when we have time to reflect and to chat. We've got a new member. Oh, yeah, he's not a new member of the team, but he's a new member of this set. Is that right, Marine?
I know I'm early, but I just had a word with Dan over at Race Control. It looked like some great information I thought I might pass along to you guys and our listeners as well. Evidently, the anticipation is we're going to be under safety car for quite a while yet. Okay. Because of the visual conditions on the fog, not being able to see between the corner posts. The message that was passed along is they have every intention to keep it under full course yellow, not go red flag, if at all possible, because a red flag would really complicate things from a drive time perspective. So if they can avoid that, they're going to. It is in their arsenal if they need it. The other thing he told me is, since this will be a prolonged safety car,
Just come out of the infield. He picks up 2 seconds on me. I don't get it.
it's likely they're probably going to do another pass around another class spot before it gets disadvantaged precisely before any potential restart. So anyway, that's the information I got. I will go back to taking my break, but maybe that would be important information. The big news I need to know is when do they have to swap the safety cars out? All right, so if anybody tells me, I'll pass that on to you.
Well, then there's a good question. What's got the better fuel mileage, a GT3 Touring or a GT3 RS Manti? I would say so. I think it's the former.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so. Normally aspirated flat 6 4-litre, the both. One somewhat raised up. It's the same engine. It's exactly the same engine.
One a lot more tracking than the other.
Well, that's true.
And then the fuel, I would imagine the fuel tank would be bigger in the Touring than it is in the GT3 RS Manti. Because if the track car doesn't need it, that is bigger fuel tank.
We in the UK, we don't get the 90 litre tank for the 911s. You can't spec it. It's only 75 litre tank. Hang on, let's just zip up our Porsche Anoraks here. You'll
I
know
know on the coat bag.
See, I think I'd be quite happy in the manual GTS that I drive as a daily. I'd be sitting pottering around in as high a gear as possible and get the best mileage. And then a heated seat up.
If there's one of those in the car park, we might get you out there.
Sneak out onto the well, you know what? I can honestly say that with Felipe Nasser, Omar, and Kevin Estra, Sheldon von der Linden, Will Stevens, Jordan Taylor, Nico Pino, Scott Dixon, and Kevin Magnussen on the lead up, I, right now, would not lose a scintilla of time to them, not even half a second to them in these conditions.
Which you could see the scene.
Even behind the safety car.
Well, there's a thing, if the visibility is bad.
Good Lord. How long are they going to stay under caution before they park them for a little bit? I swear I've gone through a full fuel run on the game while they've been at caution. I wouldn't guess I was kidding when they said they could be under a caution for an hour and it wouldn't matter.
It's not as if it is set at 16 or 18 or 19. On the banking, there's a minimum speed that you need to go to keep on the banking. You and I was showing you my Bob Fellows drive up at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park for one of our previous partners, ZFLC, and our race reporter feature that we did with a number of celebrities in cars that they were which they were associated with fellows at CTMP, seeing the moisture on the windows now from the onboard of Felipe Nasser. Well, one of the other ones that we did, we never used, was here at Daytona, in a Porsche safety car, on a Thursday night in the pouring rain with their vice president Scott Atherton. And the reason that we couldn't use it was because the rain was falling so hard, you could barely hear the audio inside the car. And they sent me out anyway around the track. And the standing order was tricky. But up on the banking, I didn't feel comfortable.
at the speed they told me to go up on the bank. So I was down on the end all the time. So you're right. There is a point that even behind the safety car, there's some skill. The racing drivers hate this because they're not using the brain the way they want to do it. They'll be getting, I was going to say, they'll be getting cold inside the car. Probably not, because the air temperature's still 17 degrees. I mean, let's not forget, Peter, we worried on our way over here.
They parked him in 13 whenever they for fog. It's the only time they've ever red flagged it, but they did do it. They were showing a clip from back then.
He's right. It's pretty it is pretty thick there, that's for sure.
Coming round to half distance, as we are 20 minutes away, it's one of our features again this season in IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship is our Pelotti mid-race recap. We'll put that together for you in statistical terms in a moment or two, so that we don't miss any racing if we do go back to green. Whilst we do that, let's go down to the pit lane and Maro Engel out of the Winwood AMG. He's with Duncan Vincent.
Yeah, Maro Engel standing here. The man who qualified this car as well. It's one of these things, you know, that when Mother Nature rolls in, sometimes you have to take second best. But what's your thoughts on what we have happening just now?
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't had fog here yet. So I remember 1 year was below zero in terms of centigrade temperatures, but I haven't had fog yet, and not much we can do at the moment. I mean, the bus stop was really hard to see there at the end, and I guess we just have to wait.
Your 75 Express Mercedes seems to be going pretty well, which is always really reassuring through this part of the rain phase, because come tomorrow morning when we start getting into that golden hour, that's what you're going to be really looking for to try and make steps forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for us, it was important to get Kenny's drive time, and he's done that already. He's done a really good job, so that's set up. And then Will, Jazz, and myself will all been in the car, and so far circulating well. So yeah, let's see when we can get back to racing, but for sure it's going to be about how he plays tomorrow morning.
I don't know if you caught Kenny's interview earlier on. It was quite interesting. He was quite wound up. Have you managed to calm him down in the team?
I actually haven't seen or heard the interview, so and I haven't seen it because I was in the car. So maybe I'll go and find him. But I'm sure he's fully motivated as always.
It's definitely one to go and listen to the archive player. Thank you very much, Maro.
Cheers, thank you.
Maro Engel from the 75 Express, not from Woodward. Maybe got it the wrong AMG there. I see an awful lot of Maro as one of the top GP3 drivers around the world. Indeed, he and I were in Dubai last weekend for the Michelin Dubai 24 Hours. I think we did roughly the same travelling back to this part of the world. Just after 20 minutes past 1 o'clock in the morning, we're under full course yellow for restrictive visibility issues with the fog.
Hi, Susan. Ready?
Yeah.
Perspective. That's awesome. Pretty bad. Try this Robitussin. The only brand with true source certified honey. Mind if I root through your trash?
The powerful cough relief you need.
Robitussin.
Back when all these great roads were built, some turned out straight as an arrow, others long and winding. Loaded up on hairpins, breathtaking views, It's almost as if everyone knew we were coming. The X3, X5, and X7, proudly assembled in South Carolina, BMW's largest plant worldwide. Lease the BMW X3 for $599 per month and receive loyalty credit of up to $1,000. Where do you find the soul of BMW? It's not just in a long legacy of performance, but in those who drive it. Lease the BMW i4 for $499 per month and receive a loyalty credit of up to $1,000.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays. This laid-back beach house is right for some, but off-brand for others. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.com.
Under full course yellow at 25 minutes past 1 in the morning. Let's nip down the pit lane very quickly to have a word with Richard Westbrook, who's with Duncan Vincent.
Yeah, Richard Westbrook from the GDC Miller camp here. Give us a quick update on how Nico's getting on in the car just now.
Well, I hope he had a toilet break before he got in, because could be a long one.
Not going to be great for him, is it?
No, I mean, the last time I remember this fog being like this was 2011. And, yeah, we were like in the car for 4 hours under the safety car. It gets very, very uncomfortable. Obviously, you still got to keep some sort of concentration, save fuel, and keep the window open. But yeah, it could be a long one.
Do you miss it?
Not at all. Not one iota. Not when it's like this. More like Nürburgring. It's crazy. I don't think anyone saw this coming, but looks like it's going to sit for a few hours. But you know, we'll see. I mean, safety's the most important thing at the moment. You can't see the next marshal post, so it's probably the right call. But I'm sure everyone wants to go racing.
How's it going for your car? Because obviously you don't have the Evo kit on your car. Obviously, Nico being on the guys are quite happy with how the car seems to be compared to the other ones that we have out there.
Yeah, the car's awesome. Like, all three are really happy with it. You know, we've been running at the front. We had a small issue a couple of hours ago, which lost us the lap, so we needed that yellow to get us back on the lead lap. No, we're good. We're really comfortable where the car is, so you don't really have to really push so hard now. It's really just surviving the night and going for it in the morning.
Can you do anything with the car to put it into a fuel saving mode in there so you're using basically next to nothing?
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're staying off the brake, just coasting, just yeah, it's all about virtual energy right now, so not so much about fuel. So just, you know, you don't want to be coming to the pits, you know, before everyone else does. So even though we're behind the safety car, it's still important to save energy.
Richard, thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
It's a good point. Fuel safe behind the safety car is something that can give a real competitive advantage. And at the moment, we've got a bit of a fuel safe competition going on behind the full course yellow, and we can see how that's going on IMSA.com/telemetry. The race leader, Felipe Nasser, of those top 5 cars all pitted on the same lap, he is using the least amount of energy behind the safety car, if you're interested. But these little tiny little things can make a big difference.
Hello to Warren Carkeith. This is like Nürburgring 24-hour form. Can we blame Mantai Racing for bringing it with them? I think it's a little bit unfair. But IMSA Radio, thank you very much indeed for that. Let's just review whilst we have some time, so we're not going to miss any racing whilst we do this. What's happened in the last 12 hours? Absolutely beautiful start weather-wise to the race, but carnage down at turn 1 in the LMP2 field, Peter.
There was so many different cars involved. The number 11 car, until we looked at just knocked us up the race, we went to the sprint going in, was kicked off a bit of a shimazo, and then Greenjoy right in front of the number 2 United car. Big hit for Eric Zietze in the number 28 RS1 Porsche. Luckily, Eric walked away from that one and was clear later on. Didn't anything, which is special. No
no surprise that car didn't go much further. A little bit of fire, some spilled fuel on the Triassic hot crate. That car that fire dealt with very quickly. Then another big incident. Could have been even bigger when you think about it through the King. Fantastic piece of driving with the wheel of Cadillac there. Let's move to the third hour. Another grassy moment and great avoidance at the international horseshoe. Recent competizione with the left front issue, damage to the steering arm. Still starting to go down, visibility an issue, and Adam Adelson gets a little tap and goes into the wall. Two cars involved there, and both cars instantly retired.
83 AM Boston Ferrari, unfortunately, another story of what could have been for them.
The number 23, Alec Bell, has driven Valkyrie not once, not twice, but 3 times across the splitter. And an taking the car. Fast forward to hour 9, get ready for the fireworks. The button pushed, and one of the big traditions here at the Daytona International Speedway and the Rolex 24 Hours here at Daytona. Set in motion for the speaker. What's the F1 going to do? See, it does really happen. Couple of spins out on the far side of the pit stop. That's the United Autosport car as well, and the number 93 Acura had to hit the curb hard to get through that. How they picked their way through that, I have no idea whatsoever. Just a couple of hours ago, straight